Wake up, gamers, because you're listening to the Big Think Dimension with Dan and Bob Video Games. Shadow, I have lost my iPhone. Find it.
Sure, I'm gullible.
Dr. Aggro.
No, it's fine.
And Chris Wolfhart.
Mysteriful.
Here on GigaBoots.
Yeah, that's a thing that the Scrimblow in Master Detective Archive Brain Code says all the time.
Of course it is. Of course it is. I didn't even play it and I knew.
Because she's a death god named conveniently Shinigami. And during most of the game, she is this horrid little ghost Scrunko thing. I'm just going to put a picture of her in the Big Think channel so people can know. Most of the time, she's that little ghost thing, but when you go into the mystery labyrinth,
Oh my god.
which is the superpower the main character has that like lets him assault the metaphysical concept of whatever mystery they're dealing with, she does a magical girl transformation into the girl with big honkers.
My God.
So wait. You're telling me this one picture is in fact two pictures of the same being?
Yes.
This is analogous to the worst excesses of Lumpy Space Princess fan art.
In the real world, she can only be...
I'm just upset because Aggro beat me to comparing the Mysteriful thing to fucking algebraic.
I thought that too!
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I've never watched Adventure Time, so I have no context for it, but that probably is something similar.
How did she not end up in this thumbnail? Maybe I have to change it for you too. She's gonna hang out with Dead or Alive Lady and Nock and Tim
Just sit her on my
Sweet.
face and leave her there.
Okay, there you go. Is this
Lower.
Jesus? Sonic Month is over. I figured I should talk about it. We accomplished something there. Sonic Month is a month so powerful, so strong that we just barely pierced all of the E3s. It has made it into the upper echelon of GigaBoots months. So thank you all for the insane support. Because I was on Sarah Lene stream for 8.5 hours doing the classic Sonic Marathon, because we didn't do the classic games because we did that earlier this year.
Right.
I co-hosted her monthly classic Sonic Marathon. I specifically, not Bob, but I was live 167 hours last month. 167 hours last month.
Yeah.
That's not even counting the other podcasts we
No,
do. Holy
we do.
fucking shit.
Yeah.
We do so much work behind the scenes. People have no idea.
So Dan, I got a theme month idea for you for October.
Uh-huh.
It's called Take a Fucking Nap Month.
Yeah, that sounds awesome.
Instead of streaming, you take a fucking nap.
God. On a completely related note, there is no stream tomorrow. I'm taking a break. I got burned out by somewhere around the last 9 days physically. It was a great month. I enjoyed the hell out of it, but I definitely need a break now, which has been great. I did this thing. It's this crazy thing called going to the gym and any form of meal prep. These things require time, which understandably I didn't have time that entire month.
Yeah.
I see someone in chat, no, and all I can think of is somebody, keep in mind, this doesn't bug me. I think this is funny. Just to be clear how I think about this, I think it's fucking hilarious. Someone on the exit survey for the GigaBoots Podcast Network Patreon clicked the bubble that said, I don't think they have very high output at all.
Jesus.
So goddamn hard. I sent it to a friend who's constantly worried about me because of workaholism. And I was like, here, just going to screen cap, none of the personal data, right? Just the date and then that. And they just went, oh my God. And I'm like, I'm sorry. I have to work harder.
It's never enough.
I have to work even harder now. I'm going to die. I thought that was funny. I thought that was fucking hilarious. But yeah, anyways, I looked into it, and the only other month that the GigaBoots main channel had streamed 159 hours, we're literally tied, is Armored Core month.
It
that
definitely
makes sense.
feels
A
it.
similar number of games.
Absurd.
Armored Core felt a lot worse because so many games were the same game, actually.
See, here's the thing, though.
Yeah, but those were Armored Core and not Sonic Secret Rings or Sonic
Right?
Lost World.
It's true.
Or Shadow the Hedgehog.
Yeah, the
Or
games were
Sonic
better.
Blast. Or Sonic the Hedgehog 2 on Game Gear.
Or Sonic the Hedgehog 2 on Game Gear. For me, the reason why Armored Core month didn't parse as that many hours is because I was like, wow, we just streamed that one game. Saw one game.
Yep.
Every time the corporation's just like, yeah, I'm gonna need you to go put down those protesters, and I'm like, didn't I already do this game?
Man, if you want to replicate that, Dan, we can do Chris Takes Dan through WoW month.
Oh. Ugh.
Aggro can come too.
Ugh.
I was gonna hit the Cyberpunk button, but I will not.
For years, I lived in quiet anxiety that one day I was going to get the call, hey, we're doing a special thing where we all just play WoW for a week straight and stream it.
I have heard that inside Blizzard there is starting to be a movement to set up some sort of no, you do everything that we made. Like, because they changed it. They introduced the time walking thing where you can get to the up to current content by only doing like one expansion. But there's like arguments in Blizzard where it's like, this makes people not connected to our story and our world because they don't experience everything. And if somebody's like, I'm playing WoW, you have no idea what they're experiencing. So like, there can't be discourse about it. And they compared it directly to Final Fantasy 14, where it's like, if somebody's going through Final Fantasy 14, they go through the whole story and you can like rubberneck and you know, oh, they're about to get to this part. They're about to get to that part. How'd you feel about this part? But you can't do that in WoW because there is no more linear path through all the expansions.
Right. I was gonna say
That's
WoW
weird.
doesn't really present itself as a thing where the content is. I don't want to make strong assertions here, but I don't consider anything they're doing that I've seen to be strong mainline content in the least, right? It never came across as that to me. Like the vast majority of that doesn't even feel presented to be that, right? So it's really bizarre to think of Blizzard having to do that.
Starting in, I feel like it was maybe Mists of Pandaria, where they started having like a main thrust where characters are all voiced, and they start leaning into having you do like set pieces and stuff.
Okay.
And then in Warlords of Draenor, the next expansion was the one where it's like, no, each area has a story that ends with a big expensive cinematic.
Huh.
Yeah, I don't know how well that'll work out for them, but they're right to observe what they did about the competition and the value there. Yeah.
That was always WoW's strength, so it's weird that they like abandoned it at some point. Like WoW's strength, when everybody was lining up to crash against the fucking Rocks of Eternity by trying to make their WoW competitor, was just like, oh, they had a really good idea in their game. Whoop.
Yeah.
They were the fucking Borg. It's what made them unkillable.
Yeah, this kind of Blizzard.
I wonder, right? Like even StarCraft is like, hey, let's
Warcraft.
take the Warhammer stuff
Yeah.
and make it like cool in a different way.
They won't license Warhammer to us. Well, fuck them. We don't have to make their shit's
Right.
all just Dune. Are they gonna come for us? And we point out, here's 800 different ways your shit's just Dune.
Right, because it is literally the Dune video game. Like for the original Warcraft, it's just Dune 2, but their version, which is nuts. Like it's just really crazy to be like, even down to the gameplay exclusively. It's been that. So then Warcraft looking like Warhammer, StarCraft being Warhammer 40K, sort of. It makes sense aesthetically, at very least.
It's to the with Dune and Warhammers to the degree that I know multiple people who watching the Dune movies went like understood like new things in advance because it's exactly the same thing in Warhammer 40K.
Hey, Aggro, did you see the new Dune Did you watch that?
I did.
Okay, that's great. I have someone in chat saying the new Starfield DLC is also just Dune done badly. You should check it out, Aggro.
Okay, two things. One, no. Two, like 85% of sci-fi is just Dune done
Yeah,
bad.
like it's one of those things that really is the DNA of everything. It's like this is a really minor thing, but you know how a lot of Japanese characters have wings on their head, like coming out of the sides of their head, and that's not really a thing American things do as well. Like just goes back to Devilman.
Yeah.
It's like sometimes something that you didn't. Sometimes one thing can be the source of everything.
No, it's true. Things make an enormous impact. It's like every time you watch someone watch JoJo's for the first time.
Humanity will be extinct before we're done with Tolkien-esque elves.
Yeah.
Right, yeah. No, that's true.
That is the other half of Warhammer.
Yeah.
Let's talk about Sonic Month.
Sure.
Sonic Month was pretty good.
I'm trying to.
had
We
a
should probably
fun time.
specifically talk about the games we did this last week.
We did Sonic Unleashed, Sonic and the Secret Rings, and Sonic Shadow the Hedgehog. Sonic Shadow the Hedgehog.
Sonic Shadow the Hedgehog.
We had to... Aggro, do you know anything about the structure of playing through Shadow the Hedgehog?
It's my understanding that you have to do it a bunch.
So there are 6 levels. It branches out a bit into 5 distinct final levels. So imagine 5 routes ultimately, branches out slightly. You have to do the good objective, the bad objective, or the neutral objective if the level offers that in order to go the different paths, whether up or down on this chart. You have to get the bad and good ending on all 5 levels in order to unlock the last story. Aggro, we did 10 playthroughs in a row. And let me tell you, I don't know what's canon in Shadow the Hedgehog because none of it congeals well. But there are small hints.
There are
small hints in the CG of the last story, the cutscene of the last story that lets you know these bits had to have happened from all these different paths.
Yeah, it's kind of psychotic they made it like this, where there isn't a easily definable like through line and plot of Shadow the Hedgehog.
I mean, is it implied that, since he is so closely connected to chaos, this is simply how Shadow perceives time?
No, I thought that would come up, but does not.
I think it will come up in Sonic Generations X Shadow.
It might.
They're saying that game is now twice as long.
Yeah, they basically just added another whole game to it.
And that's wicked
good.
awesome. I'm really glad we did Shadow the Hedgehog in time for that.
Right, and that makes sense because if you guys don't remember, Generations is tiny.
It's a
like-
small baby
it's
game. It
almost
was one of the
like-
shortest streams of the month, basically.
Yeah, no, it and Forces are neck and neck.
I mean, and Colors and Lost World.
No, not Last World.
Lost World's longer.
Okay, the PC
but-
version of Lost World because you don't have to deal with motion controls or getting gated by animals.
Yeah, that would have cut some time off if we didn't
Yeah,
have to worry about progress gates based on how many Skrunkos we collected. Ugh. But yeah, no, I got to see the trailer that just came out, I believe, yesterday for Sonic Generations X Shadow, and I was really hyped. There are lots of moments. The 2 worst levels in Shadow the Hedgehog are the Maria ones, where she's attached to you and you're working your way through the arc. It's a nightmare. They suck so much shit.
It's so funny they did those because in every level with Shadow the Hedgehog, someone follows you around. It's usually like Tails or some real Sonic character who can appropriately keep up with Shadow. And for that level, you're followed around by Marie, the sickly little girl.
Yeah.
And she's just fine. She runs around and jumps on springs like a Sonic character.
Yeah, she's running at 100 miles an hour, jumping on springs, flying through the air. She's like,
It's hilarious.
It's so funny that Sonic canon is like, well, yeah, Maria was terminally ill, but the disease stays in stasis as long as she's in space.
Was she infected with a time bomb? Like,
I assume it's a bone thing. That's my going theory, but I like yours. I like the time bomb.
It turns out it didn't matter, Aggro, because the government took care of it.
Yeah, they gave her the solution.
what do you
found
mean
the
they
cure.
got her?
I mean, they riddled her with gunfire.
Yep. So I'm watching Spider-Man the animated series.
Oh my god.
Kirk Connors has a gun in his hand and he's looking at it. And he's talking about how he needs to solve his problem. And I'm like, that's the solution. He's going to do it this time. Someone knocks on the door and he shoves it in the drawer. And I'm like, oh, absolutely. That is.
Yeah.
So anyways, yeah, Gunn administered the solution the government did to Maria. They solved the illness.
I just think about all those Twitter posts where it's like going to see Sonic 3 in the theater, see a child killed by government agents, everyone cheers, arrive at theater. I think the first part is be American.
Yeah.
Yeah, the funniest thing I think to come out of any of the endings, which, okay, there are a number of funny things. In one of the endings, two actually, Shadow's talking to Eggman. These are sort of the centrist endings where you're in the very middle, neither dark nor hero. Which is why we kept calling it the centrist route. By the way, for speed concerns, for time concerns, if you're playing that game and you don't care to see every level in it, just go centrist up until like 4 levels in and then branch. And then if you only need the middle 3, 5 levels in and then branch, because the centrist solution, the centrist mission and everything is just get to the end of the level. Every other mission is like collect all of a thing, find all these collectibles, kill every single organism of this type in the level. And these are like 50, 80.
Yeah,
it's a ton.
They're terrible mission objectives that were made by bad people.
Yeah, it's rancid. It's truly, truly rancid. But anyway, this ending that's like these endings that are like the most centrist one, I'm pretty sure, is like Eggman's talking to Shadow, and Shadow in almost every ending does a speech and then ends it with, "This is who I am." And when he does it to Eggman, he does a karate chop that's implied to kill Eggman.
Yes.
And I'm like, someone please screen cap Shadow doing this, and then saying the karate chop that kills Eggman. Put it in the wiki.
There are not a lot of angles at which a karate chop of any velocity could kill Eggman.
Well, he's the ultimate life form.
Yeah, obviously.
It's important
true.
that you know that.
We're like the ultimate death form. The Shadow Assassin.
Damn it! Come on, man.
Jesus.
The other funny thing that came out of endings was when Shadow the Hedgehog had some implications of dark ideas. Maybe he's gonna really do it this time. And Vector is right next to him during this. And then he goes, "Don't go there yet." Like Vector just wants to get out of the room before Shadow blows his brains out.
Reconsider it at least a little bit. Not too much, though.
Look, Vector's on probation, man. He can't be here for this.
Man, what was the last game Vector talked in? Does he still sound like fucking Bobcat Goldthwait?
I don't know.
But he might have talked in one of those racing games because he was in Team Sonic
That's
Racing.
true. He probably was in a racing game.
So I have this idea for the Sonic franchise. I want to know what you guys think of it.
Okay.
They're having a problem with Silver because they keep having to come up with reasons he comes back from his perpetually doomed future. They need to establish that he's just from the same dimension as Blaze and dumb. Like he thinks Sonic's dimension is the past of his dimension.
Silver's just flat out wrong. I mean, that's an interesting thing to unfurl as a storytelling mechanism of like, he thought he was convinced it was time travel the whole time. Like I love ideas like that.
And Blaze is just like looking back and forth like, I've explained this to you like 4 times.
Then you just have a guy with an ocarina, give him a sword, and everything's cool.
Yeah. and then Marine keeps convincing him he's right.
Is there in her Australian paradise is fine. It only Silver's City's been burnt down, and he's convinced of the dark future.
Silver just lives in like the worst part of that world,
right?
He just came from Detroit.
Yes. Yeah, he's fucking from Detroit.
My God, the city was destroyed by the flames of disaster.
I won't soon forget this.
They call me the drink.
No, they don't.
Yeah, no,
Silver,
nobody does that. Oh man, what if they gave Silver a cool little jacket? Maybe that would save him.
You know, these are all really good ideas for a Sonic
Anything
game.
would help. He kind of has fuck all going for him right now.
I know.
It's like he's based on Trunks, and I'm like, okay, got anything else? No.
Well, then he has like a sword or something that makes him cool, right? No.
I mean, if Shadow had a gun, you've got to balance it out.
Yeah, that is weird. Why didn't they give him so? I mean, they were giving Sonic a sword only like 2 games later, technically.
Yeah.
Yep. Did you know we did? I had a really good transition. It got shot.
Yeah,
Did you know we did an armchair
Tragic.
dev Sonic the Hedgehog? That happened, and it's on a new YouTube channel, and you should go watch it on the new YouTube
You
channel.
should right this second.
And you should
Well,
subscribe
not right this
immediately.
second, but after this.
No, literally right this second. Go over there, subscribe, and give us that view. You can come back and watch the VOD for this. This is important. I'm going to say watching that now is more important than watching us live.
You know what? Sure.
But, you know, realistically, that'll be there later. The excitement of being... You might write something in chat that I look at and then go, so where's the value of that? Thanks! Don't watch that episode yet! That was a really good episode of Armchair Devs. I was really happy to have Sarlin a guest on that one. Absolutely great. And seeing everyone like give us all the support has been phenomenal because, and we'll go ahead and explain it here because people are curious for certain. We want Armchair Devs to escape the YouTube algo hole. Mm-hmm. The algorithm is a nightmare. Us being a variety channel has doomed us. If you ever wondered how GigaBoots has been going this long, this strong, and have so much support, but we don't have much viewership, that is literally it. We do too many different types of shows on one channel.
Yeah, you can go find lots of content creators who are like, here's my channel where I talk about Yu-Gi-Oh! Here's my channel where I talk about World of Warcraft, and here's my channel where I talk about contemporary games, because if I did all of those on the same channel, YouTube would slice my throat.
It's true.
Yeah.
We largely keep to the same sort of segment of stuff, but even that is too much for YouTube. They accidentally called them channels. They should have called them shows. That was the mistake they made an eternity ago. And we're still living with the ramifications. If they had just called them YouTube shows, it would have been fine. Anyway, I figure I should show you all this so that way 5 years from now we can all have a good laugh. For one moment, I don't even know how long. Nope, that's the ad for Aura. I don't. It's a strong ad, but I don't know that we need to see it 2 big things in a row. One moment. Why did it open that? Now I'm double clicking to reopen this image just to make sure, because I literally don't know how I clicked and dragged this and that appeared. Okay, there we go. It was banned. I don't.
Yeah, what?
They're like, you violated our guidelines. And I'm like, how?
There's no video even uploaded yet, right?
No, there was one video uploaded,
Okay.
and they were like, you violated our... I had literally verified us twice over, 2 different methods. One of them involves sending a fucking video of you doing specific movements with your face, doing a web app handshake to Google.
Oh my god.
So they have my face now, I guess. But you only look up and down, so they don't have the sides, which means
Seriously,
they're missing out.
they made you look up and down.
You want to you want to
I'm
new
Master Chief!
Yeah, Master Chief. If you're gonna want to open this YouTube channel, I'm gonna need you to look up. Now look down. Now look up again. Hey, if you want to have fun playing co-op through the Halo campaign with your friends, just start doing that at any time. Like lead into it like the Halo game. Everybody will start doing it. Then throw a grenade at their feet and run.
So this popped up for some amount of time, and then the channel was fine. I don't even know that it wasn't fine at any point, but they sent me to this page at one point.
Right.
So 5 years from now, the Armchair Devs channel goes down. We all know why. Google has made a horribly broken system. Look forward to October 1st, 2029. Anyway, yeah. that has been going well over there. We got over 1,000 subscribers in basically a day. That was awesome, and we got over 3,000 views, which is great. You know, we have wanted to do something like this for quite a while, but it's actually really scary.
Mm-hmm.
I don't even think everything we do could work like this. So we're not going to do it with everything, but there may be more of that in the future, given how well this worked out. Because once again, for people who maybe don't have good long-term memory, I'm going to repeat the earlier reason we're doing this. The algorithm literally punishes us because you get Chugging Bleach, Pokemon, Gamer Premonitions, Armchair Devs, and Big Think Dimension all on the same channel.
They hate that.
They hate that. They literally make our outreach suck shit because only some of you watch only some of those shows. If there were, in fact, a smaller channel where more of the subscribers watched the show every time, that would mean something to YouTube because the algorithm is demented. This is just some of what I deal with as a content creator. I was having a thought the other day. I was thinking about the couple times people have been like, Dan, that person's not real. You're inventing a person.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, you know who I never hear that from? Other content creators. Because they have their own cryptid people they're dealing with at all times.
Yeah.
So you could... It might be a fun party trick if you're at a party with influencers. First, just get out. Just get out. It's not worth the joke. Secondly, if you're there, if you just make up a person, right? Just make up any person and see if it's too far for them to believe you. Because chances are you can't.
Right.
You literally can't. Chances are you cannot make up someone weird enough for them to be like, that's not a real viewer.
That can't be right.
Because they're dealing with their own, and some of them share them some of the times, and other of the times they don't.
Mm-hmm.
And they just bring them up on like crossover stuff or like the tiniest like tweet or something. You cannot invent a viewer who's weirder than someone is dealing with right now.
Honestly, this sounds like people sharing food service and retail stories. Like,
yes.
You could tell me anything and say a customer did it. I'd be like, oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's just how that is.
I got a YouTube comment that I immediately believe you. Yes.
Yeah.
I always think whenever somebody talks about like in running up on some cryptid as a content creator, I think of this 15-year-old Penny Arcade comic.
I know which one, yeah.
This one right here.
Oh my god, of course you just have it.
Yeah. Always worth showing. Literally always worth showing.
Because you really do just you really do just develop like if you have even like 2,000 Twitter followers, you have people like this after you right now.
Did you steal my memories? Yes. Give them back. No, they're mine now.
God.
Like it really does be like that.
Yeah, it's really fascinating. Imagine all of the stories all your favorite creators have. Who's LGR's weirdest commenter? These are the questions I ponder. If you ever want to figure it out, right? If you ever want to just sort of explore that space, read every comment on a video and read every reply to a tweet from your favorite creator and do it every time.
Jesus.
Then you'll start to notice. Anyway.
That Armchair Devs is really cool. We got 4 different great pitches.
We did. And 8 questions of equal value.
Absolutely.
And also other people ask questions, I guess I should acknowledge this level. 20 questions of equal value.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's read the comments on any YouTube short. I do not recommend that.
I didn't even know YouTube shorts could have comments. Oh no.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you have to like click on a special button to get to them. So like only the people who are crazy leave them.
Yeah, here's the thing. This isn't even me speaking from my experience. this is me speaking from hearing from my friends who are streamers. The most toxic shit they ever have to read comes exclusively from YouTube comment section of YouTube Shorts.
Wow. Well, yeah, as Chris said, you have to do an extra layer, so of course, you're the craziest.
Yeah. So anyways, and then they don't see any conversion to their Twitch live stream viewers, like ever. Our VODs, by the way, just being uploaded in a decent quality gets us new viewers live. But the shorts don't do shit for anyone anywhere.
Weird.
And it was really funny to watch what always happens with these things. A bunch of people trick each other into believing the algorithm soup, into believing like, oh, this is it. I'm going to make sure I do YouTube shorts daily or like twice daily of my streams or my other content. This is going to get a crazy amount of conversion. I'm like, no, dude, this ain't Twitter. Your video ended. They're on the next one. Twitter, you see the video in the tweet, and guess what? When it ends, you're still there. YouTube Short, you're on to the next thing. You're already gone. It's over.
Even Twitter, if you enlarge a video on the phone,
that's true. But you got to escape anyway.
Yeah, you got to
back out somehow. Unless the only way this doesn't apply is if you just go on the ride, and at the end of the ride, instead of backing out at all, you close the app. Well, that was great. That was a good time on Twitter.
I can't believe Twitter that they made it like that. It's insane.
Yeah.
Twitter now does that with replies, like on the app. Like if you scroll down under a post, like you've scrolled through all the replies, it just starts giving you random shit.
Yeah.
That really ought that shouldn't somehow be a crime. Like you're trying to trick me. You're trying to make me think these are related and I want to see it, and it's not. You're just putting random shit in front of me. I feel the same way about about fucking dog shit news sites where it's like, if you scroll down too far, we go to a different story.
That actually upsets me more than any of the rest of this. I think the funniest Twitter's going to autoplay a video at random thing recently was I was watching a video related to a game. I can't remember if it was specifically the Sonic X Shadow trailer. I think it was something else from a movie or something. But it was something of value and something that was, well, normal. And then it auto rolls to what I swear was an AI-generated video of, like, just shows a zoom in of somebody shaving an animal. And then it hard cuts to an image of a bear. And then an image of a bear shaved. And then it moves on to the next animal. And I'm like, what the fuck are you showing me?
Yeah, no, that Twitter will show you anything. No matter what you just watched, it is unrelated.
It makes the alarming, like, I don't even know how to describe this philosophical bent. It makes the assertion that all content is equally valuable.
Yes.
It's terrifying.
Yeah. I feel like whatever that philosophy, that viewpoint is, it should have the word product in its name, because that is the thing, right? It's all product. It's a certain amount of product and it all has the same value. It's amazing because you get to see with like Twitter versus YouTube versus TikTok with this idea of videos auto playing the next thing, how much better every algorithm is than each other, and Twitter's the worst.
Yeah.
It's almost like this website wasn't designed to play videos. It's almost like that.
Almost like that. It's almost like this website had their entire dev side cut.
Yeah, it's almost like that. I found it funny. Someone in the GigaBoots fan Discord was like, it's funny that Elon wanted to turn this into a TV app. And my only thought, because that is true, that he did say that, my only thought was Elon doesn't remember saying that. That was like a week. That was over a week ago. It's gone.
Let's see. Let's see. Elon has said he wanted Twitter to be a banking app, a TV app. He wants you to be able to apply for jobs on Twitter, which I think you actually can do. I haven't even looked in there to see what fucking kind of turbo scams pop up in there.
The thing is,
and all this other shit.
These aren't different ideas. These are all part of the same idea, labeled "he's a fucking moron."
I mean, he's on Ket 24/7, so I bet he did forget actually.
Oh yeah, no, that shit's gone. That shit's gone. I had a great time for Sonic Month.
Yeah.
I was like ecstatic basically the whole time.
It was really neat to finally see these games through, even if some are not good.
I think weirdly enough, expectations versus how it went. Unleashed, to me, was one of the most disappointing games the whole month.
Oh, absolutely. I thought, as much people hype up like the daytime levels in that, they kind of suck.
Like
they're kind of the worst 3D Sonic levels around that territory, at least.
Like Generations levels, I don't think their levels are as bad as the daytime levels in Unleashed generally are, especially past the first 20%. For the beginnings, like, fine, whatever. But then eventually they go, well, you're going 300 miles an hour. I guess the only way to kill you is a bottomless pit. You missed the jump to the rail, you're dead. But that's actually not largely the issue for me. It's not even the daytime levels. It really is 85% of that game. Aggro, in case you didn't know, the Werehog segments are God of War combat. They're God of War puzzles. They're God of War platforming. It is really God of War. But here's the thing about God of War they may have missed. God of War is about spectacle. That's what it was about. That's what journalists like. They like when the unbelievably huge character in the background, holding the entire next level on their back, travels through the desert. They like these insane vistas that are beautiful. Unleashed doesn't have that at all. So what they're left with is pushing boxes, ledge crawling, careful swing jump platforming, and really damaged spongy enemies where you're swinging your arms constantly. And I think that's the part that disappoints me, because they don't have the spectacle and they don't have a plot that's going places and doing anything at all.
Right.
To hold it up.
That's what drove me crazy. Of like 85% of that game is that, which is just bad. Like, that's bad content.
And the funny thing is we played an idealized version that runs at 60 frames per second that doesn't have slowdown.
Right, and that's why the daytime levels also not being good really killed me. It was like, oh, I already knew I was in here for 85% like sand.
Good analogy here, Bob. You just ate a fitness YouTuber's worst cake.
Yes!
Because the icing was worse than the rest of it somehow. They're like, it's so delicious. And you're like, I hate you. Yeah, I'm going to dox you.
Yeah. Protein powder is not enough to make the entire cake.
It's true. Like, the protein powder gives... That's how you... If you're looking at any kind of protein dessert recipe and the only form of sweetener is the protein powder, leave.
Run.
Yeah.
If they're not like, here's where you add swerve, or here's where you add a little bit of honey, or a little bit of maple syrup.
Yeah.
Did you guys figure out the tech with holding the B button during the platforming?
No, what's the deal with that?
If you just hold B, you'll automatically grab shit. You don't have to time a button press. Like doing the stretchy arms to grab things you swing off of or ledges you have to grab. If you just hold B during that jump, you will grab it.
Huh.
And
that would help, but
I think we did. I think I said to Bob, like, oh, you should just always hold that when you're in midair. Like,
maybe.
I'm pretty sure I said that during that stream. Because it literally, if you're not on the ground, there is no downside to holding that button, and there are a million upsides.
Yeah, that's a thing a lot of people, especially once you get to the Empire City levels, where it's like, if you don't know that, it's a lot harder.
If that doesn't save you when it's like, oh, the tightrope balancing stuff where he won't grab that.
No.
God, that was so bad.
Yeah. The funny thing is I had to remind myself of Empire City's specific levels, because the larger part of Empire City that impacted me was the part where Empire City doesn't seem as developed as anywhere else in the game. There's like no unique character to Empire City. There's no like side quest there. There's a public park around a fountain, and then there's the open area of the park where you can do some platforming in order to get to some levels. That's the impact that Empire City left me with, where it was like, this is kind of New York City. Why is this underdeveloped? That seems weird.
Yeah, that was a bizarre mini, like a hub smaller than any other with nothing going on.
Yeah.
That was weirdly park-centric.
And I wish I could remember the name better, but there's a city that is related somehow in Sonic Unleashed. It's really nearby, but it's clearly Middle East coded, where it's desert and all sorts of stuff. I think it's Shannara. That's massive. There are people everywhere. There are buildings everywhere.
Well, isn't that the one that Pickle lives in? We need to keep going back to.
Well, he moved there.
Oh, he moved.
He
there.
doesn't live there. He lived in fake Italy, I think it was.
Right, he moved to
Spagonia?
Yeah,
Spagonia.
So he followed you from Spagonia to that new city, but then didn't continue following afterwards. So you just always had to go back.
Yeah, because when we talked to him, he said, by the way, Empire City's really nearby.
Uh-huh.
It's a sister city, basically, is what he's saying. And I'm like, that's New York City. And this is clearly Middle East coded. I feel like these shouldn't be really close. And then you look at the map, and they're not even connected by continent. And I'm like, Doc. But anyways, there was the humorous moment on stream where he's like, hey, I got a call from EC. You need to head out there. There are some robots nearby, and they're under attack. And I'm like, oh, okay, I'll check the rest of here. I don't know who EC is, though. And then after a bit of me running around and not finding shit, I go back to him and he says it again. And I'm like, who the fuck's EC? Empire City. They're doing like the NYC thing, but with EC because it's an analog for New York. That is not even connected by the same landmass, sir. But, he did say that thing at the beginning of that world, and that was the hint. It was supposed to stick into my brain.
Uh-huh. Because we should have known that the structure of the game would completely change starting then, and it would become the beat a level, go to pickle, beat a level, go to pickle.
Yeah, pickle being the avatar through which we unlock the ability to go to new spaces and no plot elements ever expand our journey.
There's like a really cool CG cinematic at the beginning of the game, and then not another one till the end of the game.
But it is a really big one.
It is
like,
a really
it's huge
big one.
And it keeps going. And it was what was the director on that again?
The guy who did Appleseed.
Yeah.
God, what's his name?
Shiro.
Shiro Masamune? Did he do?
Yeah.
Well,
I think no,
because that's the actual author of Ghost in the Shell.
Yeah, we're talking
it's
about
the guy who directed
Appleseed.
Oh, right.
Yeah, Appleseed.
Yeah, directed the CG Appleseeds.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember. Anyways, we saw his name in the credits and we were like, what the fuck? The CG, as you might understand with us saying that, fucking immaculate looking. Way more expensive than anything in Generations.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I would say largely the number one disappointment I expected with it running well, loading instantly, looking sharper, that like this game would be as good as many people because it has its shooters, it has its defenders. I thot I would come Mamoru Oshii.
No, that's the guy who directed the Ghost in the Shell animated movie.
Shinji Aramaki.
There we go. That's it.
I would shit my pants if Oshii did anything related to Sonic.
Sonic the Hedgehog. Yeah, that would be fucking
God. Yeah, imagine.
Could you imagine Sonic enters Ghost in the Shell second movie?
Right, like it's his style is so like real. It would be disturbing.
I need his Sonic OC Basset Hound.
Yes, we all need the Basset Hound or Sonic the Hedgehog.
Man, Sega should shell out some fucking money, if they want to make Sonic the biggest IP in the world, and do Star Wars Visions, but it's Sonic.
They should.
Yeah,
100%. The one thing we keep saying about Sonic the Hedgehog is the mainline entry should have been higher quality, which Frontiers gives me a shitload of hope.
Right.
And they should be doing more spin-off and related media. 100%. So yes. A billion times yes. Sonic is such a powerful IP. Genuinely, people of all generations love it. Mm-hmm. It's so good. And yet every time Sonic I imagine the Basset Hound Sonic character, it's just Rough McGruff.
Sonic is like if Mickey Mouse was Goku. It's no wonder he's one of the most popular characters in existence.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. God. Yeah. 100%. But yeah, the music's really great. In fact, I am more in love with the Sonic Unleashed soundtrack having beaten it than now. The only fuck up there is that Sonic 06 handed them a fucking dud of a concept in aggro. During the Supersonic final boss shit, they do the non-vocal version of the theme song because Sonic 06 also did that. I'm like, guys, you need them screaming some lyrics. That's the point.
Yeah, again, Sonic and the Secret Rings is one of the worst games ever made. But you play that song while Sonic is flying towards a fucking JRPG final boss. It can almost trick you, and if you're a child, it will trick you, and you'll get on the internet and say that game is good until the day you die.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, that PC remake, I can't remember the name of it, but it's like Project Blank.
Project 06?
No,
the,
Or do you mean the
Secret
Project-
Rings remake?
Oh, there's a secret. Jesus.
Yeah, it debuted at Sage this year. Literally the day we went to play Secret Rings, if I'm not mistaken. Project Reignited. That will let you play with sticks and buttons. So I hope that gets completed. It is very good. I watched footage of it today, and I'm like, it's weird. You can tell he pushes the stick and starts to move in that direction immediately, even if there is an acceleration curve on his horizontal movement. I think by the end of it, we were like, Secret Rings with sticks and buttons would outperform Unleashed, no doubt.
Oh,
Like,
yeah.
it would just be a better game.
Absolutely. Like 06 is a better game in basically all regards.
That of these three, that would win 100%.
Yeah.
Like, if it was done, imagine polish. Yeah,
When are we
I
going to
think
start getting PCD compilations for 360 games?
never. They're too complex programmatically. Who knows? Maybe we'll get machine learning to figure out how to decompile a game in a meaningful manner so long from now that the biosphere will collapse. So this is really theoretical. Who knows though? Yeah, I really enjoy Secret Rings except for playing it. Its missions that are deranged are nowhere near as deranged as Shadow the Hedgehog's, where it's like,
the only one that's
kill 'em all, Peter.
deranged is the egg one. Yeah, the match the egg to the nest mission, which is psychotic.
yeah.
But I believe we talked about that last week because
We did.
We streamed it and Wednesday or something.
Yeah, just barely.
Yeah,
just
the
barely.
blur.
Yeah, I just wished plot happened in Unleashed because it didn't.
Mm-hmm.
That was the weirdest part. They had an idea for hubs. You go there, and then Pickle tells you to go elsewhere, and then you do a level there. And that's basically all it ever does, and that's so weird.
And it feels like there's plot happening at the beginning of the game. Like we're getting Tip is doing stuff. There's still cutscenes happening, even if they're not super high budget. And then that just stops. And there's 5 hours of nothing, and then the game ends.
Bob, that was way more than 5 hours.
Yeah, that's true.
That was a huge game.
That was
It
basically
big.
mostly the game. Yeah.
Yeah, it was something like, what was it? 2 hours of cutscenes and like a story and stuff. And then aside from that, you kind of get the cute Amy interaction with the werehog. And I think that's about the last
that
thing
feels like,
you even get.
Right. The rest is just told through dialogue boxes with Pickle, who we haven't said. Pickle is just a professor who looks like an NPC. Like you would never expect he's a main character.
Yeah, I
he
really
looks-
hate the humans in Unleashed. Like they took some stupid criticism of like, no, Sonic shouldn't hang out with humans who look anything like a human being. Make them weird knockoff Pixar characters, and they all look terrible.
Yeah, they end up looking more like Zelda CDI characters.
I wish they looked even more like that because there
those
was
are
one
too
guy.
distinct.
Yes.
One guy literally looked like the shopkeep. So I made a joke. Yeah, aside from that, you just get the perfunctory there in a temple and get an emerald cutscene over, revitalize an emerald rather. So that was unfortunate. I was hoping there was more interactions. You know, something we haven't talked about what we did during the stream is that the Sonic side characters basically don't interact with anything in this game. Like Sonic, Tails, Amy, and Knuckles is like there for such a small amount of time.
Like, was Knuckles even there?
I think Knuckles was there for the tiniest amount of time.
Yeah, it's just they basically don't exist.
Yeah, they barely did anything.
And if you want to go outside of those, it's like they definitely don't exist. Like Shadow End here.
He wasn't. See, that's the thing. He could have been there for one cutscene because barely anyone did anything in the entire game. It's so weird. It's so weird. And it's like, it's obvious why. There's no plot for them to plug into in any one moment. There's just a couple cute cutscenes with Tails, a couple cute cutscenes with Amy. Was there anyone else?
I can't think of anybody.
Knuckles and Shadow were implied in the story in
That's not
pre-release stuff, but they didn't show up at all.
Yeah,
Also, people are confirming Empire City, which they said this during the stream. Empire City didn't even exist on the PS2 version, so it being incomplete, tiny version of what the rest of the hubs were makes a lot of sense in that context. Yeah,
but yeah, and yet they thought that Werehog, we can have 80% of the game is this new version of Sonic, and people will like that more than anyone, like any of Sonic's friends.
it's this really when was 4? Was
Sonic
it around
4?
this time? Yeah.
Roughly. It's like a year after, I think, maybe.
Like, so the disease was set in, because the moment that I always define as the moment Sonic fell off for a decade, at least, was the fucking lead up to the Okay, so it was the lead up to the announcement of Sonic 4, where they're like, who do you think will be playable in Sonic 4? And then there's like a 5 fucking day countdown for them to reveal only Sonic, because all those other characters are gay.
Yeah, no, it really sucked. I'm like, not even Tails. Are you serious?
Yeah. Yeah, no, that was really bad. And it was because they couldn't properly identify what was a problem, which was releasing all of these games that performed badly because they weren't done.
Yeah.
Well, it doesn't help when all the market research hadn't quite caught up to the internet yet.
Mm-hmm.
And social media didn't exist, so they talked to a bunch of Western games media people who were like, what's the problem with Sonic? Marine the raccoon. I hated fucking seeing her in that one game.
She says truth that I felt illiterate. Yeah, it's fucking crazy when you just think about like 06's main problem is it's not done.
Yeah.
Unleashed problem is that there's too much padding and like no motivating story. And an involvement from the Sonic side characters would also be really neat instead of it being the chip show. What barely is there is very chip oriented. Yeah, it's
God, Chip actually does turn into that bracelet at the end of this. Omens is lore accurate.
I knew that because I had seen that cutscene before I even played the game. If you want to talk about the number one, like, oh, I'm really disappointed in this element of Unleashed, it is the final battle. On paper, brilliant, awesome, cool as shit. Should have been the highlight of that game.
Oh yeah,
it was so neat conceptually. I'm gonna spoil the end of a 16-year-old video game. Here we go. We're gonna play the Dragon Quest song. Hey, Aggro.
Yes, yes.
So there's an ancient evil literally inside the core of the earth, and it needs to be unleashed. But Chip is the counter to that. He's supposed to keep it in balance when the cycle occurs. The earth was cracked open early by Eggman, who's going to unleash that, Dark Gaia. The end of this game is Chip using the powers of the temple to make a straight up Megazord out of all the Emerald temples that you then beat the shit out of the final boss with, as Sonic does speed running levels like the daytime levels down the arm of the temple, dodging dark tentacles and leaping up and spin dashing into the thing's eyeball to destroy it.
Rad.
And the next part is Gaia, the light Gaia Megazord, breaks into this giant darkness megasphere that is being held up by Dark Gaia to keep Sonic, who is now Super Sonic, outside of it. So you're seeing him grapple inside and fight this boss, and you're like trying to destroy the tentacles that are powering the shield so you can get inside and you can beat the hell out of Dark Gaia. And the gameplay absolutely drops all the cool shit you just heard.
Yeah.
Like, it's awful.
Yeah, what if playing as the giant Megazord was slowly approaching the darkness
for over a minute?
Yeah, over a minute of just slowly floating towards it while trying to avoid these enormous attacks that do massive damage to you.
It is so much worse for something to not just be, this isn't cool, but be, this should be so cool.
It is so cool conceptually, and I'm like, man, it should have just been Punch-Out. It should have just been like cool dodging and countering and stuff. But no, you walk for like a minute straight, it feels like, dodging rows of giant Dark Gaia Hadokens, and you can block them, but you still take damage when you block. And then when you finally get there, you do a few QTEs, and you do that a few times. And then you go to the next phase, and the final of the speed running down the temple thing was a little rough. But yeah, no, that's what it should be. And I have to hear people in chat yet again going, literally, the Wii version is just Punch-Out.
Yeah. Yeah, I expect to play that Wii version someday and be like, oh, this is just better in all regards.
Our fucking preview we did 10 years ago for Sonic Breath, we're like, whoa, this is like way better.
It's insane how reactionary Sonic Team was for so long, because I feel like the reason they cut Super Sonic as the ending of the game for so long was because people hated this and Time Eater in Generations. And I feel like the reason they did the final boss of Colors like 4 times in a fucking row was because people liked that boss and highly praised it, so they had to make the final boss identical to it 2 more times.
We didn't get the super ending of Lost World. I assume there's a better ending. Is there a better ending?
I don't think so.
No.
There's only the one?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's only the one.
Yeah, like
what about that would change that would be a better ending?
I have no idea.
I don't think any Sonic game has had multiple endings since the portable ones. In fact, I'm not sure any console one in the past 20 years has had like After Shadow has had multiple endings.
It's just weird conceptually for me to wrangle with. There's no supersonic ending to Lost World.
Yeah, they didn't do that in Colors. They didn't do that in Forces. They didn't do that in Lost World.
But did they do it in Boom, Rise of Lyric?
No,
I wish we knew.
Supersonic exists
I
in
wish
that
our
idea.
disc worked.
Man, it's really funny that the end of Unleashed is literally like Chip does all of this with his giant mech, and then it's like, oh, that sucked actually. Sonic, you use the emeralds and actually go supersonic and win.
It's like, thank you for wasting our time.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, that was a cool idea you had, but why didn't you just give him to Sonic? Sonic can deal with this.
They should have done the thing like that one Dexter's Lab episode where Supersonic gets in the core of the mech and like hypercharges it, the way Monkey hypercharges the big mech in Dexter's Lab.
That would have been pretty cool.
I was wondering how you were going to tie this into building giant robots out of Mount Rushmore heads.
But yeah, anyway. I need to check our VODs on God of War. I'm like, is Unleashed longer than any God of War game other than 2018
I
and
think
Ragnarok?
so, yeah. Yeah, because I don't remember any of the like classic God of Wars being that long. Because
they're spectacle-oriented things. You can't really go for a really long time. You're spending a lot of money to get this like moment.
unless you're God of War Ragnarok, which explains why that game was $250 million, despite almost most of it still being the last game. Man, imagine if Spider-Man 2 was that. It's like, yeah, we cost $315 million, but we made a 40-hour campaign that's nothing but set piece.
Yeah, that sure isn't at all what they shipped. That would have been neat. It would have been neat to have the same emotional relationship going from 2018 to Ragnarok as I did Spider-Man 1 to Spider-Man 2.
Yeah, that would have been pretty neat. It opens up big with that Sandman thing, but I feel like
they don't have a ton of that in the game. They
right.
have some of that in the game, but relative to the playtime, not nearly as much. But yeah, I really enjoyed Sonic Month. It's good to get perspective on all this stuff. I am really bummed that we didn't do the racing game stream.
Mm-hmm.
And we also didn't get to do Boom because the only copy we could get was Bum. Maybe someday.
And we didn't get to Black Knight.
That's true.
It's real sad.
Yeah,
that's
absolutely.
true. You might have to do the revisit when the Sonic 3 movie comes out.
Sonic Month 2?
Sonic Month DLC.
Sonic Month Cross?
Christmas.
There we go. That's perfect.
God, I heard from
December?
some people that Sonic is a Christmas franchise.
They drew Sonic the Hedgehog wearing Christmas shit. So I can see why they were tricked.
And the same person also made Knights, which had a Christmas mode, and that somehow reflects backwards onto Sonic. I'm not entirely sure of the mechanics of this, but I was assured.
Well, Sonic the Hedgehog is also an insider trading franchise, so that is how it works.
Look, the Dreamcast is a Christmas console, really.
It's true. It was alive for one Christmas,
right? So it's very much in the DNA.
Dreamcast fans very upset. That's it. That's it. I'm done. We're ending the podcast.
Okay, this is completely out there, but does Ansem still have the Christmas decorations out?
I don't know.
Who?
Anthem.
I'd have to buy it and go look. Let me see how much it is on the current PSN sale.
Yeah, I was like, it's only like, it used to be only $3 or $5 at GameStop, so I think we have a copy from that.
We do. We still own Anthem. We can still play Anthem. I have to look at Anthem when I look at the box of PS4 games in the other room.
Good.
It is not on sale right now, despite many things being on sale on PSN. They fucking want $20 of it because they're delusional.
Ugh.
Yeah, some things should see a permanent price drop. Some things should do that.
Mm-hmm.
Digital marketplaces are great.
They're great. Aside from Sonic, which did you want to say anything else about Sonic the franchise? Any of these games specifically? Before we move on.
Yeah, I have a pretty positive outlook on like 06 was a really pleasant surprise, honestly.
Yeah, no,
that's crazy. I did not expect that. I did not expect to be the 06 shooter here of like, no, that was great compared to everything else they did immediately after.
It's true, because everyone's always like, oh, Sonic 06 is the worst Sonic game. And I'm like, the structure and ideas there are fine. The problem is actually that it's not done, largely.
Yeah.
I enjoyed Shadow having all the play sets and toys.
So Shadow just being like, I have a car now. It was great.
Yeah, like Aggro, in case we didn't say it, every time you get to a new level, basically, they're like, Shadow, get your G.I. Joe action vehicle. And it was like awesome. It was really good. Also, they gave him weird melee midair combos that I'm like, oh, I can see how this is an evolution off of Shadow the Hedgehog, right? The game.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a real shame that game wasn't done.
Yeah, it's really a shame. It's also a shame that the way they made Shadow the Hedgehog, like that could have been a good game, honestly. I feel like controlling Shadow itself is kind of fun. Like a lot of those mechanics are still good, except for the wall run. A lot of the mechanics still feel pretty good.
Yeah, the wall run's the only inexcusable thing in that game, it feels like, mechanically. Other than homing attack not working, which is like...
But yeah, like that game without that horrible structure, would have no problems. I don't know why. They only made enough content for maybe 3 endings, too. So a bunch of the endings are just literally one line of dialogue.
And the funny thing is, like, I've seen countless people come out and just be like, yeah, this game should have had 3 routes.
Yeah, it should have.
Yeah.
And then that would be a totally reasonable thing to ask someone to do. You'd have completely unique levels for most of it. You could just have a selection at the start. Do you want to do dark? Do you want to do hero? Or do you want to do neutral?
Yeah.
And it'd be fine. It'd be a cool game.
Yeah, the only thing I wanted out of it was Lightspeed Dash to work better, which is a consistent thing. A homing attack to work better, which goes up and down depending on which 3D Sonic you're playing. For there to be a button for us to slam downward and land.
Oh, yeah, we really need that.
Which, Sonic gets that via bounce as a button. And later Sonic games, there is the exact thing I'm describing. And then the structure to be different. I honestly, going back and doing one playthrough, would be like, I'd be down for that any day of the week. I want to go through and play like the Xbox and PS2 version of this game.
Yeah,
I would love to do a stream where we just do that.
Right, and just because then you don't even engage with the missions, which are just terrible. Every mission is bad. Like
I would tolerate it only at the last 2 levels to get to where I needed to go. Because one of those Outer Reach levels, 2 of them, both of them are Maria levels. So I don't even want to end up there anyway.
But that's where you get the best plot.
I know.
That's where you get the most storytelling that tells you the backstory for Shadow the Hedgehog. It's such a baffling choice they made.
Thank you, Wakimaki, for reminding us of one of the funniest quotes. So Eggman has a roulette machine that he attacks you with, Aggro. And the idea is you chase him around this ring and do a homing attack on the 3 buttons in order to land what the roulette is. And if you do it right and you hit the first button before any of them have landed on anything, it becomes Shadow the Hedgehog. And then if you get all 3 shadows, Eggman goes, no, not Shadow Fever. And then you get your power gauge filled, and then you could go and more about. It's so good.
It's so funny.
It's the great thing about Sonic games. They're all over the map in tone and quality, but you can always count on Eggman.
It's true.
It is true. I mean, once again, as Chris agreed, Eggman's design in Boom is the one that's the strongest.
Yeah, I like Fat Eggman, but it's so stupid, but works to just turn the egg upside down, and now he's this weird Doc Savage type guy hanging out in a jungle harassing animal people.
Yes. Yeah, it's good.
Because he doesn't. It's not, from what I watched of Sonic Boom, he doesn't seem to be doing much plans of world conquering.
No.
He seems to mostly seems to be running the HOA.
Yes, basically.
Which only fuels more into our great Mortal Kombat idea.
He moved into Jungle Town to gentrify it.
Yeah, it's pretty good how he's like that. A robot will be attacking. They'll be like, Eggman, why did you do this? And he's like, you know, it's just a robot. Who knows if it's mine? Like, he doesn't even care if it works out. He's just, the fact he's being annoying is good enough for Eggman, it feels like. But yeah, I also didn't expect to come out of this month being like, oh man, people should give 06 less shit.
Right.
Now, admittedly, we played it on 360 and installed on a hard drive.
Right. We gave it a ton of buffs, but not. I feel like that might not even be as many buffs as we gave Unleashed. Unleashed got the double its frame
That's
rate.
true.
Yeah,
It
going to 60 FPS is a much bigger fucking buff than
fast
some
load
loading.
times. Yeah, 100%.
And then we turned that off for the last level. It was
yeah,
like,
we
wow.
on Unleashed, we turned off FPS boost for the end. Please go watch that. It was a really revelatory moment for chat to see how the game ran originally optimally, because it was still locking 30 frames per second, a thing that would not happen on the 360.
Yeah,
Delightful.
I don't know how Sonic Team ever came to the concept even of our Sonic game shouldn't run at 60. We should target graphics. It's like, no. What are you thinking?
And they also have like one of the franchises that didn't need to have realism at all.
Right. Yeah, they were
could have
chasing
survived.
realism for no good reason and ruining their game feel. It was crazy.
They absolutely could have survived that whole gen just by leaning into, well, our game's 60 frames per second, and frames per second are important because of game feel, and also our art design's really good.
Right. Like, Secret Rings looks great. It only runs badly because it's on the Wii.
Because it's on the Wii. Yeah, it's true.
It's so sad. It's like, if you just had that level of art quality, you could run 60 on 360.
By the end of Sonic Month, did we figure out what was the first time Eggman decided he should have an Eggman land?
I believe it was in Shadow the Hedgehog. Unless it showed up in Heroes.
Did it show up in Heroes? That was another one that I really wanted to get to that we didn't
make it. There's still so many things left undone about Sonic.
I know,
Month.
and we streamed the most ever.
I know, it just wasn't enough.
People are saying Adventure 1, he tries to make it. The man became three-dimensional and immediately craved being a Disney adult.
Yeah, I think it's like a throwaway line in Sonic Adventure that they just decided was his whole thing, and I'm like,
some writer at Sega, that's the whole thing.
Yeah.
Was Eggman Land as a concept brought up in Frontiers?
I don't know. There's so many things where Sonic just talks to himself like the open world protagonist.
Yeah.
So I really don't know.
There was a lot in Frontiers just from a dialogue angle.
Yeah, I need to go back to it at some point and replay it. Especially now that they added all those things.
Yeah, make sure to turn it to easy.
Oh my god. Oh no.
Make sure to turn it to easy. Or try it on normal and then learn why you should turn it to easy.
For the DLC stuff they added, that's unhinged.
Right, not for the whole game.
Not
right?
for the whole game. Yeah.
And I still have a sealed copy of Superstars to play.
Oh my god, my brain just came up with the weirdest hypothetical. What if the PS5 version? God, this is... Okay, so you know how the PS5 Pro has that ambiguous makes PS4 games look better feature? Which we're left to assume it isn't based on them pumping more GPU power into it. It's probably based on an injection of some sort, because if it was that first thing, it wouldn't have to be if they support it, I don't think. I think you would be fine regardless. But the speculation is that it has something to do with a driver level injection of pisser or something else. Question mark. We'll find out when it comes out. What if you could do that to make the PS4 versions of games like Sonic Frontiers or Armored Core 6 look better than the PS5 version?
That wouldn't be too surprising, honestly.
What a fucking nightmare that would be. I am now too curious. I need to know. What is the secret of piss? It's got a title like The Secret of Nim. It's just The Secret of Piss.
No, see, I was thinking like Dan in some kind of like pulp type novel dressed as Indiana Jones but with a denim jacket. It's like Dan video games and The Secret of Piss.
And I got like a whip coming out. You got to make a stupid face, right? I feel like that's an iconic thing to see on a book in a checkout line.
Right.
Like one of those.
Yeah, you're doing your best Harrison Ford face, but it's not working.
It's terrible, though.
Yeah.
I'm just like...
You know, you're doing like a straight up James Rolfe face.
It's... Oh, man. Anyway, I think that's it for
Yeah,
Sonic.
I'm done
I think
talking
we're
about
good.
Sonic
That
the
was a great
Hedgehog.
theme month. Thank you, everyone, for all the support. It really was a great time. I love Sonic. I'm just very critical of it in that specific gap that I finally got to see unfold in great detail.
Yes. The only thing we really missed out on were Heroes and Black Knight.
Heroes, Black Knight. I did want to play through Generations and the racing games, Free Gravity, or not. Yeah, Zero Gravity.
Zero Gravity.
Free Riders is the Kinect one. Zero Gravity is the Wii one that I bought, and we didn't even get to play it. And it would have been nice if we finished Colors. We played most of Colors on that Giving Games a Chance, so if you want to see that, you can at least see that. And that was only 1 year ago. So it's even recent content.
Right. You don't want to go dumpster diving.
Our content's trash?
I mean, I'm not saying that. But
I think you just did. I think that's the problem.
maybe the stuff from, I don't know, 7 years ago, maybe.
Oh, that's irradiated Earth is what that is. Yeah. Anyways, that's it. Bob, I assume you've been playing games?
I have actually had a chance to play games
That's great.
because we haven't
Bob
been
has
streaming
been
every single
playing
minute
games.
of every day.
Cool.
Insane, right?
Tell them about your
Wow.
video games. I'll be back.
Let's see. I played a lot of Metaphor Refantasio. I played that whole demo.
It's a
wow.
long ass demo.
It is, and I understand why it's that long too. Having done it, like, oh, they want to get you through the actual prologue and then to what the actual game will be, which it is Persona, which I'm not surprised about. I'm kind of delighted.
Yeah, I finally hit that segment and go, oh wait, I've heard of all these things.
It's Persona, but with that like 8 or I guess probably like 5 hour opening is way smoother paced than most Persona games. Like I feel like 3 through 5 I'll have a kind of slow start, whereas this really doesn't. It gets you right into the action. It keeps changing things. It feels like this is going to have way more dungeons than you find in a Persona game. Did you finish the demo?
Oh yeah.
Okay. Are you picking it up? I actually didn't get to hear that last week.
I wasn't super sure. Like, I was probably going to pick it up last week. I'm definitely going to pick it up now that, like, I hit the part where the story starts and they're like, you have to become super president by winning a psychic election. I'm like, okay, yes, Magic Flying Island, this is what we're doing.
Yeah, it's really sick. I'm delighted by it, and it does run really well. Like, we were saying this thing last week about you play the PS4 version on PS5, but no, the PS5 version, I honestly was like, this might be running above 60 a lot of the time. I don't know. It looks
like
super smooth.
when you're in the dungeons, it's running pretty well. Every now and then it'll stutter.
But yeah, I never had much stuttering, and all the menus feel insanely snappy. Like, more snappy than I think I've experienced in any Persona game, because a lot of those like are locked as 30 and such.
They also designed the shit out of them.
They did. Like, man, that pause menu is ridiculous. Because like it's fully animated too, which seems crazy. Like, it looks like hand painted, and then you click on individual things like equipment, and it shows a zoom in of whatever character you selected hand, insanely well drawn. Yeah, it's crazy. I also really appreciate their Persona Unlock or Awakening thing. Is them ripping their own heart out and using it as a microphone because it's now become metal.
Okay.
It's real good.
Yeah, it's so much like it's maybe style over substance, but I'm like, that's why I play your games.
Honestly, I think it's both. It's a beautiful moment where they, like, old-timey microphone rip their heart out and shout, this is who I am and this is my deal.
Oh, you're saying it's a metaphor.
I had a beautiful moment where the game finally like digs into the archetype system and how like learning them works and how like you can stack skills from one and another once you've unlocked it and inheriting them and all that shit. And I'm like, oh, this is just job switching. Holy shit. Awesome.
Yeah, no, it's like really good job switching. I was surprised. I'd heard it was going to be somewhat like that, but I didn't think it'd be fully. Yeah, you can just change out every character's job, like all of them, and they can share jobs. And you even get jobs from people who aren't on your party. Like I got the job from that merchant lady you interact with, which I didn't even get to mess with before the demo ended. Did you do that side quest dungeon?
No, I went to the main dungeon first because it sounded like the other dungeon was higher level.
Yeah, it probably is, but I got lots of cool gear, and it introduces a bunch of different mechanics like, oh yeah, if these goblins see you and you're a mage class, like you're either a mage or a healer, they hate you. They're enraged.
I got that tip, like I bought it from the information broker. Like, don't bring casters, man. Casters do not go to this neighborhood.
I did not get that tip. I got rinsed a few times before realizing what was happening and why they were able to one-shot me.
Did you fight the dragon, or did you do the forced stealth segment?
No, I killed the dragon.
Hell yeah. It's like you kill the dragon, and you get this bitchin' sword that does a shit ton of damage. So this game is just like Dark Souls.
The neat thing is you can use that sword immediately, but then if you take it back to town and get it like purified, it actually gets fire attributes and becomes way stronger.
Oh, that's
That's cool.
And to get the purified, you actually need to increase your wisdom, so you need to do random things in town that'll do that before you can do it. So I was like, oh, good, it's all meshing together. Thank you.
It's all stacked nicely. There's just always something cool to do.
God, they've been making this game forever. I feel like they announced this 7 or plus years ago. So I guess I shouldn't be surprised that it seems this built out, but it is really cool to see.
I know people in chat are literally asking, and VOD viewers might also be curious. I am drinking Olipop Classic Root Beer. It is my first time drinking it. That's why I'm making these faces.
Yeah, those biotic sodas are...
I found out
They're
I like
sure
the
a facsimile of a soda.
I like the Poppy somewhat. I figured out. I do not like the Olipop anymore.
Which one is the one that makes you shit yourself? Is it Olipop or Poppy? Because one of them is like a can is 35% of your daily fiber.
Uh-oh.
Is it the Olipop?
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
I've seen these things in like the specialty cooler in the wrong section. Like, we put these in produce because they're healthy, and that's why they're like $3 for a 12-ounce can.
I would like to know. I did not spend
like 30
$3
calories.
on this, but yes, they're like this one's 35 calories and almost as many percent of dietary fiber.
That's insane.
32% of your daily fiber.
Man,
Put that shit on the can.
See, I've been eating a lot of those keto hamburger buns recently. Those have 60% of your daily fiber in them because they're like mostly fucking cellulose. Same things for the keto flour tortillas.
Yeah,
Those also have a shitload of dietary fiber. Because if you don't know, net carbs is carbs minus dietary fiber. So if the fiber comes from if the carbs come from dietary fiber, it doesn't count because you don't digest that. It just goes through your body.
Which is why I find the chat right now funny that they're making jokes about how this is going to fuck me up. And I'm like, guys, I do the low carb tortillas, and those are, by the time I'm done, much higher number than 32.
If you eat like shit and then drink one of those sodas or eat one of those keto buns, you will feel like it will be like a cartoon.
Dude,
8 hours later.
I need to give one of these to Dan Reichert. I need to know what it does to that man.
Like it's insane. Like you literally have the 90s cartoon episode where a guy needs to shit but can't find somewhere to shit. Like it's that bad. But if you eat like normally, like even remotely healthily, they aren't gonna mess you up.
Right, like if broccoli's your diet,
and of course,
unless you have like 200% of your daily recommended fiber multiple days in a row, then there might be some problems.
Yeah, which that's the thing. The idea of 100% of your daily fiber is even like a really weird, bizarrely high number.
It is pretty high. Like most people aren't going to hit it.
Right, like ever.
Without the help of these keto things.
Right, I figure most people probably
or your
don't
fiber
even hit
pills.
Yeah, most people without fiber pill supplements or like any specific keto style diet probably don't even hit 60%. Probably not even close. I eat a lot of broccoli, as Bob was saying. So
I eat about 7 feet of rope a day.
Oh, yeah, I think that might help you hit it. That might be about 60%. Thereabout. As a kid, and I'm pretty sure other people on this podcast have backed me up on this. I'm not going to say who. I used to like take shirts and just lift that up and just chew on it, right?
That was me. I did that constantly.
I just didn't want to out you. I realized I was like, I better not say who the fuck it is.
Yeah, I did that all the time in I did that all the fucking time in high school.
Yeah, I have shirts that just have bite holes in it, and then you can see the inside of the collar thing.
I quit. I don't really know why. Then I got it really into chewing plastic bags. Like grocery store bags.
See, I've never done that shit. I just chew on the like the bottle cap, right? Plastic bottle caps. I do that.
I used to do that.
See, I had a cat that would do that. For
That's
years.
true.
So yeah, this is all coming together.
We filmed a 4K video of that cat licking that plastic bag.
Here's this is so I once gnawed like a remote to pieces, like a TV remote.
Yeah, you mentioned that before.
Yeah, I still have difficulty imagining that.
But it was all cured by, a couple, like 5 or 6 years ago at this point, maybe even longer. I don't fucking remember. I was chewing some gum because I was like, I'll just do gum. Gum's normal.
Uh-huh.
And a piece of my fucking tooth came out.
On
so
gum?
now I chew on nothing.
On gum. I got my teeth fucked up by like one of those cereals that's like, hey, we got flakes, but also like granola and nuts and shit. And then the bottom of the cereal bag was like just the hard shit. So I poured a bowl of that. I take one bite, hear a crunch, and I go, that's weird. That was like a human tooth was in that cereal. And then I thought about that for 1 second, went, oh fuck, come on. Aggro, you got any body horror? He's almost at the edge. We're gonna have to tell him, don't kill yourself. Not yet.
I mean, I never got my wisdom teeth taken out, so they grew in and they grew in.
Okay.
And they grew in, and I had horrible mouth pain for like a year and a half. And one day while I was at work, I went, wait, what's that in my mouth? And I spit out half a tooth.
Wow.
My wisdom teeth just never came in. I managed to roll the fucking lottery on that one, and they just never came in.
Hey, Bob, how's it going?
It's going great.
Anyways, I'm posting in chat the 4K cat video that features said cat that licks the plastic bag. I'll try if I do not remember to put this in the description, please leave a comment asking me to put this in the description. Bob, I will now intentionally not put it in the description to drive up engagement.
Good.
And then later I will put it in the description.
Great.
I'm so good at YouTube. Nazca is a good name.
How's it going?
Bob's like, I don't want to be here anymore.
It's a lot.
Bob, you like root beers, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I know, because every time we talk about it, I always think of bad root beer, and I think bad root beer as a punishment is like perfect, because let me tell you, there are very few genre of soda that get me as depressed as a bad root beer.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. For something like those probiotic sodas, I feel like the safest route is lemon. With any diet thing, lemon is 100%. Your safe harbor.
Lemon and strawberry are the safest ever because they're more citrusy tastes. They're sharper. They're low calorie and they're in that direction.
They're not based on sweetness. They're acidic, so they survive weird sweeteners or weird things easier.
100%. This is not the worst root beer I've ever had, but it is not an enjoyable experience in the least. I would have enjoyed if you got to try it live too, but unfortunately, I only bought 2 cans of Olipop outside of the 4-packs because there was a sale. Anyway, and that was the classic root beer and their weird Mountain Dew, but we can't call it Mountain Dew. It's an interesting, unique flavor. We can't describe it.
It was like, is it called like Mountain Clouds or...
I could go look because Tosha's can is still in the fridge. I tried that, and let me tell you, it was not very Mountain Dew-like. It wasn't like much of anything, but it also wasn't good or meaningful as a drink. Great. Once again, I only came around after this trip to the grocery stores that I like Poppy a lot more than Olipop. I will probably never buy Olipop again unless sponsorship.
But yeah, I have had a root beer of one of those kinds. I believe it was the Aldi's brand, which I cannot remember.
Right. I still haven't gone to check that out. Tosh was interesting.
What that is? I think it is like literally their name brand, which is really weird to think about. They would have a probiotic soda from them, and that was acceptable.
Okay,
that's
you
how
might find this acceptable.
I might.
You might. What's your least favorite root beer?
Top of my head, mug.
Same. Aggro. Least favorite root beer.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with that.
Chris?
I guess mug.
This is kind of like a game of the year segment. Okay, we're locking it in. Mug's the worst root beer.
But I mean, like, I haven't tried a lot of off-brand root beers because root beer's a high wire act, and if you fuck it up, it's just tragic.
Yeah, I can't even remember the last time I had a root beer where it wasn't like, I believe I'll have a root beer. Let me go to the cooler of this store and get a fine glass bottle root beer to enjoy later. Like, I never was like, I'll get a 12-pack of root beer. Like, that never happens.
Yeah, and that urge that you're describing only hits me once every few years, and that was this one, right? The curiosity of what an Olipop root beer tastes like, plus I kind of wanted one root beer. Sort of culminated in that moment. We have someone in chat who I think is outing themselves as European. They ask, is root beer different to ginger beer? Ginger beer is excellent, fiery, tasty. I enjoy it way more than root beer. These are very different flavors. Root beer is like a dull sweetness with a rooty taste. Ginger is hot. It has a bite way more than root beer does have a bite.
Yeah, go watch the Deep Space Nine clip where the aliens drink root beer and talk about how fucking vile and disgusting it is, but Americans love it.
And
humans love it.
Just
Sorry,
know
I let the metaphor slip for a second.
Just know that was mug. They undoubtedly drank mug. I'm Australian. You should know this by now. I'm here all the time. I would be more concerned if the streamer I watched, who has hundreds of people in chat at all times, memorized which nationality all of us were from. That would be interesting. We have to remember Rush Stickenberg is Australian because people demanded the Silence Australian sound clip for fucking Justice League Kills the Suicide Squad. Important chat interaction. Anyway. Spiff got halfway through writing my exact story. Dana only knows one Australian. It's not for... yeah. Anyway. Metaphor.
Yeah, Metaphor is really cool. They actually... There's the system in a bunch of RPGs is the whole concept of front and back row. Where front row attackers do more damage, but they take more damage. That sort of thing. And this has that, but it's make it super easy to engage, which like literally just hit up or down when you have that character selected and they do it. So that means that they can link attack patterns to it. Like, oh yeah, this villain is going to attack the front row, so you should get everyone to the back row for the next attack.
You also have skills that key off of this will hit everyone on the caster's row.
Yeah, so it's a neat little layer they've added to it.
Yeah. Oh, that's cool.
Which I didn't know I got skills like that because I wasn't able to level up the mage because I did that other dungeon where if I play as the mage, they would kill them. But yeah, I'm super excited. Like I got to the end of this demo and I was like, I don't want to stop. I don't want to play anything else because I don't want to play this as much as I want to play this right now.
Yeah, that's a good demo, though. Yeah. That's the feeling you have coming out of that. And you know that says a lot because that game's $70. And God knows you do not cherish the opportunity to have to spend $70 right now.
Absolutely not. Like, there was that many games coming out, but darn it, they did it again. They're back, and this feels like a new Persona with a new twist. I'm surprised they even released that Persona 3 remake in the same year.
One moment, and also Shin Megami Tensei 5 Vengeance, all in 1 year. These three things is bizarre, but I especially understand the 3 remark. Chat is saying that Australian lemonade is lemon soda in America. Like,
I think that's also true for the UK.
Huh. Neat.
Weird. Yeah,
I don't dig the design of the main character that much. Maybe it'll grow on me, but his his weird little stripy jacket doesn't do much for me.
How did you feel about Shin Megami Tensei 5's protagonist?
Oh, that's really cool. That's great.
How do you feel about the Black Parade?
Like
the album?
Like the album?
Yeah.
Okay, I was like,
how do you,
My Chemical Romance?
Yes, how do you feel about that specific outfit?
I don't know the outfit associated with that.
Okay, one moment.
Is it because I for some reason I have the imagery of a guy in a suit at the skull?
That is probably the actual album cover, but I was specifically talking about the outfit he wears in the music videos, which, it immediately pulled up over here. You know what? We're putting this image on screen because the look they're giving is incredible. At first, I was like, whatever, I'm not sure that I should put this image up. This is kind of stupid. But now that they can just sit there and stare at the audience.
Yeah.
Chat, what did you write? Did you post cringe, chat?
Yeah, I that kind of works.
That kind of works?
That kind of works.
Okay, but Metaphor Man doesn't?
Metaphor Man doesn't quite. I like his headpiece. Like, he's got a weird little hairband.
Yeah.
And then Gallica or Galactica? What's the fairy's name? Do you remember, Aggro? Gallica. She's really cool.
Like Gattaca, but Gallica?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, like one word, but different letters, so it's a different word.
Yes,
wow.
exactly.
That's incredible. Are they the first people to do this?
They're really pushing the boundaries.
I love that moment at Armchair Devs where I'm like, wow, it's a real ghost of the show. It's like, yep, that's what that means.
But I really appreciate that she gets little knight armor and stuff, and you can even go to her equipment screen, and it won't let you change any of it because, like, yeah, no, this doesn't fit on anyone else. She's a tiny person. She's this tall. You can't give her sword to a regular sized person. That doesn't make sense.
Aggro, do you think you're picking up Metaphor? I saw your tweet. Highly relatable tweet.
I won't be able to wait until it's not $70 in time for Game of the Year, which sucks.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, it's going to be like an 80-hour game.
Yeah, I'm hearing Bob praise it so highly. I'm like, maybe I should just buy it for $70. Maybe I should just do that.
Another important part of why there's no stream on Friday is this weekend I'm knocking out some Game of the Year contenders that aren't streamed. So not like a Dragon Age, but instead maybe certain things I've gone insane hearing other people get to play while I'm buried in Sonic games that involve numbers like 50.
Oh, one thing I wanted to mention about Metaphor, when you unlock the Brawler class, you have really cool, really powerful abilities that cost HP instead of MP.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's not noted in the description of the move. It's just like where the MP goes, it says HP instead of MP. And because of the big bulbous font they have, it was really hard to notice that. So I almost killed two of my characters doing like link attacks before I noticed that they were almost dead.
Oh, yeah,
I believe that is a thing in every single Persona in SMT game other than 5.
Yes. Yeah.
5 made physical attacks mad MP again, but every single other one I believe it is like if it's a physical move, it's HP.
Mm-hmm.
So those people came over from the RPG lineage that is Paladin's Quest, where in Paladin's Quest you do damage to yourself in order to cast spells and shit.
That's another thing Aggro just mentioned. There are like combo team attacks like Chrono Trigger.
Cool.
Between different classes. So as long as
really cool.
Yeah, like you can have really cool combinations and they get different attributes. Like one of the attributes is, this will lower the defense of that enemy when they hit with it.
Like it's also a way like you'll hit everybody on the enemy team, but it'll take 2 press icons to use.
Mm-hmm. Because it does have the press system from SMT.
Of course, because they achieved peak.
Yes.
That's cool.
Yeah, no, it seems really great. I'm so excited to play more of it.
Damn, dude. And that's out
the 11th. The 11th, so next Friday.
Yeah,
next Friday.
Next Friday. It's going to be a rough Friday stream as we're just like, we should be playing Metaphor.
I also played a few other things. Did you want to say anything else about Metaphor, though?
No, I think that'll do it.
Okay.
Oh, one thing, if you haven't played the demo, you get to surf on a magic flying sword.
Yes, that's how you can move around town. It's great.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay. I also played SNK versus Capcom SVC Chaos. This
Oh
is
damn!
Let me
How'd
get
you
the
like
button.
mid?
Let me get the button. Oh, where's the button? Oh, here it comes.
Game code provided by
The publisher.
yeah. So I have to talk about this because I'm obligated to talk about it because we got the code about it. I actually played this weeks ago. This game is still not good.
Can you give me the full title again?
SNK versus Capcom SVC Chaos.
Okay.
There might be some weird remastered thing. I don't know.
Okay.
I have no idea.
We just don't know who the publisher is. It could be anyone.
It could be anybody.
It could be anyone.
It's
It could
probably
be
Capcom.
CVS.
Maybe.
They were hiding in plain sight the whole time.
This is not a good fighting game. I think the pixel art looks very nice.
Oh, it looks beautiful. I love how bizarre and different it is.
Yeah, it's really strange. I wasn't able to even play Shoe Arcade mode fully once.
Why?
Each fight takes forever, and the AI is way too difficult. I could go turn the
fucking SNK game.
is worse than any other SNK game.
Like everybody is fucking Fatal Fury 2 Geese. No, Art of Fighting 2 Geese, where he's like young Geese with the long hair. He's like, I read every one of your inputs, die.
Yeah, and all the matches are gruelingly slow because your health bars are really long. It doesn't feel good to even move your character. It's all very clunky. I cannot recommend it.
Okay. But it is a fascinating thing.
It is a really interesting thing, and I'm glad they released it.
Am I wrong? Is this the one that has like Zero?
Yeah,
Like
you
Mega
have
Man
Zero from
yeah.
Mega Man Zero, not from Mega
Yeah.
Man X. This also has Athena from Athena the arcade game, not Psychic Force.
You mean Psychic Force is that fighting game made by a completely different company. I assume you mean Athena from Psychic Soldier.
Psychic Soldier, yes.
Psycho Soldier.
Psycho Soldier.
Uh,
So yeah, it's classic Greek Athena.
yes.
And you can select all of these interesting characters via a button combination, which it doesn't tell you anywhere in the game. I had to go look it up online. So you like hold L, I think it's L1 and R1, and it turns the whole center row of characters into this all the alternate characters. So
At
there's
least
a
it's a
bunch of
different
characters.
code each. You know, that would have been a nightmare.
Yeah.
Marvel vs. Capcom 1 with the
Yeah, that'd be like
what was
the
it? Down,
original
down, right,
release.
left, down, the right, down. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, so it's not that, but they should still have like put in gigantic text somewhere inside the video game.
Yeah. Like when you boot it, just be like, hey, secret characters.
Right.
The more you know.
Because those are all the interesting ones. The characters just start out there are kind of just what you expect. Like, oh yeah, Ryu's here.
It's
Exciting.
It's him. Yeah, I love the art style. It's so bizarre.
It is weird, and you also get fun quotes at the beginning of every round. So you get interactions between all of the characters, a pretty significant amount of them.
Yes.
Which is always interesting to see them write. And they never write it well. It's probably not even translated marginally well. But it's there.
No, that was the time, man.
Yeah.
That was when it happened.
Yeah, they didn't do any new translation. Don't expect anything new here.
John Juando in chat saying in the original arcade version, it would be hold start and enter a code for each character.
Yes, I remember doing that on the Winkowax or whatever I used to play it back in the day.
Oof.
Which I thought may be coming to it now after having played more fighting games and whatnot. It'd be easier to pick up.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's still like the most miserable feeling SNK game. It's crazy.
That is a really high bar.
It is.
The SNK made a lot of games.
Yeah, it's crazy. And it's sad. It's like all this neat art is locked behind a game that's really not worth playing. But that's all I got to say about SNK versus Capcom SVC Chaos, code provided by probably SNK.
I
Maybe
would assume
Playmore? I don't know.
SNK Playmore.
The Saudi government.
The Saudi government,
Game code
yes.
provided by a prince, probably.
Yes, he gave it to us directly.
Thanks, Prince. I got a code for Castlevania Dominus Collection. You should buy that game. This is the most unsurprising thing you should ever hear me say. I might do content based on that. This code was the Steam version. So, you should all know that Castlevania Dominus Collection, Fantastic game full of some of the best Metroidvanias ever made. Please play them.
Yeah, we were able to play one stream of that before Sonic Month started, and that was great.
And then I was like, oh, the other two.
Yeah.
They're just over there waiting. God, why? The cool thing about those is that's not an emulation. It is a native port that they've done to their own engine. So in many ways, vastly superior to playing the originals. Like loading stutters removed.
Yeah.
Slow down removed. One boss was accidentally made harder, I've heard, because the slowdown isn't there anymore. Those games are absolutely fantastic.
I feel really bad that whenever I think of Dawn of Sorrow now, I just imagine that it takes place inside the Bount Manor.
See, that's funny because when I think of Dawn of Sorrow now, I just think of that, what was it, Dark Souls 2 theme that played during that Rob hack?
God, Jinkaria has so much more drip than any of the Dark Lord candidates. It's really upsetting.
You think Jinkaria has more drip than Dmitry Blinov?
Yeah, the guy who has the head shaped like a mushroom. I think he has more drip than that guy, yeah.
No. He would have been a fantastic actor in the 70s and 60s. People would have thought he was cool.
It's genuinely astounding how terrible those fucking guys in Dawn of Sorrow are. Like, what the fuck? Certainly not helped by the switch from the switch of artists.
Right, the switch from Kojima's art to who knows?
Who knows?
To deviant art.
In turn.
Anime deviant art. But like, even Ayami Kojima couldn't have saved those fucking guys.
Yeah, no. Especially not with what the plot is. It's really funny. It's like their two jobs. The whole game is to job.
Yes, that's it.
Did you play anything?
I finished Visions of Mana. Finally.
You finished Visions of Mana. That makes 3 of us. The most that will ever do it. It turns out.
Yeah.
We've hit maximal values.
Yup.
I sure wish that game's plot was different and good.
I don't know.
At all.
Its plot is really compelling to want to talk to a human being about, which means I've won because you've beaten the game.
Yeah,
God, it's so rough.
You know, I heard somebody insist that all Mana games have weird plots like that. And I'm like, what Mana game have you fucking played? Because no, they don't.
No,
Right, what? There's no way.
The closest thing is there's one of the 3 major story arcs in Legend of Mana has this thing where this girl's like, yeah, my childhood friends wants to destroy the world, and if I told him to stop, he probably would, but that'd be impeding on the way he decided to live his life.
Oh,
That's pretty rough.
I see. At least you're respecting his free speech.
Guys, the post game is 40 minutes at most.
Yeah,
I'm gonna be real. I hit credits on that and went, good. Closed the case, into the car, the game stopped, gave them the game, like, thank you for the $38 in store credit.
Look, guys, you're not focusing on what's important here. What's important here is they made a new Mana game, so I got this, so it was all worth it. That's the only thing that matters, baby. That's it. And there was some pretty environmental art.
Yeah, no, that environmental art was great.
It was so good.
Absolutely. Some of those places were just straight up breathtaking.
Yeah, no, if it was just a game about going around looking at these cool places, man, I sure wish the back half of that game wasn't we ran out of cool places.
It so obviously was going to be that from frame 1, though, when you started running into... This is a weird hut these monsters are around that are level 57.
Uh-huh.
Oh, you go to the next area. This is a weird hut these monsters are standing around, and they're level 57. I'm like, oh, no.
Yeah, no, the writing's on the wall, absolutely.
Yes.
But I didn't want it to be that way.
I love this in chat. Capitalism allowed me to explain my character plushie collection, so who can say if it's good or bad?
Man, when I was playing through Visions of Mana and I kept seeing those spots where there were characters, I mean, there were enemies that were like level 55. I was like, I assume that there will be some additional aspect to this game where I go back and do something there. Same with all those big glowing towers that are in some maps and really seem like they should be important and have big fancy doors like they should be important,
Yep.
and then they aren't.
Yeah, then
Yeah.
that becomes just that's side content you can do. It's not good. It's just a battle.
Wow.
So about how we had the discussion about they sure had much bigger ambitions than their ability to achieve them. Maybe making every character 8 characters wasn't
A good
the
plan.
right decision.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, they
Yeah.
some real problems.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would love to talk at length with you two about this at some point.
Mm-hmm.
That would be delightful. But first, I got to go do those 40 minutes because we went into Sonic Month right as I could have done those 40 minutes.
It's so funny. Don't expect anything from those 40 minutes.
Hey, I might have one thing I could say or remark upon.
Oh, absolutely. You
Yeah.
should do it.
Yeah.
But don't expect anything.
I didn't. That's why I didn't do it.
Because I actually, before having beaten the game, had looked up, wait, where can I get the best weapons for Morley? It's like, oh, well, that's cool. There's going to be more after the game's over. Or maybe the game's longer than I think it is. We'll have another twist.
Yeah.
Instead, I am confronted with, the game is now over. Here's 30 minutes to get to those better weapons. And it's like,
Oh my God.
why'd you even put them in here?
Oh my God.
Oh,
I just want to
okay,
shake them.
I don't want to talk about the story, but I do have to vaguely describe the final boss so I can get Dan and Bob's take on it. Did you get to the final boss and it's like, why is it Urizen from Devil May Cry 5?
A little bit.
A little bit.
He even does the same like low kick that looks ridiculous.
Yeah. No, that's all I could think of. I'm like, he's not even as mobile.
No.
A little bit of those vibes, yeah.
Luckily, by then I was 40 levels higher than him because I got the double experience
Right.
boost like as soon as I possibly could. And so each boss gave me 2 levels.
Yeah. Yeah, it's nice.
It's funny because Urizen would have been from Devil May Cry 5, and this was directed by, what was it, the combat designer
One
or
of
something.
the designers from Devil May Cry 5.
So it's
Oh,
really funny
damn.
to just feel like, oh, that makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah, that also is why certain things like, oh yeah, this moveset just has prop shredder.
It's great.
This Visions is really jank and like just feels hollow in weird ways, but at least it feels in a nostalgic PS2 type way. Like I was reminded a lot of Radiata Stories, the game that has like 95 recruitable characters, and then it's like, we spent all our time on that.
Yeah.
If you're looking for more game, it ain't fucking here.
Oh, I still haven't played that.
I want to play it again because I remember really liking that, but knowing that it was pretty hollow. Like, it looks really great, and I have all these characters.
If it, like
Then
you
go-
can spit the game really seems to be recruiting those characters because they all have their unique schedules in town and can only be recruited at certain times after certain events.
Mm-hmm.
So it seems like they did that, and then it's like, what about the rest of the game?
Yeah. And that was enough for me back then.
Yeah, I've only seen like 10 minutes maybe of gameplay in that. A lot of it was going around a city, so I don't have a good impression of the game in the least.
Mm-hmm.
I'm very, very curious. You ever see that video of like the dog that's doing the 1,000-yard stare to like cupcakes or
Yeah.
whatever? If I ever look like that during the stream, understand there is fried chicken from Publix right over there I've been staring at.
Oh god, I wouldn't be able to. I wouldn't be able to handle it.
Me podcasting is the equivalent of having the cookie, the treat on my nose.
Did anyone else play Legend of Zelda Echoes of Wisdom?
I did.
No,
I played I
haven't.
got to play like 3 hours.
Yeah, I got to dump a lot of time into it. This game's really cool.
Yeah, I wish it ran better.
Oh yeah, of course. It runs.
It does like it's
real bad.
weird because it runs fine if you're just once you get into a room it runs fine, but when you transition screens it like jerks.
Yeah, and then when you're in the open world, it often does not run fine.
No, yeah. So have either of you guys ever seen the Josie and the Pussycats movie from like the early aughts?
No.
Hmm.
Is that a sound of
Oh,
affirmation
sorry.
or denial?
No, I have not. Like
Okay,
bits and
so-
pieces.
So the plot of that movie is that the evil record company executive like needs a new band, so she has this popular boy band's plane go down, and then she recruits the Pussycats. And anyway, the plot doesn't matter. At the end, they show up alive, and they're all in full body casts, and they're like, "Our plane didn't crash. It landed in the parking lot of a Metallica concert, and they all beat the shit out of us." And then Josie points at one of them and says, a guy who's like, he like only has his leg is in like a splint and he's on crutches, but otherwise he's mostly fine. He's like, "Well, you don't look so bad." And he goes, "I thank God every day I know the lyrics to Enter Sandman." I feel like that's going to be us when Nintendo dominates the industry, because I feel like there's a real chance Echoes is our game of the year again. So it'll be like, they know who their god is, so I guess we like all the Sony guys will be dead, and we'll just have like a broken arm.
God. Yeah, this game does seem ridiculously well thought out. Like, and it feels like a Link to the Past, but the map is even bigger.
Yeah, they were. I think they said it's 8 times the size of Link's Awakening.
God.
I don't know how big that is in relation to Link to the Past. I imagine Link to the Past is bigger.
Right.
It's SNES game versus Game Boy game, but that's still pretty big.
Yeah, no, and you can feel it. Like, it has almost the same locations for Kakariko and for all these things from Link to the Past, but then it puts in things between them. Like, they added the Hyrule Ranch, which isn't Lon Lon Ranch. We can't do that, I guess. But they added a bunch of other stuff like that to make the map just wider, which is really interesting. And also, you can get up to the world borders, like, you know how the desert and the other sections will have the literal wall that goes on the SNES. You can't actually go up there. It's just there to divide the zones. And this, you can literally get on top of that and wander around, and it's really interesting. Like, it just feels like, oh yeah, just do whatever you want. We've kind of broken this, which is neat. And then it still has real Zelda dungeons.
Yeah. I remember the moment I was like, "Oh, you can just do fucking whatever in this game," was very early on. There's like, you need to get this statue because you get the Ultra Hand type ability where you can move objects around.
Mm-hmm.
And you need to get this statue up off the ground onto a switch. And I was like, I don't understand how to do this. I can't figure out how to make this work, until I just put down a trampoline and jumped on it and started, and that pulled the statue up. So I just essentially lucked into it and was like, oh, they don't give a shit how you solve it as long as you solve it.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
Yeah, there's a lot of that energy of like, we had an intended solution. That doesn't matter though. You have a gigantic pocket of every single item in the game, basically. Yeah,
there's a certain mini boss very early on that you get a thing from. You get a devil trigger from.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think most people did what I did, where I just go, snakes.
Yeah.
Like, I have pockets full of snakes. I will continue throwing snakes at you until the problem solves. They die in one hit, but you can't hit all of them at once.
Right. Like, there's a lot of snakes. I like that I went to the Gerudo town, and you find the flying tile thing, when tiles attack you by lifting up them flying out.
Oh, shit.
So from then on, you can just make a platform you can jump on and ride.
Man, they're so fucking smart to just be like, our next 2D Zelda is just going to use the Tears of the Kingdom type shit
into
2D Zelda, or not the exact same, but the same sort of idea.
Right, the approaches from whatever direction idea, but then they still did real dungeons, which they haven't in forever, so it's relieving to see they can still do it.
Yeah, I'm glad they're still doing normal Zelda-shaped spin-offs, or sort of normal-shaped Zeldas. Man, how embarrassing is it that they fucking released this in the same year as Princess Peach Showtime? If I was a Princess Peach fan, I'd be pissed.
I mean,
be like, Zelda's over there getting this game that everybody's giving a 9s and 10s.
It's
Peach can make cakes and wear an unimpressive looking kung fu outfit.
Yeah, it kind of is their tier of character, I guess. Like, I feel like Zelda's earned this more than Peach has, Maybe I'm crazy.
I don't know. I think they're about the same. And if anything, Mario is higher profile than Zelda, so
Mario is.
Peach should have gotten more?
Yes.
Especially since the fact they seem to be implying that our Justin Peele or Jordan Peele, is that his name? He was Toad.
Yeah, I think
you're right.
Wait,
Toad in the Mario movie said something that said to me,
It's Keegan Key, I think is his name. Because I always fuck that up too. Because I didn't even fucking watch the show.
Right.
I just saw clips on YouTube. Keegan Michael Key. Anyways, continue, Chris.
Yeah, he said something that implied that he said there'll be some deep cut characters in the next Mario movie, which says to me Daisy.
Yeah.
And I think it's funny that they're putting that Daisy gets to be a main Mario character because like we need a heroine that doesn't look like a bimbo, that doesn't look like you put bimbo into Google image search. So it's weird they didn't try to alleviate that at all in Princess Peach Showtime.
Fans of bimbofication right now are just upset. They're like, Peach she's not.
Yeah, she's only blonde and wears all pink, and every single piece of official art of her prominently fixates on her lips.
Got good lips? What are you just mad jealous over here? I don't...
Trying to think what else to say about
We really do need to play Showtime Peach.
We do. I'm
do.
very curious what's in that.
Yeah, you really need to do the princess off.
Yes. Oh no. Wait, no. I just realized that's a flop swap. No.
Not with Echoes. With Echoes of Wisdom is going to be its own like 20+ hour game.
Dan, you get to play the best game of the year. However,
is there another game starring a princess that you could use?
Oh, there's got to be, right?
that you play as.
Right, that you play as a princess. That she's the main character.
Obviously, we just have to wait for that one. I think.
Oh, wait! You have a 3DS capture unit now.
You know what? With the way you just said that, I'm gonna lie. No, I don't.
You could do Super Princess Peach versus Princess Peach
we
Showtime.
Talked about that. We talked about that. God damn.
Oh my god.
I don't know if we do that. We might give Princess Peach Showtime like a 10.
We might.
Who knows? Who knows?
It deserves a little bit of a buff.
So many people in chat are like, Super Princess Peach is vile. Showtime can't be worse.
I played like 10 minutes of Super Princess Peach, and I'm like, wow, this doesn't seem good at all. That's probably why there wasn't another Peach game for, 19 years?
Did you have anything else to say about Zelda?
It's fun that it also kind of feels like it's encouraging you to learn all the names of these monsters. Like you just...
Octoroks, Hetdice, Libras too.
Yeah, you get every one of them. Like you only get certain items in the world. Mm-hmm. Certain items are glow and you can respawn. But every enemy... So you're encouraged to kill every single one you see the first time you see it, so you can respawn them and use them as your allies. I actually went and I found a Lionel from, those giant, centaur men that they introduced in Breath of the Wild. He's so powerful I can't summon him.
Oh.
Yeah, like it requires 6 pips of summoning power. I'm still only up to 5. And yeah, I also like how forward they are with just like being completely fine with using like the terminology like leveling up. Like, oh, this is a Dark Nut level 2. You can upgrade your double trigger thing, and it's literally it goes up to level 2. You can level these things up. Like they are fine with having RPG elements forward facing, which is nice. And yeah, the whole idea of you pull your Link trigger and turn into Link for a couple seconds is really cool.
Your Link trigger?
Yes, because you have the hero sword. And it turns Zelda blue. She like burns with blue fire, and she gets the Link tunic.
That's pretty sick. That's pretty sick.
I'm so happy that that they didn't just make a Zelda game like a normal Zelda game with Zelda as the protagonist. I'm glad that they leaned into Zelda has the Triforce of Wisdom, so it should be at least somewhat different.
Yeah, I wish that they wrote it a little bit more differently because it feels a little bit too much like, yeah, she's become a mute, crazy person like Link.
I like that. The protagonist force has possessed you and now you can no longer speak. You are this weird cryptid.
And everyone loves her, but she will never say a word.
Now we need like the Ganondorf game that's just like God Hand.
Yeah, Ganondorf game would still be really cool.
That'd be really good.
Except you move a lot slower, and if you hit them at all, they fucking die.
But yeah, that's all I really got to say about it. It seems really good, and like it's going to be a Game of the Year contender for sure.
Damn, not a lot of those are coming out in October, right? There's definitely not Metaphor. And then Ys.
And Sonic X Shadow Generations.
And Dragon Age the Veilguard.
And Dragon Age the Veilguard and Silent Hill 2 Remake.
Oh man.
You know what made me really excited? We got a piece of news about Dragon Age this week that made me really excited. It's not important enough to put in news, but none of your fucking choices from the past games matter for shit. You get to set 3 metrics from previous games as you start Veilguard. And nothing else carries over. I'm like, good. Stop pretending. It's always lame. It's not real. It just makes your game worse.
So long
since one of those even came out. It's been a generation and a half.
Yeah, nobody.
Well, yeah, but when
nobody remembers.
It went to Inquisition, they built a whole website that let you make all the
because
choices.
Inquisition was what, 2, maybe 3 years later instead of 12?
Yeah, 3 years later instead of 10.
Instead of 10.
Yeah, it's been 10 years.
It's been
Only
10 fucking
10.
years.
Leave it be.
Oh, yeah.
Nobody needs that.
If Mass Effect 4 gets to come out, remember, Andromeda is not Mass Effect 4. It's a spinoff. They shouldn't let you set anything. They should be like, yeah, everybody lived. Shepard was a paragon. Not do whatever you want now.
Yeah.
Though they did need to pick an ending. It's been way too long for anything else to make sense. Like, we're sitting here like, oh yeah, it's been 1 year, 2 years. Sure, integrate it.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to ruin your game, but I guess that's your thing.
Right. If that's the hill and you need to die on to have an identity, go ahead. Now, don't
Don't you dare.
This
The
isn't
people playing this up have not played that game.
You're not dying on a hill. You're shooting yourself to death in your bedroom at night alone. Like,
right.
there's no honor in this. There's no valor in this. You would just be ruining the thing for no reason.
Mm-hmm. I only played one other thing.
Okay.
It was a demo for Onikura.
Can you spell that?
ONIKURA.
Okay.
It's a kind of neat pixel-based side-scrolling action game that's only boss fights.
Ooh, so
damn.
it's like Banana Nababa and God, what is the other one called? I talked about it really early on in a big thing dimension. Let me check my Steam library.
So, Bob, tell me about this game.
It is very directly wants to be Sekiro. Like nothing else. It's all about parrying. It's got that ancient Japanese aesthetic. Yeah, you like parry enough times and you can do your super attack that does extra damage, or you might want to save that to cancel out what the enemy can do their own super attack, but if you hit them with yours, it'll stop it. It seems pretty neat. It is very difficult. Like it's 3 hits and you're dead. So you really need to learn the boss fights because you have a heal thing like you do in Dark Souls and Sekiro, but it takes a lot longer and the enemies are way more aggressive than you might see in those. Plus, you're a 2D space, which is inherently harder to avoid damage in. Because, in a 3D space, you can move around, you have a lot more options. Here it is, you are locked in one screen. You better get them stunned and instead of hurting them, heal. Mm-hmm. So it took a while to get used to, but I started enjoying it by the time I was done with it. It only has 3 boss fights in this demo, so I didn't get to play too much. And each one lets you choose a different thing you get from it. It almost feels like it has a roguelike aspect to it, but you don't like lose anything from dying. So it's a little weird. Like it's just, oh yeah, you kill this guy and then you get to choose either you can pick this special move or this special move, or you get to upgrade your attack or you get to upgrade your health. That sort of thing. So I don't know how the full game's gonna like flesh out what that shape is going to be, but it's pretty neat. I think the pixel art is hit or miss though. Like the main character unfortunately does not look great. I think all the bosses look a little better than him. I honestly wonder if it's even completely done yet, because his pixel art looks very strange, and it looks like they tried to have too much of a gradient on him and ended up not giving him a face. And his hair is very wild.
It's wow.
But yeah, it's pretty neat. I suggest giving it a shot. It's out on Steam. You can go try the demo. They're asking for feedback, so who knows if how much will change between now and when it actually comes out. But that is everything I played.
Oh, okay.
And the game I was thinking of is called Nowhere Patrol.
Acro,
Yes.
did you play anything you didn't talk about?
I played that Romancing Saga 2 demo.
Ooh.
I forgot the demo for that was out.
Yeah, once I played
it is.
Metaphor, I was like, I'm not playing this one. I'm sorry. It's not happening.
I had to. I'm like, Metaphor's out. I need my hit. I need JRPG.
So how was it?
It's they put triangle on jump and you pull up the map with square and you go to the menu with the start button. So that's like trying to talk to an alien.
Yeah,
It's like, what are you, Devil May Cry 1?
confusing.
But I'll tell you what though. This game, when you're fighting enemies, they all have a list of weaknesses to different weapon types and magic types that are displayed as a row of boxes with question marks under their health bars that you uncover by hitting them with those damage types. So that little block in my brain that's marked Octopath Traveler lit up,
Yeah.
which I feel like somebody told me that all those years ago. Like, oh, you like that shit? Do I have a series for you?
That makes sense because Octopath is clearly very based on the Saga series.
Yeah.
I don't know shit about the original Romancing Saga 2, but playing this game felt a lot like playing the Wizardry remake that came out earlier this year. Where it just feels like this is running on top of the old game. There is, I mean, like it's 3D graphics, but it's nice and jank enough. Like not jank like it doesn't work, but jank like, that's your running animation? Okay, awesome.
I think this is made by the guys who did the Trials of Mana remake, so that makes
that's right.
sense because that also has a strong energy of like you have these new fancy models and they are doing Super Nintendo cutscenes.
Real quick, as a quick aside, because I forgot to mention it earlier, Bob, you've now beaten it. Chris, you've now beaten it. Which do you think rests as a higher out of score 10? Trials of Mana remake or Visions of Mana?
Trials.
Yeah, Trials.
Yeah, that's also
Which
what
is
I
really
think. I feel
sad.
like I need to go replay that with a correctly set up team to get a salient story.
yeah, you do. But
Yeah,
you have to have Shalvate though.
Yeah, of course. It's not even a real playthrough of Trials of Mana if you don't have Charlotte.
I think I chose the best team because I brought her and I had that Valkyrie lady who lost her brother.
Her kid brother in a fucking
in the
Kmart
mall.
parking lot. It felt like, yeah. Oh my god.
And he will be avenged.
Yes.
I don't even remember. Let's see. I picked the himbo.
Yeah.
I think I picked the mage girl.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't remember who my third was. Maybe it was the Valkyrie girl?
I did that team, but Shawet for the third.
Yeah, I really can't remember. Did you pick Charlotte as your main character?
I think I might have picked Shawet as my main character. but I
Well,
can't
then it's your
remember.
fault that your story was on crack cocaine.
Yeah, I think that was the
Man.
reason.
we need Dan. Who's the Lumelin guy? His
Tristan
actual name?
Newcomb. The Tristan
we need to
Nuko.
contact Tristan Newcomb and just make like the Dobo RPG where Dobo is the main character. And like normal RPG shit is happening around Dobo, but Dobo himself just reacts like Dobo.
And he has like no faculties to properly process it. He's just like, that seems very mean that you committed 9/11 too. His magic potion is cough syrup. Oh man.
So the main appeal for me so far for Romancing Saga 2 is the pile of systems.
Yeah,
Like-
that saga.
So unlike in Octopath, where you're hitting their weaknesses to try and put them into a break state, in this one, every time you hit a weakness, you fill a bar at the bottom of the screen. And when the bar fills up, you can select one of your characters to do like a combined attack, which they will do with the next character in line. And, that comes up every round based on their speed, which is affected by how much, not what type of, how much equipment they have on. Which includes like equipping 2 different weapons. So, you can mix it up a little bit. And when you're selecting from the attacks, you have basic attack with this weapon, basic attack with this weapon. Your different weapons and magics level up the more you use them. Also, when you use an attack over and over, eventually it'll get like a light bulb icon next to it. And if you keep using that attack, it might glow, and you have a small chance to unlock a new technique with that weapon type by hitting an enemy with it.
Let me tell you, as people with experience with Saga games, it sounds like you've discovered fire for the first time because this is literally 1-to-1.
Yeah,
you are describing the core of Saga here. Yes.
Yeah, no. So I have finally cracked the bizarre shell and seen. Oh, this is the succulent nectar at the core of that look in Saga fans' eyes.
Yeah.
Yeah, no wonder. I originally tried to play Romancing Saga in Japanese on an emulator back in the day. No wonder I couldn't get anywhere.
No chance. Like, I know, I can play JRPGs. This is gonna be fun.
Yeah, I rolled just completely by chance through that Tenchi Muyo RPG. That didn't stop me.
I played a shit ton of that SNES one. That game was great.
That could not happen with Romancing Saga. That's too much.
No.
The story of this game is amazing, and not just from what I assume, like the 7. I don't know if it's connected to one at all, but it feels like the 7 heroes from the last game have showed up, and now they're evil.
Honestly, I would bet it isn't connected, but
yeah, no, maybe. Like it was a straight 50-50. Like the setting is a medieval fantasy kingdom written by a 9-year-old. So the king is the strongest guy, and he and his friends like go out on missions and shit. Like he just fucks off like 3 times in this demo. Like, oh yeah, this is happening. I'm going to go myself into that cave and deal with this.
This sounds like an isekai style story. So I'm down for it.
a little bit, yeah.
Also, I'm not sure if it was just this section, but I don't think this game has like travel between locations. There's just a world map, and you select go to this next place.
Oh, one of those. Okay.
Yeah, so instead of just like wandering through areas, you just get to the dungeon and do the dungeon. So yeah, it's cool as hell, and I can't wait to also play this giant RPG before the end of the year.
Definitely happening, man. It's happening.
On the extreme opposite end of the spectrum, in a game that I played in one day in like 7 or 8 hours. I played Still Wakes the Deep, which is an experiential horror / walking sim ish thing from the Chinese Room. The guys who made Amnesia: The Dark Descent and Dear Esther and Everybody's Gone to the Rapture.
I assume this is VR?
Nope.
Oh, weird.
Oh god, this is one game I would not want to have in VR. So it takes place in 1975 on an offshore oil rig in Scotland run by a union buster. And then the horror elements start.
Oh yeah, I think this showed up at a few trade shows we saw.
Yeah, we got a few trailers for it. The trailers were necessarily vague because, like I said, it's a short game, and when the shit starts happening, that's like the big surprise thing of like, oh, this is what's going on. It's not like it's not going to light the world on fire with its gameplay of there's a thing in this room and you need to avoid it by ducking into like hitting the crouch button and ducking into holes and tunnels and like throwing objects to make it go to the other side of the room. Oh yeah, no, that's the juice. you get all of these crazy ass visuals.
Holy shit.
And you know, the things you're hiding from are interesting and horrifying. They also don't respond to light, which I figured out like 2 or 3 sections in that I did in pitch blackness because I'm like, I can't turn my flashlight on. They'll see me. They won't. They won't see you. You can hang your ass halfway out one of those cubby holes and they will not see you. This is not a game I can recommend if you have a problem with swimming through dark, cramped spaces in a video game with the imminent threat of drowning. Yeah, that happens a lot. Also, like I said, 1975 in Scotland, so the characters are Scottish, and they speak as the Scottish do. And the subtitles just straight up translate that shit.
Awesome.
It's hilarious.
I love that.
So
shit.
it's not like GTA 4 where I'm like, I don't know what the fuck this character is saying. I better turn on the subtitles. They have a really heavy accent and are using a bunch of slang I don't recognize. We just put what they said phonetically. I'm like, motherfuckers, you pieces of shit. You knew. You did this on purpose.
So yeah, it's not a mechanically deep game, but it's the visuals are fascinating. There's cool fucked up shit going on. It does a thing that I don't like, and I think that this may be a me thing, but I really hate it when you're playing a game like this where like the weird shit is happening and you're in a desperate, tense situation and you're fighting for your life, and every 10 minutes we've got to stop and think about how your relationship with your wife isn't maybe that great.
Yeah. Like, there are bigger things going on right now.
Now I'm just thinking about that Beckett Kingsdale, whatever his name is, comedian who's just like did the fake indie game trailer where he's like, that is my ex-girlfriend on the phone. I have to pick it up. And she's like, just so you know, we're still broken up. And he gets superpowers from the mental trauma.
Like it kind of ties into the way some things work out in the end, which I'll go on record saying I think this ending kind of wimped out, but shit, I completely lost the other thing I was about to
I was
say.
like, I thought there was one more thing coming. And that's not all. Conference ends. Was that a threat? What the fuck?
Well, then they can play the fireworks going off and everyone will be happy.
Fucking Nintendo Land.
Yeah.
I saw a tweet where it was like, my physical therapist was telling me that he used to play the Wii back in the day, and for him and 3 other friends had the Wiimotes, and they were being chased by a guy on a tablet. And I was like, I love this half memory of what the fuck Nintendo Land was. This is great.
Yeah, that's great.
Ain't nobody fucking played Nintendo Land. It's just you and me, Bob.
Oh, man. The people that are being chased should actually have been gigantic Wii remotes.
Oh, that would have been good.
Have you seen the giant Wii remotes they have at Nintendo Museum?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's
Those
good
are
stuff.
That's great. And also they're selling like giant Wii remote plushes, like actual plush you can take home. I don't know if that's at Nintendo World or somewhere else.
Did you see at the Nintendo Museum, they have a corner of really rare prototype stuff they don't let you take pictures of?
I heard about
dude
that.
Just did a really long thread talking about all of them. I was like, oh, that's awesome. Apparently, there was an early version of the Game Boy that had a landscape orientation instead of the vertical one.
Oh damn.
That
Yeah,
would have.
I can't wait until somebody sneaks a button camera into it and we get to see it.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then we never hear from them again.
It'll be too late. I don't
It's too
care.
late. I've seen everything.
It's too late
Yeah.
for Nintendo and too late for that guy.
Right.
So I did not remember who the Chinese room was when this game booted up. I saw the logo. I'm like, I know I've heard of them. I know I've heard of them. And then at one point, the game let me climb into a locker and like lean left and right to look around. I'm like, oh, that's who this is. Amnesia. It was a thing from Amnesia.
Yeah.
Fun fact,
Oh.
I never actually needed to hide in a locker, but there were just lockers all over the game you could hide in.
See, I was gonna say, the Chinese room, like who are making Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines 2. Except it's not actually them, because all of them were fired between the last game they made and Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines 2. It's just the name.
Then who made?
Also, as people have clarified, they made a Machine for Pigs, the Amnesia game, with that subtitle. They didn't make the original Amnesia.
I thought
They
that
didn't
was
make
the
Dark Descent?
original.
I thought they were still credited for that.
No, I think the last time we talked about this even came up, where we looked it up and we're like, The Chinese room might be the most confusing developer to talk about since Team Ninja Theory. But that was, that was different. That was more of a dyslexia problem.
But yeah, that's what I've been playing.
Chris, you had any
We already talked
character
about Zelda.
revelations over the last week, discovering a character that hasn't gotten any representation in online media in a year because no one played the Switch version of the game?
Yeah, so I need everybody to learn. If you're a third party and they aren't paying you a lot of money, you shouldn't make your game a PS5 exclusive or a Switch exclusive. Because if you make it a PS5 exclusive, nobody in Japan's gonna fucking play it. And if you make your game a Switch exclusive, nobody in America's gonna fucking play it. So I've done 2 streams of Master Detective Archives Rain Code. That is the new game by Kodaka, who is the creator of Danganronpa. It has the same artist as well, so you have all the characters who do the cool T-posing, A-posing, and all their stances. Except this is not a visual novel. It is a very narrative-focused game, but you do get to run around a city. There is quote million quotation marks action gameplay. It's kind of vaguely like Punch-Out, but not really. And it is very easy and light. And there's a bunch of mini games, but it's not a pure visual novel. So the plot of this game is that there are these things called master detectives. They work for the World Detective Organization, which at least so far comes kind of like a cult. Because the credence is like some shit like, go forth and eradicate all mystery. It seems like there's going to be a lot of metaphorical shit with the mystery genre in this. And the thing about master detectives is master detectives all have a magic power. Like one guy's magic power is that he can sense with perfect accuracy any living being within 50 meters. And another guy's magic power is he can talk to animals.
Okay.
All right.
But so a bunch of master detectives get sent to this city called Kanai Ward, which is completely shut off from the rest of the world, and a giant corporation runs it. It has no internet access. It has no cell phone.
This is a nightmare island. What the fuck?
There is no way in or out unless you are smuggled in or get in through like the death train, which locks down totally in transit. So this corporation has they run the city. They're the government.
Yeah.
So the World Detective Organization tries to send a bunch of people in there, and a bunch of them get killed. But the main character makes it and meets some other characters. And it's like, solve the mystery of the Kanai Ward. That's your order. Okay, goodbye.
So
and then
they don't even know what the mystery is.
They just know there's one.
In fact, there's also something called the Great Global Mystery, and I don't know what the fuck that is, and neither does any other character.
Cool. How mysterious.
It's just a thing. It's just a thing that that the leader of the World Detective Organization, who is pro ZD, said.
Like life is the greatest mystery of all.
Kill it.
Eradicate it.
So the main character is this little 5-foot tall dweeb named Yuma Coco Head. He is not a master detective. He is a detective trainee. He made it. The game opens with him passed out on a train station storage room's floor. and he gets up and eventually learns he traded all his memories to make a contract with Shinigami.
Oh my god.
To get all these abilities. So he doesn't fucking know why he made that decision, if he had any power at all or anything about himself. But he does have the power to go into a mystery labyrinth, which is when he's gotten enough clues for the case he's working on, he can go into the mystery labyrinth, which is like a metaphysical representation of the mystery. And yeah, that's you, Makoko Head. his ahoge is shaped like a question mark. It's pretty good.
Oh my god.
Every character in this game has a fucking stupid name.
This is a feature, actually.
Like one of the other detectives you meet is named, like, I think it's Desuhiku Thunderbolt.
Flawless.
You have Fubuki Clockford. And then the character that I was stunned didn't exist, which I didn't know exists, which I'm going to post. Their name is Halara Nightmare.
Tell me about this Halara Nightmare.
They are non-binary. They love money. The first thing they do if you watch like the bonding event between them and the main character is they fleece him, like they hustle him in gambling. And they're like, "Oh, you should have figured I was hustling you, so now I'm going to take all your money." Their power is post-cognition. So they can view things as they existed in the past.
Yes, it's basically an empath thing, but not that specific. I get it.
They do this by doing the Chunibyo hand pose over their eye.
Fantastic.
That's good.
And the main character gets to get involved because another thing that Shinigami gives him is the ability to share in a detective's power if he's holding their hand. So he has to be like, "Can I hold your hand? I need to see too."
Please.
Which is pretty good. But the fact that I didn't know this character existed is like, wow, fucking nobody played this game on the Switch.
Yep.
Like, it did pretty good in Japan because it was a Switch exclusive. Like, they don't have this problem. But Americans don't play third-party Switch games generally. How many people have gotten mulched on that?
A lot.
Yeah, they were fooled because early on they did.
Yeah, early on they did. Year one they did because people were like, "It's a Switch. It's this really cool portable thing that's like a real video game for portable. I need to buy everything."
Yeah, I feel like for at least 2 or 3 years they did, but once you hit year 4, I feel like the hype fell out of I'm gonna just buy this on the Switch again, or I need to get this on the Switch because.
Right.
Yeah. Like fucking Nisa learned that when they were like, Nisa did it even worse. Because they were like, we're going to make it Switch exclusive only in America.
Yeah, that was real dumb.
That was insane. I have no fucking idea why they did that. I genuinely, somebody please leave a comment. If you know insider info, please leave a comment on this video saying what their reasoning was.
Or my favorite way to receive insider info, a DM on Twitter.
Yes.
Yeah, that would also
more
be fine.
often than you would think.
Like, I don't need names. I just want to know, what was your thought what led to such a foolish action? I don't want to talk too much about it because I'm still in the chapter 1 of, I think there's always 5 in these games, but this game has a chapter 0, so it's technically the second chapter. First chapter was pretty handholdy. It was like it was bad. Like it was real handholdy. Like they didn't let you figure shit out yourself. They had like, we have to make sure you understand how all this shit works. We have to make you understand how solving a mystery based on clues work.
I've never heard of such a thing before.
I've never heard of such a thing.
So it was really drawn out, and but luckily the second chapter doesn't seem like it's going to be that. Maybe. I haven't gotten to the mystery labyrinth for chapter 1 yet. But yeah, it seems real cool. It has really great characters, some really great performances. I think maybe it shouldn't have been a game where you walk around a game environment. They probably just should have gone full 3D so you could like rotate around rooms to investigate, and then it just be an adventure game kind of structure, like a point and click almost. Because that's what those AI the Somnium Files games are. Like, you don't get to walk around in those. Although maybe there are parts where you get to walk around. I'm trying to remember if you get to walk around in like the dream puzzle segments. I think you do. So maybe they just should have made it more limited than that. Because this game also has side quests, which I did like do, and I'm like, I'm not doing any more of these.
Weird. Yeah, I would never expect side quests in something like what you described.
You have a level up system and a skill tree. Because the way the Mystery Labyrinth works is there's multiple different little mini games.
I feel bad. This image was up and it covered Bob nearly rotating his head around his entire body as he's like reeling.
Yeah.
Well, see, you have to do these. I forget what they're called. They're called like reasoning battles.
Didn't you have an armchair devs pitch that was this? I swear.
And a reasoning battle in the Mystery Labyrinth means either a person who is trying to obfuscate the truth or the person who is the culprit, like their spiritual essence appears and becomes a death metal rocker and giant. And then they shoot words at you. And you have to dodge the words until they spit out a flaming red phrase that you can refute with one of your pieces of evidence. And you have to do that a bunch of times to progress. This is basically the same format as Danganronpa, for the record, except there it was guns, because Danganronpa translates out to something like bulletproof, proof as in evidence. So your level up is all about that. It's like it gives you more health for those segments, or makes you move faster, or removes, like you have to hit R2 and L2 to like cycle through your pieces of evidence to pick the right one to cut the contradiction with.
How often do you do these battles?
Once you're in the middle, you do like several hours of like talking to characters, and then the case starts, and then you do investigation in the real world. Then you go into the Mystery Labyrinth, and like 4, 5, 6 times you do the reasoning battles.
Huh. Okay. But it is like all reserved for just when you're in there. It's not like they have this in the regular part of the game.
Yeah, not yet at least. I don't think they will. I think because it's like a Danganronpa. It's structured like a Danganronpa game, more or less. So all that stuff is saved for the Mystery Labyrinth, or in Danganronpa's case, the class trial. I do think this game's structure is a little bit worse than Danganronpa, because in Danganronpa you have 16 characters. They introduce them to you all at the start, and the conceit of every Danganronpa game is you're trapped in this location. If one of you commits murder and gets away with it, you get to go and everybody else dies. So you have a big cast of potential culprits, but in this game it has to be someone you met.
Yeah.
So it's like, well, there's 3 characters we met this chapter who have unique designs. It must be one of them.
It's like more like a case closed episode at that point.
Yeah, it is very. I think Yuma Coco Head might be like 40, because he can't remember anything about himself, and characters keep talking about there's so many things that exist in this world. Somewhere in this world there might be somebody who looks like a kid but has the mind of an adult. And I just assume that is foreshadowing.
Yeah, almost certainly. Like, why the Shinigami gives him all sorts of powers? Why wouldn't it also make him look young? Who knows?
Well, he only got the Shinigami powers like 30 seconds before the game opens. I'm having a pretty good time with it. I will be streaming it tomorrow, and Saturday, and Sunday.
Oh my god.
And Monday, and Tuesday, and Wednesday. If it will stop when I'm done.
Okay, I was like, hopefully you finish it if you're doing that much.
Hopefully I will finish it if I do 40 hours of streams in a week.
One would hope, right?
The first chapter's real long, but I feel like it's probably the longest one, not counting maybe the last one, which is always pretty long in these games. I don't really want to say much more about it until I've beaten it, which I will, unless it is 20 hours longer than the how long to beat time is.
Mm-hmm.
I'll have beaten it by the next big thing to mention.
Cool.
Who knows? Maybe with a little bit of load time reductions or whatever, maybe the PS5 version, will be shorter. Actually,
maybe people were like, "Yeah, the open city segments you walked around because it's always raining. That's why it's called rain code. This place is always raining." Ate shit on the Switch.
Yeah,
Of course.
Like it ran bad, and somebody's like the dynamic resolution crushed it. We were getting to the Xenoblade 2 tier.
Yeah, this game was
Man,
one I was
that
interested
must be
in.
some rain. Would you characterize it as heavy?
No.
Good. Don't.
God.
But yeah, I was interested in this game. I thought this was going to be my first. Oh shit! What's the name of the specific Danganronpa guy?
Kodaka?
Oh, okay.
I forget. Kazutaka Kodaka, I believe is his full
Yeah,
name.
I thought it was going to be my first Kodaka game. But before this released on a console I want to play it on, they announced that Uchikoshi Kodaka game, and I'm like, never mind.
Well, I mean, you also have to wait for that one, Dan, because that's not.
Oh, I know. But now
That's
it's
not
like,
any real Well, it's PC day one because they seemingly learned that much.
yeah, it at least learned that much.
Mm-hmm.
But I played one other thing.
You did.
I played Redneck Rampage.
Oh my God.
I wanted to like Redneck Rampage. I really did. The music is all very good. I think the basic idea behind it has potential for a first-person shooter. It is bad.
Yeah,
It's so fucking bad.
I peeked in on that stream. That seemed absolutely dire.
99% of the enemies in Redneck Rampage are hit scanners. The two most basic enemies are hit scan enemies, and they're fucking everywhere.
Yeah,
they're like 90% of the enemy placement by mass.
Yeah, you were even talking about the enemy placement in Redneck Rampage is something like what Dark Souls 2. You open a door.
Yes,
and
I compared it to Dark Souls 2 because this is every single fucking door in Redneck Rampage. Imagine a door that has a wall to the left and right of it. In a lot of those old shooters, you go through that door and there's a guy on one side of one of the two sides of the door waiting to pop you. In Redneck Rampage, there's guys on both sides, and usually guys, plural.
Right.
And in these other games, they give you explosives that you can kind of use to deal with that, but I'm too scared to do that in Redneck Rampage, because Redneck Rampage is so fucking janky. And the thing with these games is, yeah, you can throw that dynamite and it'll blow up on a delay, but if it hits an enemy, it'll blow up immediately, or if it hits you, it will blow up immediately. And the hitboxes in Redneck Rampage are so fucking janky, I was scared of trying to throw the TNT around corners.
Yeah. Yeah. I've definitely done games like that.
Unlike Blood, where the TNT can burn for a while before it blows up, you can hold it lit for a while. Redneck Rampage, it blows up 2 seconds later. So the result is I just ate a lot of shit when I running through a door, and then it's like, well, there's 8 assholes with pistols on the other side who start riddling you with gunfire. Every weapon in Redneck Rampage sucks. The pistol is kind of okay because it can hit from a really long range and does kind of okay damage. The shotgun is fucking terrible.
Oh.
It's awful.
It's always a travesty when a shooter has a bad shotgun.
I'm going to all game developers, I'm going to explain to you how a shotgun should work in a fucking game where you have a weapon wheel or a big catalog of weapons like a retro shooter. We'll talk about, we'll keep this to small enemies, the low tier enemies. If I'm close and I shoot them with the shotgun, they should die. If I'm at medium range, they should usually die, but sometimes not. It should sometimes take 2. And if they're at long range, a shotgun should still take them 2 to 3. That's how every good shotgun in one of these games works.
Your shit from Big Think last week or the week before has damaged me. You said it should sometimes take 2, and my brain goes, she loads the second shot. It took 2. God, so much damage, man.
Like, that is how a shotgun in one of these games should work, because it's your workhorse weapon. You're going to be using it the most. It should be effective, bare minimum, against low-tier enemies. And it just isn't. God, what other weapons? There's this weapon called the Rip Saw that shoots circular saw blades that bounce that seems just fucking worthless.
That is a tragedy.
I couldn't find any use for it. You got the TNT, which works technically. On a technical scale, it works. Then you get a crossbow that shoots the TNT, and that's your rocket launcher, and that works fine. Here's the thing: none of these weapons, like that crossbow, doesn't fire fast enough. Like your rocket launcher in one of these games. Look, I'm gonna be real. Just boot up Doom. Just boot up Doom, pick up the rocket launcher, fire a bunch of rockets, be like, that's the firing rate your rocket launcher in a game like this should have. Yeah. Duke Nukem also has that level of firing rate for your rocket launcher.
Mm-hmm.
Then there's the alien arm gun. You blow up these mini-boss enemies called alien hulks, and you pick up their arm that still has the gun attached.
They're aliens in this?
Well, yeah, redneck.
Yeah, those are the villains.
You're going on a redneck rampage. Is the alien?
Yeah, most of the enemies.
All right.
Most of the enemies are cloned by the aliens. That's why you kill 800 of the same guy. But the alien arm gun is okay. It usually kills most guys in one shot, most low tier enemies in one shot. It still doesn't feel good to shoot. None of the weapons in this game feel good to actually fire, except the titties.
The what?
The titties.
The
what?
The what?
They're titties. So you kill these enemies. There's these enemies called alien vixens.
Oh my god!
And they have titty guns, like the androids in Austin Powers.
Uh-huh.
And I don't think they drop them. I think you can only find them in secrets, but you can get them titties as a weapon, as a tit scan weapon, if you will.
And
that's the best weapon in the game because it fires really fucking fast and does a lot of damage. And that's the only weapon that feels effective enough to be good.
I think
also,
if I keep this image over me, someone on Twitch browsing Twitch idly will assume this is how this last correspondent looks.
Yes.
We'll assume that we somehow got Maury Calliope onto our stream.
She loves talking about the latest gaming news.
You can't jump, but you can barely jump in this game. I'd rather have no jump than the jump they gave you.
God!
Because it's so bad. Like every other build engine game, you can fucking jump like 2 Duke heights.
Right, yeah. That's how we measure it in Dukes.
Yeah.
You can jump like half your character height in this game. You can't get over shit. They still make you platform sometimes.
Of course.
Like, it's so infuriating. They're like, how do I get up this 3-foot high wall? Like, there really needs to be some general understanding amongst all devs. Like, go find the most sedentary person in the office. If they can get over something, the character needs to be able to in your game. Bare minimum.
Or, hear me out, more characters in wheelchairs.
Finally.
This game also has the worst fucking progression of levels I've ever played in a first-person shooter, quite literally ever. I told those stories about, Shadow Warrior, the fucking switch on the inside of the fridge.
Mm-hmm.
This does that and more.
Okay. Tell me more.
God, it's like we just put like a sign on this wall. The wall blows up. Nothing indicates to you that you're supposed to dynamite that wall, but we put a sign on it to indicate the spot you're supposed to dynamite.
That sucks.
What's the sign say?
I think it says something like unstable ground. It's nothing that would indicate to you that you should blow it up.
My God. Okay.
Once or twice, they just put like boarded up walls that you can blow up, and it's like, oh, I figured it out eventually, but I would like it wasn't my first, second, third, or fourth guess on what I'm supposed to fucking do. They love putting switches you have to shoot on like the inside of closets. Like imagine above the inside of a closet door.
If you shoot it.
Yeah.
What?
Also, this is the big one. You know how in other old shooters you pick up keys and use those to open doors?
Yeah, of course.
And they're color coded or in some
Yeah.
cases symbol coded.
Mm-hmm.
They're not coded in Redneck Rampage.
But they are proprietary to the door they go to.
Yep.
Oh.
So you pick up a key and then you have to remember every single locked thing in the level and then systematically check all of them. So you pick it and then it says the top of the screen. Yet another kind of key needed. Also, I installed a mod to make the keys 3 times larger.
Because they are so hard to see.
Oh my god.
They're real key size in
What
your
are
base
you
game.
thinking?
Yeah, they weren't.
Yeah, they're deranged. There's a trailer park level where there are tornadoes because trailer park.
Mm-hmm.
The tornadoes can get you when you're inside buildings.
Accurate.
Not when I'm inside the basement of a bowling alley.
Oh, okay. I was like, well, your trailer park, obviously, yeah. But no, I guess not.
Just unpleasant. Bad. It's not good. I really wanted it to be good, but it's not good. Someday I'll probably stream Redneck Rampage Rides again, the sequel.
Oh my god.
I didn't know that existed.
Yep. Not only did it get a sequel, the original got a fucking expansion pack called Redneck Rampage Suckin' Grits on Route 66. That's all I played. I should actually do this now. So, a lot of people have commented that they miss when I'm going live on Twitch.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
So I have developed the Chris Wolfhart notification system. It is a Discord server where no one is allowed to speak. No one speaks. It is there so you can find out when my streams go up or when this podcast goes live or when the podcasts on Monday go live. So I will just link that right now in the chat. Oh, Dan already did. Dan has it for me.
I'm on it.
So you can join that, and I will ping everybody whenever I go live on Twitch. I will also start posting a schedule. My plan to schedule, at least. That's it. I'm going to stream all of Detective Archives Raincode over the next week. Then at some point in October, I'm going to do Ghost Trick. So I've never played Ghost Trick.
Oh, cool.
Oh, yeah. Ghost Trick is the Capcom one, right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that
always
came out
hear
on
good
modern
things.
platforms in the past year. Was it
Mhm.
last summer or this summer? I don't remember.
I think it was last summer.
Yeah.
Time has been permanently dilated by COVID.
Yeah.
Yes.
And that's going to be such a baby game to stream after Master Detective Archives Raincode. I think that game's only like 12-15 hours long.
Yeah, it's a reasonable length. I looked into it for potentially like whether or not we would stream it.
Also at some point this month, Gal Guardians Demon Purge.
Oh, yeah. The best Halloween game, I'm sure.
Yeah. That's everything I played and got going on.
Bob, hear me out.
What's up?
Okay. You've heard of the Dark versus Wet stream.
Yeah, of course.
But what
Everyone
if
has.
Dark versus Wet 2, which is Alan Wake and still wakes the deep?
Isn't that Wet versus Wet?
Well, no, Alan Wake is dark. That's why you have the flashlight.
Yeah,
and
it's dark, but you play as Alan Wake, who is, there's...
But it's also
But it's
wet,
on the lake.
because the darkness is a lake
What
or
if
an
these?
ocean.
Okay, everyone. We can all agree one of these is darker than the others, and one of these is wetter than the others. Can we
They both
not?
seem pretty wet and pretty dark.
I don't know.
Silhouette's deep sounds pretty dark. It sounds like aggro was completely in
Little
darkness.
dark, but every photo I showed had lighting.
See, you need to see for Alan Wake. You need to find some really offensive, like toxic masculinity 7th gen game to pair with it, and then be like Alan Woke versus Flop Swap.
Woke versus joke.
What a shame there's not a Joker game for you to.
Yeah, and we already did all the Matt Hazards.
Right?
I forgot you did that. Oh, good. Surely there must be some other 7th gen game that is the whole thing is like we're funny.
Dan, you got nostalgic for Matt Hazard sometime during Sonic Months. I don't remember what triggered it.
No,
It was something. It was like, oh, this is so bad. I miss Matt Hazard now.
Yeah, there was a moment where I'm like, I wish we were playing Matt Hazard. At least it would be aware this sucks. But I can't remember what moment broke me. But it's worth noting the best part of Matt Hazard, any of the games, is the ending of the downloadable one where he just goes, I'm going to kill myself. And then he does. Oh no, chat's saying Saints Row the Third.
That is a comedy game.
It is a comedy game.
Please, no.
Alan Wake versus Saints Row the Third is an insane combination that no one will be able to process.
No.
Yeah, just save that for Saints Row month.
Ugh.
Ugh.
Maybe. Who knows? Maybe I'll enjoy it.
Hey, come on. Those are of those 5 games. 3 are good. 1 is fine. And the last one is Saints Row, the Saints Row. The real fear of that would be that they somehow rope you into Agents of Mayhem, which is one of the worst games ever made.
You technically skipped one, didn't you? Isn't there
No. I played all.
Okay, so 3 goes to Get Out of Hell, right?
Oh, right. I didn't play Get Out of Hell.
Right, yeah.
Because that's like a story-free thing.
And there's also 4, isn't there?
I played 4.
Okay.
Yeah, I was just saying in that listing just now, you counted the wrong.
Okay.
Get Out of Hell is good. I had a lot of
you
fun
go.
playing that, but it's
Great.
it's like it has no story and no funny things in it.
Huh.
I mean, it has some funny things in it, but it's not like cutscenes.
As for what we got coming up, Bob and I are taking a break. We streamed a lot last month. Yeah. The most ever. So we deserve a break. I would like to go to the gym and do meal prep. I made a Korean popcorn chicken dish that was absolutely extraordinary. Thank you, Chris, for the recipe. I'll probably post it in food posting after this. If you're American, when they say corn flour, they mean cornstarch.
Yeah.
Someone in the comments converted all the measurements to English too, so please avail yourself of the comment section. Aside from that, Silent Hill 2 Remake is coming out soon.
It is very
so
soon. It is
you
literally next Tuesday.
You should expect a stream from us of that soon. I love this typo in chat. Gay out of hell. And then they just
I
write,
hope that's a typo and it's not just 2003.
Aside from that, we don't really have much to announce. I'll get the VODs of Unleashed and what's the other missing VOD? Secret Rings? No. Where are the last 2 we
Shadow?
got? Yes, Unleashed and Shadow up soon. I accidentally forgot to stop recording in the middle of the VOD to split it into 2 VODs, so it's too long for baby's YouTube's baby brain to process 12 plus hours. Ooh.
God, that game ended up being what? 16?
Which one?
Shadow.
Yes.
Yeah, 16 hours.
Have you killed Spiff yet?
No, he's still sticking with skill issue. I'm like, I wanted to see every level. We could have shortened the stream by just doing the centrist route, but we wanted to see every level. I regret this now immensely. The arc stuff is the worst stuff in the game.
But also, it's the most important story-wise, so we couldn't have skipped it. It wouldn't be right.
But was it even real?
Presumably.
Maybe it was all fake. We'll have to wait. We'll find out. Aside from that, I don't really. What's up, Bob?
Shadow the Hedgehog will believe anything he is told.
Oh yeah, no,
Anything.
that game's real core theme is how easy it is to get red pilled on YouTube.
Yes.
That man was duped. Just like, you're a robot I made, and he's like, oh no,
is he's looking at robots that look like
shit.
Yeah, look terrible.
They're just cardboard standees.
And Shadow's like, am I like them?
Oh my god.
Shadow and Knuckles are both like the Sentry in Marvel, who like could be radicalized by a break room poster. If you don't know who the Sentry is, he is a Marvel character who was basically, he had like a very arty metaphysical type mini thing. Like the whole conceit was, what if Marvel Comics did have a Superman and everyone forgot? And that was like 6 issues. And then they just brought him into the main fucking continuity because everybody's a fucking idiot, I guess. But the thing, like, there's like 4 different Marvel comic events where the villain's plan is to convince the Sentry he's right and wins automatically because the Sentry is Superman.
That's so stupid.
I think the Avengers have trapped him in like a mind prison like 8 different times. It's like, we don't want to fucking deal with this guy anymore.
God.
We're fucking sick of him going crazy and siding with fascism. It's happened like 4 times now.
The writer's thinly disguised frustration. But yeah, aside from that announcement of Silent Hill 2, in fact, landing on us soon, I think that's it for, that's it for everything, right?
Yeah, that's the podcast, man.
Wait, that's right. We got to talk about the Podlords.
Oh, no.
Oh, fuck.
Yes, that's right. The Podlords. Podlords such as BN12. Red Blaze 27. Suzu. Wait a second, you guys aren't looking at the image yet. I was like, I can do this while setting this up. I mean, you can, but then they don't even get to see the Podlords.
Oh, fuck.
Suzu Shiro. Professor Pickle has been sentenced to life in prison because I do not like him.
Fair.
Yeah, do it.
British
Where are your
museum docent looking motherfucker.
Where are your cucumber sandwiches now, you bitch?
101 Shades of Wonderful Remastered. WTF Spider-Man. Mr. I Like Spam. DFW 3K. Muckbun. Shiny Mew. Chris C. When Jinkaria Death streams Timer Cham and the Dimpsler at Isolation 119 during the bearing down of the industry segment Skibbity.
Heinous.
A lot. And they didn't even have an image. Just wanted to assault us with words.
I know. I was like, there's an image.
That last one isn't unpenetrable at all. I think you cheated a little bit.
What, Skibbity?
No, the burning down the industry.
Better plan all week, better plan all month, better plan all year.
Oh, is that a jack-o'-lantern?
Wow.
It's a Gin-O-Lantern.
That's great. Incredible.
Cooper Tank. Gun. Indigo Sykes. Rats. Gaijin. Shinzi16 would like to remind you that you matter, you are valid, and we're so back, we're so back, we're so back, we're so back!
Ah! Facts.
I love that people thought the silhouette for the channel was me with the eyes, and I'm like, actually, that's Sarah.
Oh!
Yeah.
I was wondering who that was.
That's Sarah. We had an alternate done. A cool raccoon.
Way past cool.
Now that Master Detective Archives Raincoat is out of Switch jail, take a look at this Scrimblow.
Now that I see him bereft of the context Chris posted, I'm like, that is a yokai watch ghost.
100%.
I have already put many things from Master Detective Archive Raincoat in our Game of the Year categories.
Not
Excellent.
shocking at all.
Shadow, detonate the 5 Jokai crests and reduce this pathetic soul society to nothing but ash.
But you know, from what I saw, they seem to be roughly equivalent in terms of coming up with plans.
Yeah, like that seems more salient than than what that dude would actually do. Dark Doom, Doomman, or whatever.
Black Doom.
Black Dark Doom.
Doomy black guy.
Look, that whole game had a weird tone of just calling everyone black.
It was really funny that they're just like, these black aliens must be stopped. And I'm like, Mr. President, are there other aliens you're not talking about? Sarah Lean. Timothy Pfister is still trucking through the original Kinnikuman anime, and it's only getting better with time.
That is
Oh,
a
yeah.
lot.
So that dude he's fighting is named Sneagator.
What?
Let me get a fucking picture of Sneagator.
God.
I won't be able to
You can
show
put
it
it
during
up.
this
Yeah,
segment
you can show
anyway.
it up. You can show it up. You can show it during news. Keep going. But we absolutely need to get some Sneagator representation.
God.
Bearded Joe. Krungle Spum. Paleochrome. How lucky am I to have something that makes saying goodbye so hard?
Aww.
Aww.
Was hanging with the German tails in that cave pot of his plizzle? Welcome to the world of the chug and bleach.
Okay. We're getting really esoteric now when even I can't fucking tell what the fuck the reference
This is an extension, I believe, of the blunt and smoking bit.
Oh
All
my
right.
God. Jesus.
This is layered and extensive.
I thought it might have something to do with the PSN and Xbox networks going down too, but no.
What in the world was the designer on when cooking up this level? Nightmare, nightmare, nightmare! Not a big fan of Eggman Land, huh?
What do you mean?
Nobody is.
Levels that include 5 respawning 1-ups per segment are always very well designed.
Aggro, this thing was 40 minutes long.
Yep.
Imagine a Sonic the Hedgehog level that's 40 minutes long.
But to be fair, they do make you swap back and forth between Sonic and Werehog, so it's and most Werehog levels are like 40 minutes long.
So it's like that makes it worse. What's your point?
Honestly, this image has reminded me of the Heihachi theme park from Tekken 3, and now I kind of want to see that team up.
Oh, that would work surprisingly well.
See, we need to get Sonic Boom Eggman to team up with Heihachi because they're kind of shaped similarly.
Did you guys know the new story for Tekken came out?
What?
Yeah, that just came out.
What?
Yeah, I need to go play it.
Yeah, I knew, but only because somebody was like, so the new Tekken story and the new Mortal Kombat story both dropped, and I haven't seen anybody talk about either.
Yeah, I only knew the new Mortal Kombat one happened because I think Jeff Gerstmann streamed it.
Yeah,
I
maybe
didn't know
Tekken will
the
get
Tekken thing.
some more coverage because I believe it happened today.
Okay. Virmvarm. Deus Ex. Human Revolution.
I have had multiple people tell me this movie is bad. You need to see it.
Yep, that's the strongest feeling in my heart right now.
Right?
That is most of what I've seen people say about it. That and imagine if the trailer for Deus Ex Human Revolution was 2 hours long.
I think Rocco Bodie was comparing it to a 70s film.
I mean, that makes sense. Coppola.
Yeah.
Mephistopheles.
Well, at least they seem happy about it. Whatever it is.
Whatever their deal is, they seem happy about it.
He's a weird jester, I think.
Bleach Gags on Vacation. Back to Yu-Gi-Oh! Stardust Cipher Divine Dragon.
Are you sure we haven't seen this one already?
I don't
There's a
think
lot
we
of these
have.
fucking dragons.
Metaphor doing a lot for the tank lady community. And Play Toho Mystia's Izakaya. It's a good intro to the series. Thank you very much to our pod lords.
Thank you, pod lords.
Thank you, pod lords.
Thank you, pod lords. And if you'd like to become a pod lord, you can go to our Patreon at patreon.com/gbpodcast. For as little as $5 a month, you get access to many benefits such as early access to chugging Bleach and Pokemon Go to the movies. There's like a death counter over that Pokemon benefits life. It's almost done. It's almost gone. Because the only thing not out yet is the last episode. Is that right? That's right, right?
I think that's right.
I think that's right. Guys, because
once
we've already recorded it.
Once this month's episode comes out, I think that's then the second to last. I don't know. Did you know we do a lot of stuff and I just got done streaming 167 hours?
Yeah.
You also get extended content for other shows we do, such as Armchair Devs or Gamer Premonitions. There's extra. There is, right? The Armchair Devs extras are up, right?
Yeah,
okay, the Armchair Devs extras for our Armchair Devs Sonic episode, which you can go listen to right now. And
do you remember how long that is?
33 minutes.
Yeah, it's huge.
Yeah,
it is the biggest it's ever been.
So go listen to that. Leave a comment, like the video, subscribe to that channel. Help us combat the algorithm. You also get a patron-funded show once per month. We either watch a good thing that you get to vote on and talk about it, and that show remains private, or a public show where we watch a horrible thing and talk about it, and patrons get a commentary track. The commentary track could be for anything. It could be for a documentary like Nintendo Quest, which you should never watch. A real movie like The Golden Compass, which you should never watch. An internet reviewer movie like the AVGN movie, which you should really fucking never watch.
No, you should absolutely watch.
If there is anything you ever learn from any of our content, it should be do not watch the AVGN movie.
No, you should watch the AVGN movie. It's important. It sets the bar.
You could even get a commentary track for a giant music video like AMV Health 3. That exists. You can go listen to our commentary track of AMV Health 3, a thing that came out 19 years ago.
Man, only 19?
Only 19.
Only 19.
Wow.
Fresh and young.
It's so youthful. It's so youthful.
And a myriad of other benefits. That's patreon.com. One of those benefits being an entire movie called Isolation 119, which is a real feature-length film about a man going to Thailand to get a tax write-off on his vacation to Thailand.
A perfect Halloween movie to watch.
Absolutely.
Patreon.com/GBpodcasts. And it always helps immensely if you don't have any money to spread the word. Rate us on Thursdays. Rate us on your podcasting app of choice. And leave a comment and subscribe, not just on this video, but on other videos as well. Thank you.
Help us combat the algorithm that's supposed to help us.
What the hell am I supposed to help? I thought it was just trying to kill us. I thought that was the whole point.
It's one of those like dystopian stories where the AI is trying to kill humanity to save humanity. It's one of those.
Yeah.
Yeah, like thinking the algorithm is
all
here
of
to
them.
help you is like thinking your company's HR is on your side.
Yeah.
They aren't?
The algorithm isn't here to help us because we don't talk enough about people going woke and therefore going broke.
It's true. If we did that more, we'd be doing better. It's either
we
that or
talk about lots of
hyper-positivity. There are only two routes.
We talk a lot about them going broke, but we don't say it's because a woman was somewhere within 10 meters of the product at any point. So
I still find it way too funny that Bob's like, wait a second, she's wearing a shirt. This is woke. I don't even remember what it was. Oh, man. So I actually didn't tell any of my co-hosts the news that I brought. They don't know what any of this shit is. Let's start with my vague speculation. So you know how pisser technology doesn't work on VR?
Okay, yeah.
I finally figured out why that would be. Just ruminating on it as I quietly did whatever the fuck I did on my days off.
Mm-hmm.
You know how PSVR 2 has that foveated rendering thing where your eye is looking is much higher resolution than the rest? Yeah, that probably makes that insanely fucking difficult when the whole point of pisser and temporal AA stuff is to render at a lower resolution and then upscale from there. probably makes it pretty hard when you cut the resolution on the outer edge where they can't see to a 16th or something.
Yeah, and that obviously would save you more like rendering power than this would get you.
Right, but stacking those technologies,
Right, so it doesn't make any sense.
It probably is hard as hell because
So the clear solution is to drop PSSR and just put a PlayStation camera on your TV and do the foveated rendering on flat screens.
Aggro, I agree with you. Every game should work like that. Let's talk about the actual news, though.
Okay.
Unreal Fest happened, which is Epic's Unreal Engine Festival. Unreal Fest. Tim Sweeney took the stage, said some stuff. It was dumb. We're not going to talk about that. We're going to talk about the actual news that came out of this instead of the man going, Google's oppressing us all and so is Apple. We got to launch Fortnite again in Europe where the government... And then he had to pause for a really long time as he thought about how he was going to phrase it. Is really on top of things. Anyway, let's talk about the actual news. So, Epic announced that if you make an Unreal Engine game, the revenue cut has been reduced from 5% to 3.5%.
Oh, okay, for them.
Yeah.
Okay.
Isn't that great?
Okay, that's great. What's the catch?
Why do you think there's a catch? Why
There's
would
gotta
there
be
be
a
a catch?
catch.
They obviously are just making things... So you have to simultaneously launch on all the platforms that you are launching on, but more especially the Epic Game Store simultaneously. What? To get that extra 1.5% revenue cut? What? This is helping more people find your game. They promise.
No.
This
No
is so
one
you
will
can
find
reach-
it there.
This is so you can reach more markets.
Oh
You got to
my
launch
God.
your Unreal Engine game on the Epic Game Store day and date with all the other launch versions to get that 1.5% more revenue.
Does Tim Sweeney realize that literally every single person in the entire industry has realized that launching on Epic is just completely unworth it in any way?
It's funny because, someone else in this industry is going through that same epiphany right now, but dealing with it in a very different way.
Yeah, did we put that in the news?
Did we?
I did not, but we can talk about it.
Sure.
God, it's so...
Go
Let's
ahead.
talk about it right fucking now.
Yeah.
So Microsoft is being like, if you're a developer and you're not shipping on Xbox, we'd really like to know why. Just tell us. This desperately isn't a pathetic attempt to shame developers publicly into putting their shit on Xbox by fucking feigning that we don't know, because you do know.
Yeah, you have to know. If you don't know, you just are stupid.
If you don't, even with all that we beat on Microsoft, if they don't know, that I do not believe they are that incompetent. Even
They can't.
That is impossible. That is like as if we came in and seriously argued Phil Spencer cannot read.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the level it would have to be.
Yeah.
Like
Absolutely.
it's just a weird public facing attempt to try and get people sympathy, which you're Microsoft.
Mm-hmm.
Here, if you really don't know, let me tell you, you have the least sales and you cost the most ship on there. There's other reasons, but those two alone are enough.
Yeah, did
Yeah.
you know a lot of the reason physical copies of games don't ship on Xbox is because you have to have a minimum order for physical copies. That is really high. So that's why people skip out on Xbox, because it's basically asking them to lose money.
Yeah. Yeah, any smaller dev, that just doesn't work out for. I think that's almost certainly why Nippon Ichi just stopped.
And it's way higher when you think about devs, maybe even of a moderate size, where that game will just sell on PlayStation or Switch, and physically on Xbox it won't sell that much because Xbox sales are that much lower.
Yeah, and we always talk about, you've trained your entire user base to just have Game Pass and never buy anything. They don't want to buy anything.
Yeah,
Like
so
at
why.
This point,
Stop
at this
pretending.
point, with how bad your library is, the only people who still play primarily on Xbox are Game Pass people.
Mm-hmm.
That is certainly the majority. The other thing that what's up, dude?
No, it's just that whole statement was ludicrous.
We just don't know. Yes, you do. Your developer relations sucks. We've had multiple indie devs this year just beg and cry on Twitter because they cannot get in contact with you and have to cancel the Xbox version of their game. You do know that. You are made very aware of that and the fact you are making jack shit for sales on your platform because you poisoned the entire ecosystem with Game Pass. This isn't complicated. The reason people stopped buying physical PSP games is because piracy was that bad. You have effectively made legitimized piracy. Like, at the end of the day, that's what you've done to sales, is my point, right?
Yeah.
Anyway. The other part of the Unreal Fest thing. This is the big thing for Unreal Engine 5.5.
Okay.
This is marked as an experimental feature, and later it will be a stable feature. This is just them premiering this technology so people can see it. It's called Mega Lights. Okay, so let's go through the big three. This is the third. Nanite allows you to do infinite geometric detail in static objects like landscapes and stuff, and they're improving it to make it work on foliage and other things now.
And definitely doesn't have any downsides.
No.
Okay.
Lumens allows you to do hardware or software-based ray trace global illumination, so that way you can have really good baked lighting, or not baked, but it looks baked because you have to be high as fuck. No, there's no joke there. It looks really, really accurate, realistic, whatever. And that's the second tier, okay?
Uh-huh.
Well, this is the third. This is the third pillar of the core technologies of Unreal Engine going forward.
The third thing that will ruin all the games at launch with it.
Oh, you have no idea what I've already seen with my special eyes from this technology. It's called Mega Lights.
Uh-huh.
Worst name they've come up with yet. Mega Lights. How many seconds did that take, Epic Mega Games, for you to come up with? Mega Lights. Anyways, Mega Lights, basically the same notion of both of those, but for direct shadow casting lights.
Okay.
So imagine a light in a room, which, we don't have the background up, so you guys can't see if I gesture at shit. But we have stuff in front of walls and stuff blocking lights from hitting things, and they cast shadows.
Correct.
Now, Lumens isn't for that. Lumens is for global illumination. It's for accurately lighting a large environment at a much lower fidelity without as much accurate, sharp shadows. This technology is so you can have thousands of light casting objects like monitors, light bulbs, other things in the environment, move around, adapt, change, etc. And it will affect not only the color hitting the entire environment, but the shadows hitting the entire environment. So, the part of this that gets fucking insane, because the idea of this is like, oh, that's really impressive. This demo is run on a PS5, and it looks locked 30 frames per second. It's like, wow, how did they do that? This sort of thing's a lot more intense than you would ever expect a technology like this to be able to accomplish. Well, all shadow casting is now stochastic, meaning much like temporal AA, it literally has to have temporal AA in order to look cohesive and whole at all. Apparently some hybrid approach where it's like a stochastic ray trace lighting sort of thing combined with a screen space shadow casting. So what images have already hit the internet is an obfuscation of a thing in front of a thing, changing the shadow it's casting because it's all you can see as two shadows overlap in a certain region. It is literally blending together 2 or 3 different technologies that make more image artifacts appear because it sort of looks realistic at a broad level.
In the screenshot, it kind of looks realistic if you don't squint
or move. Please don't animate Mega Lights.
Man.
Oh my God. These shadows are accurate. Okay. Are they good?
They look good if you don't look too hard.
Yeah. That was the goal we were setting.
That was the sentence. So it looks really impressive in the demo. Like, if you watch the demo, it looks really, really impressive. But the more I've looked at people messing around with it now that it's in Unreal Engine and stuff, the more it does seem like one moment I put too many T's in the beginning of Twitter, so I think I'm getting a virus. It looks really impressive in that demo, but then I look at it on like Twitter and stuff as graphics engineered game devs start posting about it and stuff, and it just has me convinced this is a third layer to make everything in the future of video games so unbelievably noisy.
Why? They need to be stopped. I don't know what can stop them. All these new technologies just suck.
Yeah, well, the artists are unbound, which I know many people in the industry who would agree with me. Should the artists be unbound? Maybe they should have an idea of the performance impact of what they're doing instead of us virtualizing every layer of the graphics pipeline so they can fuck around and never find out. Just an idea.
The artist is free to make a gray pile of mush.
Okay.
Wow.
Okay, good.
It all becomes this one gray pile of mush.
Someone
How do they do it?
has posted the image of this exact thing I'm trying to describe. Because a lot of you may not have trained eyes for understanding what a screen space reflection, or even imagining what a screen space reflection like problem for shadow casting would look like, which is, fair. Why would you? You don't spend most of your day upset about how video games look. Can JFIF work? No, it can't. JFIF goes straight to hell. You're the worst thing that ever happened. Can we get the JPEG? Hey, here's our co-host. Windows ping sound. Anyway, they're the best. Anyway, so okay, here's the image of Megalights at work. Now, this is not the tech demo they showed. The tech demo they showed was very, very impressive. Do you see it, Bob? At a glance, you might not notice.
Oh, is it the foreground most blue box next to that with its shadow?
Yeah.
It's becoming a weird torn thing.
Yeah.
What is happening?
Well, the corner of the cube in the foreground is cutting off the shape of the natural cube. See, these other cubes are aligned in such a way where that's less of an issue. But since this cube is rightmost and the back end of it is inner, it doesn't know the contour based on screen space information. So it seems like this thing, and this is with temporal A8 on, just to be clear.
Right.
Like, this is it as it's supposed to work.
Right.
That's what that looks like.
Great. I'm so looking forward to more games looking worse and worse.
For no reason.
Yeah.
It's okay. Artists are unbound now. I feel like my electronics are breaking and I have an eye disease. I've contracted some sort of eye-based ailment. But, the artist can put as much lighting as they want in there. I'm looking forward to the first game that ships with this. Dan, how much lighting could it possibly be? How much lighting could you possibly crank out in this sort of situation? Well, let me go ahead and show the, because in the middle of showing this off, they show the, how many light fields the artist can put in simultaneously. All of those are light fields.
Jesus.
All of
those. Is this fucking Unknown 9 Awakening?
No, this is, of course not, Chris. This feature just debuted at Unreal Engine. This is Echo, the person from the Nanite tech demo, which as she travels through a weird ancient market with neon signs underground with computers and technology.
Which is weirdly similar to Unknown 9.
Which might say something about Unknown 9, but who knows?
I'm glad the entire industry is going to crash before any game with this technology and it comes out.
So anyways, you get to have that many light sources? That's
sure,
pretty
it runs
cool.
great.
I mean, it'll run great. It'll just have image artifacts literally everywhere.
That's not running great.
Nope, that qualifies. Thank you. Good
No, it
night.
doesn't.
No more questions. Yeah, it feels completely insane that this is the direction these things took.
Yeah, mistakes were made on a high level here.
Yeah, I want to see if I can find the image where it's TAA on and off. Ah, there we go. Just found it. Okay, cool, great. I think this is it. Let me just make sure. Yep. Okay, so we could do a before and after, and then I'll end this tech segment of this podcast. Okay. There we go. It should do it. Let's see. Yep, that should do it. Okay, so here's with the TAA on. Looks pretty nice. Okay. And this is what happens if you try to run any of this shit without having temporal anti-aliasing on. That should be this one. It just becomes a grainy, noisy mess. Because the shading itself is completely dependent on that. It's completely dependent on the denoising done at the temporal AA level.
This year I took kind of a buying fewer games at launch philosophy. I think in 2025 I'm gonna adopt a no AAA whatsoever philosophy.
I think we're basically going to get forced into that because the only it just seems more
for
and more
2 years
insane.
until there's no more AAA market, which seems like how this is going to go based on other news we have.
It's really nuts, but at least it locked 30 frames per second.
That's not okay.
That's not enough.
Yeah, that's not enough anymore.
It locked 30.
No.
Never.
It's locked 30 though.
God.
Infinite lights with direct shadows. I know a graphics engineer, a person who now works on hardware and does all sorts of experiments, and there was a tweet going around where it was like, the PS2 had 32 megs of RAM and 16 or something megs of VRAM. How the hell did we get to where we are now? And why does that look so good for then? And they quote tweeted and just basically went, because everyone stopped caring and we bloated everything so fast.
It's the same reason that no matter how much you upgrade your PC, it will always run exactly the same. Thanks, Windows.
Thanks, Windows.
My PC runs, it boots faster. That's the one thing that didn't fuck up because we have SSDs and Windows somehow can't fuck that up because it isn't on yet when I boot the computer. But everything else, my computer pretty much runs at the exact same speed it did 20 years ago.
Yeah.
Despite being exponentially more powerful.
Oh, yeah. Yep. 20 years ago? Absolutely nuts level of more power in that.
Mm-hmm.
Here we have a
512 megs of RAM versus 32 gigs? Same. Works the same.
Yeah, why would that change anything?
So here's a full-scale resolution of it with the TAA turned off. Maybe it's fine. Maybe you'll be fine. Maybe you'll find there's a grit to the screen and we're not moving, so there's no artifacts caused by moving.
Man, what are all these companies going to do when like international strife causes the graphic, like the silicon production pipeline to be impeded?
Right. Can we talk about something really minor with this though? Like really, really minor. I hate how these vertical lines at the geometry edge of this wall here cannot look vertical. Like they look wobbly.
Mm-hmm.
See how they like go in and out?
Yeah.
That drives my eye insane. Chat, we hit a point where I can't have a vertical wall in a video game. We can't even draw straight lines. Who's rendering this game? Me? Yeah. Anyway, that's my fun segment. That's my news. I
should have been industry burning down.
Oh, hey, we can do that next.
Oh my god.
Because that's right, we didn't escape it this week.
Nope.
That song doesn't seem right.
No, it does.
One.
He's happy that it's on fire this week.
Oh no!
He's become the Joker.
I'm starting to become more happy as these motherfuckers just keep saying, we will never learn. Literally nothing but us being bankrupt will teach us. And like, at that point, you've made your circumstances clear. Why should I hope ever better for you? Like, you decide you chose this. Hi-Res Studios, they made Smite and Smite 2, and I think Paladins, I think that's also theirs.
I think so.
Has had an undisclosed amount of layoffs. We don't know more than that. You shouldn't have made Smite 2. Like, that's still in development. They're developing Smite 2. And it's like,
I was wondering.
Valve is over there making Deadlocked, which even if it isn't great and doesn't do like Valorant numbers like some people think it will, is still going to kill Smite 2 deader than shit.
I mean, it's teaming up with Smite 1 to do that effectively, unless they completely shut down Smite.
Yeah, that's always a weird part of these games that never end. Like, how do you make a sequel?
Yeah, it's like, yeah. And the second one, Ubisoft employees are going to strike after Ubisoft went like 3 days out of the week, you got to be in the office. Our investors are crying too much that we own too much property. So you have to use it, even though that makes no fucking sense. and union and the French Union of Video Game Workers was like, we authorize a strike. So I think it's October 15th to 18th that nobody's supposed to work to like teach Ubisoft they're serious.
Good.
Like, you motherfuckers better roll this back.
Good luck polishing up that Assassin's Creed coming out next year and polishing up the Star Wars game. They said they were going to polish up. I'm not sure if you saw that's their official plan.
Yeah, no,
They want to sell way more copies during this holiday season.
Let's spend more money on a game that's now the butt of every joke and dead. Like, I get that it's sad that you have to accept that, but
look, we already committed to making the DLC, so we have to.
You literally can't, like, nobody's gonna give a shit. I need to. So this is a minor aside. Like, I mean, it's related to this, but it's also ties into another thing. So, you know, Elon took posting to Twitter away from consoles.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody's gonna see that your game is fixed.
No. Yeah, because you aren't going to do another whole marketing cycle for that.
Yeah, it's over. And I will. And the thing that isn't directly related is, I need people to stop saying X game wasn't marketed. The amount of marketing hasn't changed. The difference is you are now no longer seeing clips of people playing the game on Twitter because they can't do that anymore.
Which means it's in the marketing interest of every game company out there to rally around and make a social media platform that's cross-platform to post images to, or just support Blue Sky.
I can't believe that like Sony or anybody hasn't done anything. Like, not even just Blue Sky. There's Threads.
Yeah, no, there's been lots of competitors. You think that they should be out there jumping on the chance.
There could even be like some way to circumvent Twitter and be like, here's your bank. There's an app for the bank. You can pull it off the bank onto your phone and put it on the app.
Technically, like, you can do that on PlayStation, but that adds another layer, so nobody does it.
Yeah, so like,
yeah, it's
I honestly,
shit.
I honestly wonder how much of all these games underperforming this year and some of last year are just that. Because Scott Strichert, who was the lead of localization on the Yakuza titles for a while, was like, yeah, clips of Yakuza 0 sold that game.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
that is why Yakuza became big in the West again, for the first time.
Yeah.
So I just wonder how, like, if people could post clips of Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, would that game have underperformed?
Yeah, that's a good point, because there's a lot of joy in the mini games and side stuff
in the mini games and all the character interactions and all this shit, and nobody could see it because you can't fucking post it. I have the ability to do that because I own a capture card that is hooked into my computer that the thing I'm playing on is almost always plugged into. But I'd have to open OBS, I'd have to hit record, and most of the time it's just not worth it.
Yeah.
And the PlayStation, the PS5, PS4, and PS5 will save like the last 2 minutes of gameplay.
Oh, they can save. Oh, yeah, like they can save up to an hour or some shit. Yeah, it's nuts.
So if something really cool just happened and you want to share it, you can.
But it's a pain in the ass now because you can't just post it directly to Twitter.
Like, I'm gonna be real, Sony. You either need to go get with Blue Sky and Threads or suck Elon Musk's dick. I don't want you to suck Elon Musk's dick, but that's better than you doing nothing.
Right. It looks silly to have a button on your controller, the share button.
It does nothing.
Yeah, basically does nothing now. I can now take pictures and then look at them for myself.
Which is valid, but still.
Mm-hmm. It's called share.
I'm sharing it with future me.
Right.
Also, Chris, I don't think you covered this. The large amounts of their employees went remote during COVID. Yeah. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
I actually had one more bit of news, which we can hit up. And it's not the same industry, but it is in a sorts very. Hey, HoloLens?
Yeah.
The Microsoft augmented reality headset that was so good, they made an exclusive Conquer game for it. Mm-hmm. This is real. And I am not making this up. We have shown the picture of baby Conquer before. Do not make me do it again. Okay? Okay. They updated Windows and completely deprecated any support for that thing. It's fucking dead. The entire initiative for head-mounted displays, VR headsets, and whatever that was directly through Windows is dead as an initiative. They literally pulled the Games for Windows Live again. But for hardware! Burn them down. Burn down Microsoft.
Yeah, at least with this, it didn't ruin any other games. It just
broke millions of dollars of equipment.
Yeah.
for no reason.
Yep.
Well, look on the bright side. Seems like Google's about to be split up. Maybe that'll happen to Microsoft too over the next couple years.
It really should. God, they need it. Man,
Fuck them.
yeah, no, it
That's
sucks.
insane. You know how much a HoloLens cost? One moment. Let me look up how much.
At least $3,000.
Yeah,
At least.
That shit was expensive as fuck. You know,
It's okay. Just have your Windows not up. Oh, they only update now? It's forced?
It's forced update.
Oh, no.
And we break shit all the time.
Oh, my God.
HoloLens 2 costs $3,500.
Jesus.
Fun fact. Still being sold on the Microsoft Store.
Oh yeah, they
Criminal.
said they're going to continue selling it until they're done.
Criminal.
So there was this thing this week where the new high tier iPhone is like Apple's cutting the order because they're not selling as many as they expected.
They're down 12% year over
Do
year.
you think part of the problem and the reason why everything has feels like it has hit this wall and it's now shaking apart is there's nothing like? How do you make a better phone now?
You wait more than 1 year in between models. You want people to feel something when the new one comes out? You wait more than 1 year.
That feels like we've hit the point where there is nothing that can be achieved in 1 year anymore. So all these industries that set themselves up to need yearly releases or they go out of business instantly are now fucked. What is Nvidia
button?
What is Nvidia going to do in 7 or 8 months when the AI bubble pops? Other than go out of business.
Other than shit their pants?
Man, I cannot wait.
Did you see that OpenAI is now doing the Microsoft thing where they doubled all their prices because they were selling at like 10% of what they were actually spending.
Oh,
so they basically were like, we're doubling our prices now, and this is like price crank 1. There's going to be multiple more.
Yeah, of course.
God, it's going to be so interesting to see which companies were true believers in AI because they can't pull that out of their new structure and die.
Did you see when Apple backed down from their giant investment in OpenAI?
Yes, they did. In OpenAI's last funding run, Apple went. Obviously, they signed an NDA and looked at what OpenAI had cooking for the next year and went, no thanks.
The funniest part is, what was it? ChatGPT is what's integrated into the iPhones. Is that right?
I don't remember.
I think so.
But they signed a deal where they basically got that for free.
Yeah, and ChatGPT had its price cranked.
It just at the last
Nvidia
second.
and Microsoft still threw in a bunch of money, though.
Oh yeah, because their money isn't real.
Microsoft is giving OpenAI like billions of dollars of cloud credits.
Yeah, and they
which
also
let their shit work at all.
And they also keep announcing whenever they add a new feature, Microsoft then later announces, "Oh, hey, we have this new feature for Windows," and it's the same feature every time.
Man, I noticed that none of those AI things have launched on the iPhone yet.
No. Wonder why.
I wonder why.
It's a real fucking mystery. Anyways, yeah, we need more than 1 year in between phones because guess what? There's not much else to do.
Yeah,
more than 1 year between phones, more than 1 year between graphics cards, more than one year between CPUs.
And the more radical thing, possibly, actually, no, I'd say the more normal, but maybe you think it's radical. More than 8 years between consoles. I don't think people are lining up for anything over $500 4 years from now. And I don't think anything you can sell for $500 4 years from now will be truly compelling as a hardware proposition.
Yeah, not when you just released the newest thing at $700, right? $780.
So yeah,
I'm really
need you to wait a couple more.
I feel like maybe we're gonna get because we Xbox keeps pretending it's gonna make a portable, and Sony probably actually is. So I wonder if we're going to hit this paradigm where it's like consoles are only for enthusiasts. Normal people have the portable version that is just the last thing, but portable.
I mean, we definitely will hit that to some extent, but enthusiast in this case makes it sound more niche than it is, I feel.
Yeah, an enthusiast is in like the most enthusiast half the market.
Right, yeah, exactly. That's how I would put it, because I don't see a day where... the portables, because Sony's working on a portable. Mm-hmm. We have chipset stuff that looks like that. I don't see a day where the Switch 2 and that eats so much into the ownership that a PS6 is untenable. But I do see the
PS6 is $800.
Well, yeah, they can make a PS6 that's just flat out untenable, but I'm talking about that making it such, not if these portables exist, Sony won't commit suicide in the corner of the room for no reason. That's not my statement at all. Yeah, so I don't know. I see consoles as its own market. You know, we were just talking about how the Switch doesn't, like, third-party games don't sell as well in America on the Switch as they do in Japan, or as they used to. And part of that is because the experience can be so much worse than those offered elsewhere, whether that's PC or console. So I don't think we'll hit a point where it'll be truly niche enthusiasts. But yeah, like 50%, 40%, maybe, yeah. Because Moore's Law is fucking dead. And for some reason, Epic's making an engine that'll run on barely jack shit.
Yeah, it was like Epic's going to change that by ruining everything.
Yeah, bro, are you telling me Megalights is going to run on the Switch too? Will it look right at all when it does that? Do you promise? Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
I need to see someone try to get Megalights running on the Switch 2. Reminder, the Switch 2 hardware was locked down, according to sources, in 2022. It is already 2-year-old hardware. It hasn't even shipped.
Yeah.
They got to stop doing this.
It hasn't even been announced.
It hasn't even been announced. By the time it comes out, it may be 3-year-old hardware.
Yeah.
Reminder, it is lacking, the actual chips are lacking some of the innovations made in the 4000 series GPUs. I've owned a 4090 for 2 years now. God, what a weird situation. Anyway, let's go to Bob for news. Bob?
Sure.
I'm going to put away our guest host.
Okay, good.
And
good.
his hellish flames.
He doesn't need to be here. We got to talk about Death Stranding 2's TGS event. They did like a big showcase.
Mm-hmm.
They showed off this insanely realistic photo mode we've had up as a background.
Yeah.
All of those characters definitely there.
All of them.
All of them.
Every last one of these people were there, including Tim Sweeney.
Yes, when Tim Sweeney, he was
there.
He was there.
And he was like, Google's oppressing us. And Norman Reedus is like, please shut the fuck up.
It looks absolutely ludicrously good, as you can see from this image. They animate fully and do like a little photo shoot poses and stuff. And Kojima says that there will be some influence on the story from this, so you should take good pictures. So watch out for that.
Didn't you say at this event they were going to announce the launch date, but then something happened in the last second, so they didn't?
Yeah, it was, it sounds more like they were talking about vaguely of like, we want to announce the release date soon, but we can't.
Okay.
But the release date is still next year. It's still 2025. They're still on schedule. And they also showed a few short scenes to introduce Tarman, Tomorrow, and Rainy.
Okay.
Those were kind of neat little vignettes, but it does give me the worry that this game is really similar to the last one, where you go to the hideout to have a cutscene.
Yeah, but the hideout's now a cool boat.
Yes, the hideout's now a cool boat. But man, just having everything happen in these tiny spaces where Norman Reedus just kind of wanders in and watches a scene, basically, and he doesn't interact hardly at all.
But what if he shook a monster can and then opened it at the camera and it sprayed it all over me?
That would be pretty funny.
Pretty good.
He also has the doll man with him all the times, which we've seen in previous trailers. And that thing does talk more than him, seemingly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
So that's neat. I'm still really excited for this. It looks insane.
Yes, it does.
Forget that. Oh, right. Decima can look great. It's just always used as the service of making the most plain thing ever made. But now we have Kojima making a game. So yeah, it looks incredible.
Well, there are original characters in the Horizon series. These are humans, which we have a very direct analog for how they should work. Mm-hmm. And having some of the best artists in the world doing that superbly for insanely high-end cutscenes.
Right, and having all sorts of really cool level technology things. Because we see like the way that Not quiet. What's her name?
I don't know. There are many characters.
Yes, there's little characters. She has little robot hands on her neck.
Oh.
Fragile.
Fragile.
Yeah, seeing her little hands operate a cigarette, stuff like that.
Yeah.
Lots of cool stuff.
Chat with Loud.
Loud.
That's going to be the bad guy of the game.
We also heard about a brand new game called Venus Vacation Prism. Dead or Alive Extreme. It's going to be on PS4, PC, or PS5 and PC. And this is a romance adventure game with the Dead or Alive girls. There are 6 different ones. The only one announced so far is Misaki, who debuted in the game they never brought stateside, which was Dead or Alive Extreme Venus Vacation back in 2017. So I don't believe she's a fighter at all. She's just someone who's here for the Extreme series.
She's not a fighter. She's a lover.
Yes.
That's an important thing to know about Misaki.
And this is like the other Dead or Alive Extreme games. You play as the owner of this establishment.
Is it still Zach?
No, it's not Zach. It's
I can't believe Zach couldn't make the payments on the island.
Right? Isn't the opening of Dead or Alive Extreme 2 like Zach having to lift the island off the fucking ocean floor because it sank at the end of Extreme 1? I'm pretty sure that's the opening of Extreme 2, yeah.
When's
I would
our
not be
Extreme
surprised.
month?
I don't know. It would be funny to go through those.
I think half those games are banned on Twitch.
Oh my god.
Really?
Probably.
Yeah, because if you go look at the Twitch banned games, it's all stuff. It's all stuff like that is transparently non-consensual porn, or like a game that had a bad press cycle about it, and a Twitch admin got mad. Because it's like you're not allowed to stream Criminal Girls, and I'm like, they sold that game at Walmart.
Right.
Oh.
Like, I'm sorry that one of your admins got mad. Go sit with the Valve dude. Go sit with the Valve dude who doesn't let visuals on, but allows Meat and Fuck Kingdom on, which is a game full of stolen art and is actually releasing on Steam soon, if it isn't already out on Steam.
But this is interesting that this is the first Dead or Alive game in a long while.
Oh my god, yeah.
Yeah. I have to wonder if they're going to bring that series back in any real way, or if it's just going to be weird spin-offs like this.
I could go either way.
Right? It'd be
How
neat to
fun are
have
the
more
mini
than
games?
it'd be neat to have more than one 3D fighting game series happening. Right now it's Tekken, and they are alone.
They are alone. If only someone would make some sort of Power Stone-like game
If only.
featuring iconic characters.
Right?
Could you imagine?
They announced a delay for Hunter x Hunter Nen Impact. It's going to be out next year. I didn't even know it was supposed to be out this year.
Yeah, neither did I. We're getting a lot of delays. I'm like, it's that problem where we all actually know when the game is coming out and they don't.
Yeah, apparently they delayed it so they could actually put in rollback netcode, which
Wow.
What?
That's not optional anymore.
right, and you did it in your last game. What were you thinking?
Well, it's okay. COVID's over. So internet infrastructure in America got better, right?
Yeah, that's how that worked.
Yeah, that was the problem. Our internet got COVID.
Yes. El Shaddai, Ascension of the Metatron in the news again. The HD remaster now coming to PS5. We didn't get a date
I might
or
have
anything.
to buy that.
I'm definitely. I have
depending
to
on how
buy it. I have
runs.
to support that man.
Yeah. Yeah, please. More El Shaddai.
Or else
Now that I learned that it becomes a real game at some point, I feel stupid saying it was bad all these years. Like, no, you fool! If you play 4 hours instead of 3.5, it becomes an immaculate super game full of unique content.
I know. I've never seen a 7th-gen game so bold as to be like, the opening 3 hours is all the worst parts of our game.
Right? It's iconic.
Are you ready to eat wheat bricks?
Capcom's doing an impressively bad Street Fighter 6 Dark Stalkers crossover.
Okay, Bob, I haven't looked at your news story, and I do not know who's in it. I just know people are pissed. It's not Morgan.
It is a costume for the customizable character of John Talbot, the werewolf.
Oh.
and it's only for the custom character, so no one cares. It looks hideous.
Does Street Fighter, like, other than the classic costume, normal costume, are there any costumes for regular characters that aren't custom?
One. They've added one set of new costumes for everyone. That's it. The game's been out for over a year.
Like Capcom, I hate to tell you this, but if that's unfeasible, you made your game too high fidelity.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes.
Hey,
dumbass. You know how people keep pushing for the free-to-play fighter? What if, hear me out, the affordable fighter? You make the game look way worse and only charge $40. Thank you.
God, it's crazy because you can, like, modders have made good looking costumes. I've seen plenty of good mod costumes, but I feel like they have some insane thing where, oh no, to make a costume in Street Fighter, we need to actually make it and scan it in because we're crazy. But that's just a guess. But I can't imagine anything else making this so prohibitive. Yeah, so limited that we've not seen other costumes. And then the other thing for this crossover is custom colors for real characters. Custom color? Who cares?
That shit happened when I hit the wrong button before. What do you mean this is a huge event?
You know, I remember that Capcom vs. SNK 2 had a color editor.
Yeah, that's actually back in that new Mark of Wolves.
It is. That's hype as hell.
That feels like a feature that every fucking game should have. Every fighting game should have that. If it's even remotely feasible, which in a lot of cases it should be. Let me make my own color sets. And then I don't have to go, well, you have 32 color sets per character, but none of them are the ones I want.
But then they can't sell you for like $8 3 more colors. Yeah, that's what they do.
Gee, I wonder why in the past I wonder why I buy far fewer fighting games now than I did even 2 years ago.
Because you like Strive that much?
Man, I regret buying Strive. If I could go back in time, be like, bro, you're not going to like this.
I'm going to be honest. There I was on the umpteenth day in a row of appreciating likes being private. Liking another slew of Elfelt art. When I remembered, oh, wait, I should probably play that game and download
Maybe you should play Elfelt once ever.
I did back in Exert.
Right.
I did back then. I haven't in Strive even once.
Oh, right.
I seriously just sat there and went, wait a second, I never motherfucking did that. Oh, well, it was still worth it. Look at all this Elfelt art.
Right?
Twitter delivers to me daily for free. What a perfect character. Every crossover should be getting Elfelt into their game.
Dude, not to even cross it over with Guilty Gear.
I know. What's with that?
I don't know, actually. I guess because their art style is so different than everything else, but that makes it funnier if you do it.
I know. I want to see fucking Elfelt and Street Fighter 6's art style. That seems weird.
Just human Elfelt. God, put her in Tekken.
I'm there. I'll be there. You can basically fill in any fighting game and I'll be like, I'll be there. But they put her in Strive and I went, oh, right, Strive. I gotta like.
Yeah, I really wish the Strive wasn't like one of my least favorites Guilty Gears, and even like I like it less than Blaze Blue by a lot. And
it's not even close for me, but that's always been the case with Guilty Gear and Blaze Blue. I really like Guilty Gear, but new Guilty Gear and Blaze Blue is like even more of a.
Yeah, like I like Exart a lot more. The only thing that they've made that I don't like more are like the Persona Fighter and that Blaze Blue cross battle, whatever.
Cross tag battle. Yeah.
Yeah. Those felt real bad.
CTB. Right? BBCTB? Yes, BBCBT. Because it's Blaze Blue cross tag battle. Baby CBT? Wait, no.
But yeah, they need to fix this costume problem on Street Fighter 6. This is insane.
I'm sorry, Kyosuke chat with Dan. Your likes only are public. No, Twitter doxed me. I have to go unlike some things one moment.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what they can do because like the Darkstalkers crossover with Street Fighter 5. I don't know if you guys remember. They had like I think 6 actual full costumes for characters. So you got to see like Lilith as Drury, Morgan as Chun-Li. The Mummy was
We're just done. That's what this signals to me. We're done.
Yeah.
No one can do anything anymore. We have fucked up.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to hit a year where they go, the latest Resident Evil was canceled, and this marks the era of 10 years where we can't even ship one again.
God, yeah, and it's like there are fewer characters in the past now. They can't make costumes to sell. What's happening? What choices led to this?
Well, they made the game. They had to make the game look really nice.
Here's the fun part. They didn't. No one made them.
I know. Well, see, their market research says they can't make the game look like anime. And if they try to make simplistic graphics that don't look like anime, it looks like Street Fighter V, and everybody complains again. So the only option was to do this, and they were seemingly financially rewarded, except maybe not enough. I expect any time to find out that Capcom is now one of those companies that's like, it sold 4 million, that wasn't enough.
I'm very excited for Street Fighter 7 to be 60 frames per second, 1080p with a 4070 and frame generation.
God, I hope they don't go any farther, because they are
them putting it in the system requirement, like the spec sheet for Wilds, like really makes me think they're heading back to the 7th gen era of Capcom.
It was so funny. Chat tried to bring it to my attention during one of our Sonic streams.
Uh-huh.
They're like, Dan, have you seen the system requirements? I'm like, I don't fucking care. I didn't realize. That was a watershed moment in system requirements. We're in a hellscape now.
Yeah.
We're never getting out. Let's move on.
Sure. We got a new game studio was announced. Day 4 Night.
Okay.
4 was the number 4 instead of the word 4.
And their logo is a badger?
Yeah, the badger was like goggles. Pretty neat.
Goggles? Weird. Okay.
But it's founded by the lead designer and writer of Red Dead Redemption, Christian Contamese,
Sure.
and Mario and Rabbids series creative director
David Soliani.
Yes, the guy famous for crying at the Ubisoft event and such.
Different guy from the infamous guy. A different event.
Different event. It's financed by Krafton, which is, you know, the guys who recently picked up Tango and had
They own PUBG.
Yeah. We know basically nothing about what they are working on, but they put out a few quotes of saying it pushes the boundaries of storytelling, game design.
Red flag.
And it's an entirely original new game, which
hopefully they actually came up with some sort of innovative idea that doesn't require it to be a gigantic game that'll take 7 years to make and not actually come out.
Right, because the Mario Rabbids guy, that would make sense for. Those are smaller scale things and just seem to be about like really drilling down on those IPs and whatnot. But the Red Dead guy being here is scary.
Yep.
At least it's Red Dead 1. It's not 2.
That's something, yeah. That means a lot, actually.
Yeah, because Red Dead 1 was shippable.
And Red Dead 1 was an entire game crafted out of the ashes of a game they got the rights to that they didn't make.
Yeah.
Red Dead Revolver. The oft-forgotten Red Dead game. Aggro, we jumped past your news in the document. Would you like to go next?
So recently we had a PS5 update that added that cool new homepage with the customizable widgets where you could move all the ones that were basically ads off of it.
Yeah.
But then when you went over to your games in your home, they would just, instead of displaying like key art for the game, there would just be a weird ad. Or like an ad for a video, or maybe an ad for a movie that was several years old.
Wow.
Apparently this was actually a glitch.
I actually do believe it.
Yeah.
As soon as I saw that post, I went and downloaded all the games in their example image that I owned and hovered over them, and there was no ads on any of them.
Yeah.
So I actually do believe it was just some weird error.
Yeah, I'd seen a few of them happen myself, and I was like, oh, I was so pissed. But like the Ask PlayStation Twitter account says, a tech error with the official news feature on the PS5 console has since been resolved. There have been no changes to the way game news is displayed on the PS5. It really did seem like when they updated the home screen, the function to go grab game art just went to the wrong list and grabbed something random.
Yeah.
Shit
Yeah.
happens.
Yeah, because I actually never
this
saw
is-
this, so I'm not too surprised that it was just completely a glitch.
Showing me ads on a box I bought from you, satanic. You should be shut down. Microsoft,
100%.
who now does that constantly.
Mm-hmm.
Microsoft even has bigger balls. There's multiple times where I've booted that Xbox and it's given me a full screen ad I have to hit a button to get rid of.
Just like
Yep.
Windows.
Just like Windows. Yippee.
Nightmare.
Yeah, somebody earlier this year was talking about Windows 11 tried to get me to get Game Pass so I could play Hellblade. That happened to one of our viewers earlier this year.
Absolutely. Why wouldn't it?
I'm Microsoft. If AI survives long enough for you to try and put this, we steal all, we copy everything you do on your PC, I'll learn Linux. I'll do it. You motherfucker.
Yeah, I keep getting closer, and I was gonna say Linux guys keep saying Linux got better, but they've been saying that shit for 20, 30 years.
Right. It's true.
No, this is the time, man.
Which is why I
It's
keep
gonna happen
stressing.
eventually.
There's a lot of importance that could be. There's a lot of importance in the idea of a Steam Deck console. People want a way to play their PC games that does not involve a PC in a PC-like manner with a mouse and keyboard with a decent power level. Steam Deck fans, stop saying there's a dock. Stop saying there's a dock. You know a PC is stronger than a Steam Deck. Stop saying there's a dock.
Yeah.
Because I've had this 4 times in a row.
Yeah, I do think there is a market for something that costs about as much as the Steam Deck, but just doesn't have the screen, it doesn't have the battery. It's just a box.
It's just a box.
You can juice it up enough to get a lot more games.
Here's another way of putting it. The PS5 is stronger than 75% of the PCs running Steam right now. The Valve hardware says 75% of the PC in the user base of Steam is worse than a PS5. A PS5's power profile Steam Deck, thus, that is a console that works with a mouse and keyboard, is thus an immense value.
Yeah.
Not complicated.
I mean, I'm mostly in favor of the proposition, and I'm only a little ashamed of it because that just turns most PC gaming into console gaming. And I'm so petty after all the years.
I honestly do wonder how that would affect like the market, because like it already feels like you're seeing devs crank their shit down so it can get onto the Steam Deck. Because even if not a lot of people own the Steam Deck, the Steam Deck owners are a highly motivated consumer base.
Yeah.
So if your popular upcoming game runs on the Steam Deck, you will likely get a lot of sales from that group.
Possibly, yes.
So if a Steam box takes off, I wonder if it'll be the same thing, and then you get like PCMR guys cutting their own throats, screaming, "No, now we're consoles! It's even holding games back the same way."
I genuinely believe there is some last level I will lose my religion if this becomes true shit, which is why they fight me so hard on this concept. I honestly believe there's some part in their brain that makes them go, it can't be a console, because they just do not want to ever, like, somehow it being a portable is not the same.
That's crazy. No,
Because I don't know why I get fought so hard on this one specific thing by Steam Deck users and fans.
I don't get it. That doesn't make any sense. It's an easier way to play games that are on PC.
You don't have to worry about the battery being dead. You get to instantly boot, really fast boot times. It would be able to run games better.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Heck, then PC developers get that a known thing they're trying to build for.
Right, which is what the Steam Deck is.
Right.
Which is what the value of the Steam Deck is. It is a value of the Steam Deck. Yeah. Anyway, so that's how powerful a PS5 is relative to the Valve hardware survey. I wonder where the hell a PS5 Pro would come in. 'Cause who even knows?
Yeah, it's absurdly
The GPU on that thing is a lot more powerful and capable.
right.
And that even depends on whether or not the Steam survey is like a regular curve.
How do you mean?
Where like where you get a smooth distribution of power, or like you get up into the top 25% and there's a shelf.
Yeah, instead of what you what you expect, where it's you went up 10%, you would go up 10% or something. No,
Yeah,
instead,
and
what
like
if you went up 10%, you went up 19 more percent?
Right. You just
Yeah,
got
like
cleared the bar.
what if a 10% more powerful PS5 isn't more powerful than 15, like isn't in the top 20 percentile, but like you're now up to everything but the absolute sickos.
Right. And that's really possible with Richard talking about its closest PC equivalent would be something like a 4070. That means there are only like 2 or 3 GPUs better than that in the world already.
Right.
Let alone how many people bought them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're kind
don't know.
of expensive.
Really? GPUs are a little expensive?
Just a little expensive.
Just a little.
And maybe people haven't noticed.
No, only the console's overpriced.
Yeah.
My 4090 is a good price. I'm really worried about the 50 series, by the way. I'm really worried about the 50 series. I think I talked about the leaks last week, though, so I'm not going to mention it. Let's move on.
So California has decided that if buying isn't owning, then you're not allowed to call it buying.
Wow, that seems like an obvious assessment of reality.
AB 2426 consumer protection false advertising digital goods. It shall be unlawful for a seller of a digital good to advertise or offer for sale a digital good to a purchaser with the terms buy, purchase, or any other term which a reasonable person would understand to confer an unrestricted ownership interest in the digital good, or alongside an option for a time-limited rental, unless either of the following occur. A, the seller receives at the time of each transaction an affirmative acknowledgement from the purchaser indicating all of the following. The bill goes on. If you buy stuff from a digital marketplace and at any time the person who sold it to you might lose the license or has the power to revoke it, you're not allowed to call it a sale anymore. It is a license.
Yep.
I wonder if that'll actually have any kind of effect.
Oh, it definitely will.
I'm hoping it's the kind of thing where like Europe changed all their laws and a bunch of stuff in America got fixed, that if you have to have it this way in California, well, you might as well be the same everywhere else.
100% what will happen. We will definitely get some level of screen that acknowledges that, hey, this stuff's impermanent. By the way, Bob, did you know how this happened? Do you know how this all got set loose?
No, what happened?
Ross's Game Dungeon. This is literally
Good.
because of the Crew 1.
Good.
This is about the Crew getting delisted.
them.
Yeah, get their ass.
Get them all.
Good job, Ross. Good job, everyone who teamed up and did the petitions and everything else. Thank fucking God. Jesus Christ. Also, watch Ross. Watch Game Dungeon. He's funny. It's like an alternate Civvy. It's a different Civvy.
Yeah, I watched his videos first and I like them a lot more than Civvy, but it might be because he covers more genres I enjoy.
That is part of it, but he also has his own pacing and style that's distinctly different from Civvy. But people who are interested in the Civvy format would probably also enjoy. I enjoy both.
I like the Sonic Heroes video.
Damn it! We didn't do Sonic Heroes, so I didn't get to make a sound clip out of. This wasn't gamer dementia. This seemed more like regular old dementia as he forgets what the hell he's doing in the fucking level. Oh, man. Yeah.
So, you remember the PS5 Pro?
No.
Unfortunately.
Well, the pre-orders started happening, and that thing that happened where a whole bunch of scalpers just bought the shit out of them.
Yeah, of course.
And started turning them around on eBay. So, too late for everybody but Japan. Sony realized, maybe we should do anything about this. So they
whole reason you did it through your own website was to prevent this exact thing. Odd.
They have turned to human culture's strongest weapon, gatekeeping.
It was there the whole time.
In order to purchase a PS5 Pro in Japan, you have to have a registered PlayStation account in Japan that has 30 hours of playtime logged between February 14th, 2014 and September 19th, 2024, which is 10 years, 7 months, and 5 days.
So 3 hours of gaming a year. That's all they're requiring.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's basically just so you couldn't have made an account after the pre-orders went up and got it enough time.
Which we didn't talk about it here at all, but scalpers, of course, hit the Pro, started hitting eBay, and now the scalpers are getting mass reported to eBay as being scalpers, and some of those listings are getting delisted. Yeah,
Good.
Which it's funny they're trying because you can still fucking pre-order the PS5 Pro on PS Direct.
So, hey, remember weeks ago when they announced the price of this, and I told you, Bob, I said on Big Thing, some dipshit is going to try to scalp and price gouge this, and it will not work.
Right, but these are the anniversary specifically.
Those
Yeah,
are
the
the ones
anniversary ones. I don't
edition.
think, but like it's been weeks. It's been over a week, I think. When did pre-orders go? Like nobody's buying this fucking Pro, guys.
Oh, compared to a normal consumer product from them, no.
Yeah.
Where are you talking about? Like, how much worse than the PS4 Pro is it going to sell? That's the actual
PS4,
domain.
And for context to the viewers, PS4 Pro was about 16% of PS4 sold.
Was it? Yes. Okay. Yeah. No, that's right. Because it was about
I expect
the
PS5 Pro to be like 4, maybe 5, if even that.
Yeah. No, it's going to be really small. They didn't pack it with the disk drive, and it cost $700 before that. What the fuck are you doing?
God. Yeah, it sucks that they did this every other territory. They didn't figure out how to actually manage this. So the anniversary is just nothing but scalpers.
They should cancel every single one of those pre-orders and go, we're doing it again with this new rule we came up with.
They should.
Someone would absolutely go full demented.
Oh, they would. People would go insane.
Fuck them.
Well,
fuck them.
Oh, shit. It occurs to me that I glanced past a headline. I have not vetted any of this, so take that with a teaspoon of salt. That some people's pre-orders are just getting canceled.
Oh.
So maybe
That'd
they
be
are
smart.
mass doing that? Like, redo.
Like,
Jesus Christ.
Man, if I was some scalper who like got into it before 2020 and saw all the people who did it now, and now every company is rapidly advancing their ability to combat it, I'd be like, you motherfuckers hopped on this, fucking taking my bread. Now it's impossible to do. You pieces of shit.
At the end of the day, the real problem here is they're underproducing them for no reason other than to drive this insane demand.
No, like everybody wants that version. That version is cool.
Yeah.
That's the one people were excited about.
Yeah.
Because it's a cool nostalgic throwback.
Uh-huh.
And they do this. So they already made it insanely expensive.
Yeah.
It's $1,000 in the US. More elsewhere.
Yeah, why not? Yeah, like why not get as many people as you can? Like there's a lot of people who are like, well, I can't get that special edition. I just won't buy a Pro.
Yeah. And it's like nobody cares about a limited edition number except crazy scalpers.
And crazy collectors.
Yeah, and those are not the people that you should be catering to. This is nostalgia for like your most popular thing.
Right. Like just the higher price should be enough for you, Sony.
Right?
Like, come on now. Anyway.
Since we're talking about it anyway, don't those fins not fit Pros?
Yeah, we were talking about that before we went live. I'm interested in getting the Indigo shell for the PS5, but I'm getting a Pro. And I think mechanically, they designed the Pro to use the same shell as the Slim. They just made it wider. But I don't actually know that. And also, that's what the deal with the 3 lines are. It's to space it out so it actually lines up and can be as tall as the original unit. Speaking of which, I'm very interested in how it will feel to go from a launch unit to the Pro. And I'll be like, this is the same thing.
Yeah.
It's same rough size and weight. Does that shell properly work on the Pro? Because I would love to pre-order my Indigo right now. But I don't know, and I'm scared.
Yeah, because they don't say it on the website, and I've seen Japanese listings say it just doesn't work.
And that's mortifying. Imagine I had a shell for a PS5 Slim, and the 2 models of PS5 I own are Launch and Pro. What a clown I would feel like. Good Lord. Anyway, let's go over to Chris's news. I don't even buy like those decorative controllers, really, like because that feels wasteful.
This is via Jason Schreier. So Aggro, how excited are you for Horizon 3?
My heart hurts so much.
So, Guerrilla's next game is going to be a Horizon online co-op game. It has survived. Everybody's working on that. Horizon 3 starts after that comes out.
I remember just last week we were like, that Horizon multiplayer game they were making at Guerrilla was canceled, right? Please?
Nope. In fact,
Which one?
Right.
This comes after Sony's financials at the end of September. Is like, we're not changing our service game plans at all.
God, they're so
Like
dumb.
we have learned nothing. We had the largest loss in video game history. Nothing changes. Maybe after Fair Games meets the same fate, they'll fucking figure it out.
Yeah, I can't imagine Fair Games going like maybe a little better. Maybe
a little better.
Sure.
But I don't know. At this point, I feel like
recognizably better. No.
It might have done better if Sony had knelt even a little bit, but I feel like people who would be willing to give that game a chance are now like, fuck you.
Yeah, everyone who did buy in on Concords feels betrayed. So you're not even getting them.
Yeah, that like Sony, do you understand how fast you fucking took the knee on Concord? Essentially put a bullet in the brain of every Surface game you have cooking.
At least this Horizon thing's co-op. But also, what are you doing? Like, people want Horizon 3, not this.
Yeah, they're making Monster Hunter, but it's Horizon. I'm like, your game isn't nearly good. Your gameplay isn't nearly good enough for that.
No, and I'm sorry, Monster Hunter is actually coming out next year. That will make whatever you're making seem like a joke.
Well, don't worry, Bob. It won't come out until 2027.
Well, that's when the expansion for Wild is going to come out.
By then, the Switch 2 version the Switch 2 Monster Hunter will be out.
So we have people in chat going, fair games, ? Oh, fair games. You obviously know what fair games is. How could you not know what fair games is?
Fair games is.
That's Sony's version of Payday with Jade Raymond running it that is supposed to come out within like the next 6 months.
You all recognize this iconic character. Monkey.
AI Monkey Mask. You all love him.
You all love AI Monkey Mask. They're so fucked.
Yeah, no, that's
They're
so
fucked. I want to show another image because I found this funny, because if you showed me this, I wouldn't even recognize it as being fair games.
Oh my god.
Yeah, would you, Bob?
No, I feel like that's some 7th gen game I don't remember.
This is fair games.
Yeah, I would say like I guess that character's in that Cyberpunk expansion.
Yeah, no, like that is a Cyberpunk pattern. That was the first thing I thought.
Yeah, no, I literally have not. That may have been in the trailer, but I didn't absorb it.
No.
I'm just proving the fucking Kyle Bosman assessment that is the only remarkable thing in the game is the monkey masks.
So sad.
It's just true. Like, here's the two things in that trailer that are noteworthy. Okay.
Look at that. Gas.
We got the gas. And we got the monkeys. That's it, you guys. That's all that was. I don't know who the hell this is.
How much do you think they're shitting their pants right now at that studio?
Oh, they are. I'm sure so many people there are like, oh my God.
Yeah, even the higher ups are still insane and don't realize there's a problem. Everyone down there in the actual ditches making the game, they have to know. They have to.
But this Horizon shit is so bad that even Jason Schreier, like on that podcast he revealed that on, is like, I don't think this is going to work out for him.
Yeah.
He's like, seems like people like Horizon now. Will they like it after you pound all this shit that isn't Horizon 3 down their throat? Will they still want Horizon 3 after all that?
Right? Are they going to buy the remaster of 1 in the Lego game? Does anyone care?
Also,
and then this?
Real quick, if people are really confused, it's fair games with a $sign, okay?
Yeah,
Stop writing an
$sign.
S in chat. It's upsetting. It's over there, okay? And you're all very excited for it. Yeah, the Horizon thing is fucking...
Yeah, that's...
Like, in a best case scenario, and this is truly me being the most optimistic a human can be without the aid of drugs. It is an online co-op experience that feels like an online co-op RPG shooter, like a Borderlands or something else, and it is fun, it is exploratory, and it has a story.
Uh-huh.
I mean, I feel like it's definitely going to have a story. I feel like they're explicitly going to go for the Monster Hunters, and the new ones do have stories. You'll have it will. I don't think there'll be like as much exploration. I don't think there'll be that.
I want to believe that's the case. And if they nail that, then there's value there. But oh man, I feel like Horizon fans will largely just be upset they aren't getting a 3.
Yeah,
Yeah, it might even be a prequel or something and saying like, oh, that's before,
then it's dead.
Yeah, like if they make it before Aloy even comes out of the tank.
What single player franchises have successfully transitioned to a high-end multiplayer experience? I guess you can count Final Fantasy, but they did not simply do that. They had to make the game twice and took a crushing PR blow to do that.
Yeah, and also technically the first time they did it was 11. And while that was successful and viable,
it didn't light the world on fire.
It was successful and viable in 2003, right? Those are different scales. Mm-hmm. That's a different dice game.
Right.
Like, is there any other franchise?
I guess Warcraft?
But Warcraft was still a multiplayer game.
But it is a huge shift. Like an absolutely massive shift.
It is, but half a dozen other Warcraft fans were not opposed to the idea of playing a multiplayer game to begin with, which I feel like a lot of fans of a single player franchise might be. Again, reminder, most people on every platform, the majority of users, don't have that online play. Like, they don't pay that subscription. They don't play online. You look at Sony's user base, you look at Sony's play by hours, single player dwarfs multiplayer by hours.
I am seeing some interesting names in chat, like GTA technically is that as well, because GTA Online blew up so much. And before that,
I guess that is true.
Yeah.
But that I feel like that's another testament to how hard it is, because Rockstar tried to do it a second time and failed.
Yeah, Red Dead just crashed completely.
Then I see some other things that get really weird, where technically Phantasy Star is also that. They did Phantasy Star Online and Phantasy Star Online 2.
But that was after a long break of just simply not making any games.
Yeah, it has to be more recent than 20 years, guys. Like, if you're going back further than 20 years, like that's a completely different dimension.
I was just talking about, Final Fantasy 11 worked because it needed to compete in 2003.
Right, when the MMO is a genre was new and fresh.
Right, and this Phantasy Star Online, exact same situation.
Right, that was like, it was just an old IP they weren't even using.
Like this is good. This is going to need 7 million sales at $70 for its budget.
I think it only skipped the Saturn, which is what I thought about the first time you said that. By those metrics, Sonic the Hedgehog is an IP they weren't even using because he skipped the Saturn. Because Phantasy Star 4 is a late Genesis game.
Okay.
Yeah. And
I
really
should play
good.
That someday. That might be the one Phantasy Star game that's worth playing. Before online.
I hear mixed things about 2.
I played 2. I spent years hearing Sega fans tell me, no, Phantasy Star 2 is as good as Chrono Trigger. It's as good as a Final Fantasy.
Whoa.
It's as good as all these. And I played, and I'm like, this is a Famicom game.
Yeah. It is a Master System game straight up, just shipping on a different.
This is a Famicom game that has basically no story.
You can't, man. Sega fans.
Yeah, no, they're desperate.
The only people who are desperate than them is modern day Xbox fans, because they don't even have shit to point at anymore. It feels like Phantasy Star 2 comes with a walkthrough. I know, isn't that cool? So did Earthbound. Isn't that cool?
That was really cool for Earthbound.
You want to talk about old RPG shit? Because no one fucking played RPGs back then, so I felt really weird and couldn't talk about any of it with anyone.
Yeah, even I didn't get into RPGs till Final. I guess Super Mario RPG actually got me into RPGs, and then I played Earthbound, and those were the only two, Earthbound and Super Mario RPG, before Final Fantasy VII. Then it's like, this is the only genre that exists. Give it to me.
Please.
My PS1
this year
library,
is the monkey's paw.
my PS1 library was like 35 RPGs and Metal Gear Solid. That is the power Kojima holds. Oh, and Tony Hawk Pro Skater 2.
Yeah, I'm like, man, it's actually really hard to cut down the genre of my library of games for the PS1. Like, Bob, you've seen it.
Yeah,
it doesn't clean cut.
A little deranged.
It's like all over the place. I got Dragon Seeds,
that's how that
Ape Escape.
gen was.
Yeah, they had. Oh man, what
they just did whatever.
So much.
Man, I'm really glad that indie devs are cracking into the PS1 tier. Like that, if there's any saving for this industry, it will be that.
Oh yeah, I meant to put it in that the Crow Country is coming
to
a
PS4, Switch.
I think it's PS4 and Switch because already on the other stuff. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so that's coming out later this month, like next week.
Oh, it was already on Xbox?
What are you talking about?
What?
Oh, right. That doesn't exist anymore. I'm sorry. Xbox died in a fire 18 years ago. I really have to forgive myself. It's not my fault.
You weren't driving that house fire, Chris.
Yeah, I was. I'm not. I might have taken all the. It was Phil Spencer that sold all the fire extinguishers to the pawn shop. I didn't do that.
I actually saw a news headline the other day that was like Phil Spencer calls head of SFB. They go, who?
So Star Wars Outlaws in its first month sold 1 million copies.
Look,
that's worse than Grand Blue Fantasy Relink. That's worse than Yakuza. That's Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth. That's worse than Persona 3 Reload.
Jesus.
Considering that I expect this game to have as well a tail as every Ubisoft game, meaning none, that means they got flexed on by Unicorn Overlord.
I mean, you can't compete with the sales juggernaut that is Vanillaware.
The company that almost goes out of business making a game each time.
This is so much worse. I expected like Ubisoft wanted 5, 6 and got 2, 3.
Right. Yeah, no, instead it's like this is worse than imaginable.
This game fucking bombed.
You know, as people who might have insight into the metrics of what the exact hype around Star Wars Outlaws was, I believe it.
Yeah, no, it did not have hype going into it.
Let me go check how many views our episode of our Gamer Premonitions.
I mean, when I was looking up stuff for Gamer Premonitions, I found a lot of people that's like found the exact time period they put it in boring. Didn't find anything interesting.
Really?
Yeah, like they don't want to be roped into in the middle of Empire Strikes Back. Because then you have all these things you can't do. You can't have these characters. You can't do numerous things. And I do wonder if they.
I honestly like, but at the same time, like this was the big AAA open world Star Wars game. I really did expect this to be like a Hogwarts Legacy to like sell 15 million. I'm like, I don't know anybody who ever played it, but I guess some people like it.
So. Here's what I'm getting out of this. Ubisoft did their usual shit and pushed it too hard when on launch day they deleted all the saves of the people who got early access, so the only people who could praise the game were completely rinsed. Star Wars is a completely toxic IP right now. They made too many bad things. They made too many things, and they made them all in the past.
But
people are tired of that.
Jedi Survivor just did gangbusters a year ago.
I don't know that I ever heard it did gangbusters.
Jedi Survivor sold more than Fallen Order.
It did a lot better than this, obviously.
Right? Yeah, I don't like. Hogwarts is gangbusters. Jedi Survivor did not sell 15 million.
No, but it has a guy with a lightsaber in it. That gives you so much buying power. This has someone who's kind of like Han Solo, but not them, and no Wookiee. If you play as a Wookiee, this thing would have sold like crazy.
You're telling me you want the Star Wars AAA game that's open world that you want to play as a Wookiee?
Absolutely.
I feel like that Simpsons guy who's just like, so you want them to have grounded, outrageous adventures in space that are about daily life?
It's just... Clearly, there's things that are not clicking here. And like even with Jedi Survivor, that is before A New Hope. There are a lot more things can happen. A lot more like Mandalorian stuff is all right after Return of the Jedi, and people love that time period because there's so many things you can do. And you're the Mandalorian.
And you're the Mandalorian. I feel like maybe if they had gone the Mass Effect or Saints Row route, where it's like you make your own smuggler and you pick a voice trap pack,
that might have helped.
I feel like we're going to see that coming back because I feel like people really liked that and we kind of stopped because it was hard.
Mm-hmm.
with high fidelity, but it's like that seems to be something people like, and I feel like you are the star, like you yourself are the Star Wars smuggler. It's not this character that we probably had to sell you on and failed to. Like Cal Lightsaber has a lightsaber that carries a lot.
It does.
I keep trying to find anything about the sales, and it's hard.
Yeah, so am I. I swear to God, I saw somebody say it sold better, but sold really well. But the only thing is apparently it sold faster in the UK than Fallen Order did. But the UK is a weird cryptid nation that has sales unlike any other country in the world.
It's true. Yeah, I don't know how to feel about it.
Right.
I mean,
Obviously,
EA
that
already
was
was like full.
Obviously,
EA was already like full speed ahead on the new one.
Right. And like the thing is, at the end of the day, they're still supporting that game. Of course, it sold better than Star Wars Outlaw.
Yeah.
Like no one's saying they sold the same.
Yeah, of course. It sold better, and it almost certainly was way cheaper to make. Uses Unreal, is much smaller scale, is not it has open world elements, but it isn't a full like world like Outlaws is.
Yeah, I don't know. I still think at the end of the day, they have done a lot to diminish the brand. They used to mean so
they
much.
Definitely have.
Oh, for sure.
But
Disney really.
That's what I'm saying here. It's a 1-2 punch. It's Ubisoft pushing their shit way harder to the edge of this is buggy.
Yeah,
this is bad.
Launching it well before they should.
This feels way too formulaic. You burned the early adopters, and then the combination of Star Wars as an IP is not as strong as it should be. Like 100%. So
that's true. Like every Star Wars games used to be cool because there wasn't a lot of Star Wars outside of like those games. Like there was books and comics and stuff, but that's all more niche. Like there wasn't a movie every other year or every year like Disney wanted to do at the beginning of when they got Star Wars.
It's true. I remember that, and then I watched Solo.
There wasn't like 4 or 5 Star Wars streaming shows in development.
Yeah.
People weren't being bombarded. Star Wars.
Also, there were parts of this pitch that remind me of Solo, which don't do that.
And I compared it to Hogwarts Legacy, but Hogwarts Legacy did the thing I said where you get to make a character, you get to go to Hogwarts and explore the Harry Potter universe. I feel like if that element alone would have probably helped Outlaws, I feel like if they had opened with like their Saints Row character creator, I mean, like, no, you get to be the main character and you get these limited but still existent dialogue options, it would have helped a lot. You go on an adventure in Star Wars is more of a sell that uses the medium video games more than well here's just a thing that could be another streaming show.
It's as simple as this, right? You ask someone, hey, do you like Star Wars? They say yes. And then you go, what recent Star Wars things have you been excited for and or enjoyed? And that gap.
I'm thinking.
Like, for Bob, it would be Jedi Survivor, right?
Yeah, and the Mandalorian stuff. But I even stopped watching that.
Asterisk.
Yeah.
I was excited for the KOTOR remake, and then it entered development hell.
Some might say it was born. It is. Yeah, Star Wars Tales from the Galaxy Edge, VR thing was really fucking compelling and really cool.
That was pretty neat.
Oh, I was excited for Star Wars Visions, and that was good. I was going to be excited for Star Wars Visions too, and then they're like, well, now it's all Western studios. Like, no thanks.
Did that really happen?
Yeah, that's what happened.
Yeah.
I want to watch the Mindless Otis one, but I don't care about the rest.
That's why
Wallace and Gromit?
Wallace and Gromit.
Milo and Otis.
That's why those fucking twins from Star Wars Vision Season 1 were everywhere, and nobody has seen a single fucking thing from Vision Season 2.
Yeah.
Let's move on.
Let's move on.
Devolver Digital forms Big Fan Games. It's a publishing available for licensed games.
Why is it called that?
Big fan. You're a big fan, so it's a licensed thing because you're a big fan.
You're a fan of the IP.
Yeah.
So wait, they're getting
they're doing licensed games for IPs.
Okay,
right?
like licensed.
And this publisher is just for that because they didn't want to sully
Yes.
the image of Devolver Digital with a Garfield
Probably
game.
smart.
Okay.
It is
Did
smart.
they announce
I
a
agree
game
with
along with
notion.
this, or?
No.
Huh.
I think that is very smart.
Ryujin X, the other Switch emulator that isn't the one I already forgot the name of, is gone. It seems like what happened is Nintendo went, if you walk away, we'll let you. And they went, okay, thank you, sir. I do wonder why Nintendo is doing this now. The Switch 2 is on the horizon. Any financial damage that these emulators were going to do to you have already been done.
But they're worried that this will lead to branches that do Switch too.
But if that happens, that's on you, motherfuckers. First of all, this isn't going to stop anybody from doing a Switch 2 if you fuck up again the same way you did with the Switch 1. And two, just don't fuck up.
I think them litigating the fuck out of the two groups that made emulators might actually put a little bit of a freeze on that, honestly, because this is dire.
Yeah,
I don't think it's ever been this bad for emulation ever. Like the closest
Working
you
on
got
an
was
emulator for a thing that's current is a fucking dangerous game to begin with.
Yeah.
I mean, that's why the one other use case or the one other example I can show of this was Bleem. Because the PS1 running on a Dreamcast. Yeah, this sucks. This sucks absolute shit. This industry sucks. I hate this fucking oligopoly nightmare.
Yeah, well, let me make it very clear, because we joke about Nintendo taking over the industry. That isn't a good ending.
No.
People accuse us of like, oh, they want Nintendo. No, Nintendo is quite literally exactly as evil as they are legally allowed to be.
Yep.
The difference is that Nintendo hasn't gone, well, we can be evil instead of making a compelling product.
Right. Like the thing we frame as a positive is that Nintendo kicking ass may actually kick the other two to do something. Sony especially, because Microsoft has been kicked for a while now. And
Right,
isn't doing much
Microsoft doesn't
fucking
care
anything.
anymore.
And we keep saying with the Switch 2, possibly becoming a watershed moment for Nintendo and the AAA end of console gaming falling out. All this stuff could lead very easily to the Switch 2 being easily the dominant platform in console gaming.
If the Switch,
that would give us some good competition, which would make Sony improve. That's all we've ever said.
Yeah,
And that we said it would be
our 2
funny,
points
it would be hilarious, it would be good, it would be better than the situation we're in. It's not objectively a good situation anywhere right now.
yeah,
Yeah, and it, like
everything sucks.
thinking,
But things could potentially get better if Nintendo ascended to dominance, and if the status quo continues as it is right now, there is no sign that anything will get better.
yeah, like Sony's proven that they will just continue doing exactly what they're doing, which sucks.
Yeah, we
Like,
literally
they
just
have
talked
no-
about we just had the biggest loss in video game history on Concord. We're not changing our plan at all.
Right. They are just hard locked in. They don't need to compete with anyone. They win no matter what. So,
And lastly, Saber Interactive announces a AAA Avatar: The Last Airbender game where you play as an avatar from the past.
do you think people like IPs for the characters?
I mean, the only way this would work out is if they're like, it's about that one avatar that just killed everybody.
Aggro, what were you going to say?
I was going to say, honestly, like, yeah, characters are important, but this is one of those things where people like the setting. I could take or leave this as a concept. It would just, come down to how the game be.
Yeah,
I wonder how, because Paramount is really, Paramount wants Avatar to be Star Wars. Like, there's 4 or 5 movies in production and like half a dozen shows.
Yeah, they'll make it modern Star Wars. No,
yeah, I honestly wonder, like, if it's going to work out for them even at all, or if like Avatar fans, which I think are mostly adults now because that show is 20 years old. Not quite 20 years old, but almost.
And they haven't been making like newer avatars that are more geared towards kids or anything, right?
No,
Okay.
they did Korra, and then they did a Netflix live action version of the original, which came early this year and seemed to do well enough to get a second season and a third season that greenlit
Okay.
at the same time. But again, like, they have so much shit planned. It feels like it's just gonna all blow up before this game even comes out. I feel like the entire industry is very radically learning the limits of IP exploitation. And instead of learning as everybody else bursts into flames around them, they go, I don't see it, I don't think about it, I don't see it, I don't think about it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
this industry feels like that a lot. Yeah.
Yeah, every industry right now is doing that. It's like, no, it's got to be based in this IP. It's like, what if not? What if it's new IP?
What if new idea?
What if new
And
thing?
that's why Francis Ford Coppola is here to save us with Megalopolis. Pokemon Go to your theater. Maybe don't actually.
Yeah,
That movie, everything I've
gotta
heard
go to the
and
IMAX.
seen. Travel 80 miles to go to the IMAX. Is it even in IMAX?
Yeah, it is an IMAX. That's how
Fuck
Rocky
you, man.
Bodie
Coppola,
watched it.
Come on, man. I'm so excited for the day I eventually watch that because all it's going to do is make me an even bigger Francis Ford Coppola hater.
Yeah, no, it's like, oh man, he did it again. He made another movie that completely sucks in every way. How does he do it every time, man?
Well, you still haven't watched the first Godfather? You saw 2 and 3, right? I can't remember.
didn't watch the first one.
You didn't watch the first one, but you did see 2 and 3, right?
I saw
I would have
those
been
first.
insane to just drag you through 3.
Right,
You would have been fucking, what a horrible friend I would have been. Hey, Bob, I watched the first 2 Godfathers. You want to watch the one everyone hated? God, I would be deranged. So I wonder how soon Megalopolis is hitting home release.
Right, it can't take that long.
Right? Someone whose only movie they've seen is Godfather 3. This is the fakest person that's ever been suggested. Anyway, that's it for news. The industry. It's doing great.
It's doing great. Nothing's going wrong.
No one's crying. I just, I got something in my eye. Chris has the Chris notification system.
It's true.
You can all sign up for the Chris notification system. I'm going to post another link in chat and hopefully remember to post that in the Big Think description. Let's see. Anyways, hey, check that out. Wow. The Chris Parasocial channel? No, in fact, no social.
Yeah, none.
Yes. In fact, it's quite impossible. I explicitly was like, no, you are not permitted to speak.
I'm going to enjoy having tomorrow off. I'm going to do this thing where I like clean up my house and cook food and then eat the food and then go to the gym. Oh my God. I did pistol whip and Beat Saber and then also went to the gym all in a row and burned 2,300 calories. And man, those people next to me must have been weirded out that I was like dying on that treadmill. That dude's only been on it for 40 minutes. What's his problem? But I'm like, 20 more minutes. I'm calculating it every minute. Every minute I'm doing percents in my head. I'm doing fractions. I'm like, I'm so close. I'm so close. These people next to me are just like, all right, cool. Chris, when are you going live again? Ironically, Chris was dead.
Oh, no.
It's true. Probably 3 p.m. Eastern tomorrow, but that might slip half an hour.
Okay. And in GigaBoots time, that's 5 p.m. Well, we trained them on Central. What? I got
that wouldn't be right if it's Eastern then.
Yeah,
No?
it would be.
Wait, you said 3, right?
3 Eastern, which would be 2 for GigaBoots time, 2 p.m. GigaBoots time.
Oh, Eastern. I
Yeah,
thought
not-
he said a different time zone. Sorry.
No.
Noon Pacific, 1 Mountain, 2 Central, 3
that's-
Eastern.
That's too early. I'm going to sleep through this. Anyway. Bob, what do you want to end out this podcast on? Because we already said everything. I'm out.
I don't know, man.
Nothing.
I got nothing.
Do we have any takoyaki places in town? Somebody from Atlanta was bragging about their takoyaki
I've not looked for it. Well,
they have a takoyaki place next to the cookout in Atlanta.
my God, what? That's insane.
Yeah, deranged.
There is that sub shop.
Oh,
we
wait.
haven't tried that yet.
There's that place that is not called Sushi Hime, that is called Sushi Me.
Sushi Me, yeah.
All one word, Sushi Me, and there's a heart somewhere. That did have takoyaki.
It did have takoyaki.
Should get some takoyaki. Anyway, we're gonna go. Okay, have a good. Oh, hey, watch Armchair Devs.
Yeah, absolutely.
Give
Yeah,
us that
watch our
number.
armchair devs.
This is how we start the revolution of people actually watching GigaBoots content.
It's a Sonic the Hedgehog one. You'll like it.
You'll like it. There's Amy Rose and Shadow as Deadshot.
The Shadow Assassin.
Ah! If you really want to support GigaBoots and get an extra podcast experience, head on over to patreon.com/GBpodcast. That's right, patreon.com/GBpodcast, where you can get Armchair Devs Extra and Isolation 119. You should go there.